Chapter 1482, Stake It All on a Single Throw. Chapter 1482, Stake It All on a Single Throw. Above the endless barren earth, a black stone palace flew through the sky with incredible speed. The velocity of the palace was so fast that it created horrifying sonic booms as it passed through the world. This scene naturally aroused the attention of numerous evil spirits. With a deep roar, dozens of evil spirits soared into the sky, rushing towards the black stone palace. Lin Ming's complexion was indifferent as he saw these evil spirits rushing towards him. His mind connected to the Primordius Gate as he tossed a massive number of violet sun crystals into the array formation, setting it all ablaze. The speed of Primordius' heavenly palace became even more terrifying. With loud banging sounds, these evil spirits were smashed apart by Primordius' heavenly palace. Wow, so fierce! Within the palace, Xiao Maxian happily clapped her hands together in surprise as she watched the juggernaut-like momentum of Primordius' heavenly palace. I have to say, little Lin Lin, if you had such a treasure to begin with, then why didn't you take it out earlier? You waited for Tian Mingzi to chase us, and now this miss was put into such an embarrassing scene by that. Lin Ming said, I waited for the enemy to arrive first before I took out Primordius' heavenly palace because I wanted to see who was hunting me down and confirm my guesses. Lin Ming originally thought that the one chasing him was Imperial Prince Naki, but he never imagined it would be Tian Mingzi. It seemed that Tian Mingzi should have been one of the helpers that Imperial Prince Naki had hired. Then, they divided into groups to hunt him down. Tian Mingzi went by himself while Naki and the Spider Brothers went to ambush Fatty Zhou. Primordius' Heavenly Palace. That name was this palace refined by Empyrean Primordius? Xiao Maxian had an extremely keen understanding of the Divine Realm's history. Just by hearing the name of this palace, she could recall Empyrean Primordius. That's right. No wonder. So it was Empyrean Primordius' work. No wonder this palace is so fierce. I fear that even my grandfather doesn't have the ability to refine such a palace. Empyrean Demondon was known for his unparalleled demonic attack techniques, but in terms of refining artifacts and laying down array formations, he was far worse than Empyrean Primordius. Empyrean Primordius was skilled in the Grand Mist laws. He used Grand Mist energy and a Grand Mist force field to lay down a great array formation, and then used the Primordius stone tablet as the center of this array formation. In the entire Divine Realm, there was no one that could lay down such an array formation. As for refining techniques, the materials Empyrean Primordius used were often from the forming of the universe. The chaos stones that formed at the evolution of the universe were materials that could only be found by a stroke of fate. And Primordius' heavenly palace itself was created with a massive amount of this sort of divine stone. Thus, Primordius' heavenly palace could be called a singularly unrivaled treasure within the entire Divine Realm. Kacha! With an explosive sound, Primordius' heavenly palace wildly shook once more, as if it had crashed into something. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian nearly collided with each other again under the powerful inertia. What's going on? Xiao Maxian asked, startled. We struck a force field. Lin Ming frowned. His sense immediately touched upon the Emperor Jade, and he discovered that he had truly gone on the wrong path just now. He had been relying on the lines of the Emperor Jade to move forwards and avoid the endless layers of killing intent in the Dao field. However, Lin Ming had yet to fully understand and clarify the meaning of the lines in the Emperor Jade, and Primordius' heavenly palace was simply flying far too fast. Lin Ming didn't have the time to carefully analyze the flight path, thus this situation appeared where they had struck a force field. Purring. The violent collision just now had caused the several hundred violet sun crystals in the heavenly palace's array formation to shatter into powder. There were even cracks that appeared in the 8 central 9 sun jades within the array formation. Che! Lin Ming deeply frowned as he looked at these cracked 9 sun jades. It was true that Primordius' heavenly palace was formidable, but it wasn't formidable for no reason at all. If there were an Empyrean managing Primordius' heavenly palace, then they could galvanize it with ease. However, Lin Ming's cultivation was a limiting factor that didn't allow him to activate the full abilities of Primordius' heavenly palace. Thus, in order to activate the abilities of Primordius' heavenly palace, he had to draw support from outside sources. The reason Primordius' heavenly palace was able to fly through the skies with such overwhelming speed was that he was burning violet sun crystals and 9 sun jades as if they didn't cost anything at all. Lin Ming wasn't bothered about burning these items, but the problem was that he had a limited number of 9 sun jades with him. Once they were used up, then Primordius' heavenly palace would have that much less to burn. This was also a reason why Lin Ming didn't take out Primordius' heavenly palace at the very start. This was a final life-saving card. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't easily use it. How many 9 sun jades do you have? Xiao Maxian's eyelids jumped up as she looked at the 8 cracked 9 sun jades in the center of the array formation. A single 9 sun jade was worth 1 trillion violet sun stones. When Primordius' heavenly palace was normally flying, it didn't require much energy to do so. But in this god-burying ridge, Primordius' heavenly palace had to break through multiple force fields, evil beings, and also resist Tian Mingzi's all-out attacks. The energy required for all of this was nearly unimaginable. With a series of cracking sounds, the 8-9 sun jades turned into ash. This rate of consumption was simply too bewildering. Lin Ming waved his hand and replaced the scattered 9 sun jades with new ones. At the same time, a massive number of violet sun crystals were tossed near the 9 sun jades, burning in order to supplement the energy of the array formation. Do you have any 9 sun jades? Lin Ming glanced at Xiao Maxian. I do. Take them out, Lin Ming tersely said. Xiao Maxian took out her 9 sun jades. She had 20 some in total. Lin Ming also took out his square-shaped 9 sun jade base. Just this thick base itself was worth several hundred 9 sun jades. This was also one of the treasures that Lin Ming inherited in Primordius' heavenly palace. This base had been used to hold the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. You have such a large piece of 9 sun jade. Xiao Maxian was surprised as she looked at this 9 sun jade base. This was far too luxurious. What lucky chance did Lin Ming obtain that he was so rich? Lin Ming said, These 9 sun jades can support us for a long time, but if we are continually attacked by Tian Mingzi, then all of the 9 sun jades will burn out in around half a day. In other words, we will absolutely die if Tian Mingzi catches up to us. Lin Ming rapidly analyzed the situation. Even if Tian Mingzi laid down a force field, he still wouldn't be able to trap Primordius' heavenly palace. But, breaking through Tian Mingzi's force field would require a massive amount of energy. This wasn't something that Primordius' heavenly palace could continue doing forever. Then what can we do? We can't lead Tian Mingzi in circles all day long. If this continues, we'll run out of energy sooner or later. Xiao Maxian didn't need to investigate with her sense to know that Tian Mingzi was chasing close behind them. Rapidly flying through God-burying ridge was a suicidal move to begin with, something that even a great world king wouldn't do. But Primordius' heavenly palace was currently able to clear an opening through the air. Whether it was evil beings, resentful spirits, ghosts, or anything else, all of them would be smashed into ashes when they tried to attack. It was also because of this reason that Primordius' heavenly palace consumed a massive amount of energy. Moreover, it even gave Tian Mingzi an opening through the skies. Since he didn't need to face the attacks of these evil beings, he could fly much more relaxedly. If this continued, Tian Mingzi could wait for his enemy to be completely exhausted before swooping in for the kill. I have an idea. Lin Ming took a deep breath, grimly saying, If we want to throw off Tian Mingzi's chase, then there is only a single place to do so. That is a place where even he won't go, and also where we must. You're saying, Xiao Maxian felt a chill crawl up her back as she heard this. Although there were many terrifying places in God-Burying Ridge, and they were known as places where even great world kings could die, that was only a possibility of death. In truth, it wasn't too likely for them to perish. It wouldn't be enough for a great world king to shrink back in fear and not dare to enter. If there was a place that even a great world king truly wouldn't enter, then that would be a place Empyreans wouldn't dare to step in. That was Tragic Death Valley. Lin Ming, you aren't saying you want to go to Tragic Death Valley, right? Even though Xiao Maxian's character was that of one who didn't fear the heavens or earth, her complexion still greatly changed upon hearing this. Yes. Xiao Maxian sucked in a breath of cold air. We're really entering Tragic Death Valley? Legends say that is a place even Empyreans can't return from. Do you believe that? If we enter, do we still have a chance of leaving? I have some confidence. We need to stake everything on this. Lin Ming had already confirmed that the great desolate god trove was in Tragic Death Valley. If so, then he would need to go there sooner or later. He believed that the Azure Road Master had reasons for rewarding him with the Jade Pendant after layers of tests. It shouldn't be a trap meant to harm others. Even though there were dangers in Tragic Death Valley, it shouldn't be a hopeless dead end. With such a lucky chance in front of him, Lin Ming certainly wouldn't give up on it. And now with Tian Mingzi chasing him from behind, this actually forced Lin Ming to shift his plans earlier and enter Tragic Death Valley now. Lin Ming, I really cannot understand you. No matter what I think of it, it seems you already have some understanding of God-Burying Ridge. The more Xiao Maxian was with Lin Ming, the more mystery she felt from him. He was an enigma with layers upon layers of riddles. Lin Ming even had confidence that he could return from a place where Empyreans died. This was simply unbelievable to most people. But Xiao Maxian didn't think this was too far-fetched. Lin Ming was someone who was always creating miracles. All right. If you have so much confidence, then I'll accompany you. Chapter 1483 You Entering Tragic Death Valley. Chapter 1483 Entering Tragic Death Valley. Bang! Primordius' heavenly palace broke through yet another force field. These force fields were not left behind by the Azure Road Master, but had naturally evolved in these billions of years from massive clumps of gathered energy. As Primordius' heavenly palace continued breaking through these force fields and disintegrating evil beings in its way, several 9 sun jades also shattered into ash. Lin Ming calmly switched out new 9 sun jade. The 9 sun jade base that had held the Grand Mist spirit bead essence was also broken up into pieces by him. In this short period of time, Primordius' heavenly palace had already consumed 50 to 69 sun jades. This degree of consumption left even the wealthy Xiao Maxian panic-stricken. If these 9 sun jades were exchanged for boundless world pills, they could buy almost 10 of them. God-Burying Ridge is indeed horrifying, Lin Ming thought as he looked at how fast the 9 sun jades were being consumed. In this incense stick of time, Primordius' heavenly palace had withstood an innumerable barrage of terrifying attacks. If they weren't safely within Primordius' palace and had to directly face the dangers of God-Burying Ridge, it was hard to say whether or not the two of them could have come this far and still remained alive. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Divine light shined. Primordius' heavenly palace was like a meteor as it cut across the horizon. Its speed was extremely fast. At this time Lin Ming had already penetrated 7,000 to 8,000 miles deep into God-Burying Ridge. This brat. To think he even obtained such a strong magic tool. However, with this sort of Empyrean spirit treasure, even if it has recognized Lin Ming as its master, activating it to move isn't easy at all. Lin Ming isn't strong enough to the point where he can supply this spirit treasure with his own origin energy yet, so he must be burning a massive number of 9 sun jades to do so. I want to see just how long your 9 sun jades can last. Tian Mingzi followed close behind Lin Ming, never giving up the chase. This chase wasn't easy for him either. Although the vast majority of evil beings, resentful spirits, and force fields were crushed by Primordius' heavenly palace, some of them evaded and instead rushed towards Tianmingzi. Underneath the attacks of these evil beings, Tianmingzi also rapidly used up his strength. And at this time, in front of Tianmingzi and Primordius' heavenly palace, a red mountain range appeared. This red mountain range was terrifyingly high. In particular, the front two mountain peaks rose 1,000,000 feet into the sky, piercing through the heavens like divine swords. The main body of this mountain range circled about, spanning across God-Burying Ridge, seeming to divide the tens of thousands of miles wide God-Burying Ridge into two. This mountain range was. Tianmingzi's eyebrows shot up. This mountain range looked as if it were carved by a divine being. Such skill could only be called an act of God. From afar, it resembled a giant red dragon. The front two perilous peaks resembled dragon horns, and the following mountain peaks looked like the dragon body and dragon claws. This unbelievably lifelike terrain made it hard for anyone to believe that it was formed naturally. At the front of this dragon was a deep canyon that looked like a dragon's maw. It was a jet-black land, unfathomable, seeming to swallow everything within it. This landform is. Tianmingzi's mind chilled. This red dragon mountain range had its jaws wide open, waiting for any life to enter. Facing this massive maw, Tianmingzi couldn't help but give birth to a profound sense of despair and constraint in his heart. It was like everything in this world, including space and time, was distorted because of the existence of this maw. Anything that entered would be sucked in, never to emerge. It was like a true black hole of the universe, a path of no return. This is Tragic Death Valley, Tianmingzi instantly thought. Before he entered God-Burying Ridge, he had asked the Spider Brothers in detail about God-Burying Ridge's situation, and thus he naturally knew about Tragic Death Valley. Although this was his first time seeing this valley for himself, he instantly recognized it for what it truly was. There was no suspecting it at all. No ordinary place could make him feel such despair and dread. This is a place that even Empyreans cannot return from. Tianmingzi felt a chill crawl up his back. As he recalled the infamous reputation and stories of Tragic Death Valley, he unconsciously slowed his footstep. Although these rumors might have been exaggerated, they still weren't something he could deal with. This Linming, is he planning on flying into Tragic Death Valley? Tianmingzi asked out loud with shock thick in his voice. He watched with his own eyes as Primordius' heavenly palace, wrapped in black flames, continued barreling non-stop into Tragic Death Valley. That Lin Ming, had he gone insane? He knew he was being chased down and had nowhere else to go, thus he decided to stake everything he had on this one gamble and break into Tragic Death Valley. This was a place that even an Empyrean couldn't emerge from. If Lin Ming entered, then that was absolute suicide. Even that seemingly mighty palace of his would be nothing but a joke. It would offer him no protection in there. This brat, is he really planning on doing something so idiotic? Tianmingzi found this unbelievable. His divine sense had been locked onto Primordius' heavenly palace all this time, and he was sure that it was real and not some illusion. Could he have escaped the palace and secretly fled somewhere? This thought flashed through Tianmingzi's mind, but he immediately denied it. Underneath his powerful divine sense, it was impossible for a divine transformation realm junior to escape his notice. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Primordius' heavenly palace continued hurtling forwards like a falling star, shooting straight towards the entrance of Tragic Death Valley. In front of the massive Tragic Death Valley entrance, even Primordius' heavenly palace appeared extremely small, as if it were a little pebble falling into a giant black hole. Hoo! When Primordius' heavenly palace flew into Tragic Death Valley, a massive gravitational force seemed to grab hold of it, making it suddenly accelerate. Then, under this pull, Primordius' heavenly palace was drawn into a giant downward spiral, continuing into the entrance. Moreover, as Primordius' heavenly palace neared the entrance, it was like space distorted, causing the palace to seem even smaller. As it completely sank into the dark, it looked as small as a grain of sand. "They've gone in." Tianmingzi stopped in his tracks, stunned. He looked at the pitch-black entrance of Tragic Death Valley with incredulity on his face, unable to summon up even the tiniest speck of courage to continue chasing after them. Lin Ming entered Tragic Death Valley like that? Will he perish in there, never to emerge again? All common reasoning told Tianmingzi that entering Tragic Death Valley meant death, with no exceptions. Much less with how low Lin Ming's cultivation level was. However, Tianmingzi's intuition told him otherwise. How could a martial artist with such a great destiny upon their body die so simply like this? Lin Ming had grown up in the world of common mortal martial artists. Coming this far, he had experienced countless dangers and near-death situations. Even so, he was able to turn every disaster into safety. Tianmingzi himself had once chased after Lin Ming into the Sky Spill planet, but he was still defeated. Now, it was hard for him to believe that the Lin Ming who did all of that would die so easily here. This boy, just what tricks is he planning? Tianmingzi didn't believe that Lin Ming would die in Tragic Death Valley, nor was he willing to believe that. If this were true, then all the secrets on Lin Ming's body would turn into unfulfilled dreams. He wouldn't be able to obtain anything at all. Whether you are dead or alive, I will stand guard out here. If you don't come out in a month, then I'll wait for a year. If you don't come out for a year, then I'll wait 10 years. If you don't come out in 10 years, I'll wait 50 years, until I am sure that you have really perished within, or if there is a small chance that you will emerge. Tianmingzi fell down from the sky and hid himself in a barren land a distance away from Tragic Death Valley. He didn't dare to approach Tragic Death Valley because he could feel that Tragic Death Valley had a strange attraction force. All life that neared it would be involuntarily pulled in, and even space and time was twisted around the entrance to Tragic Death Valley. Even Tianmingzi dreaded such a strange and bizarre place. As long as he didn't approach Tragic Death Valley, then with his strength it wouldn't a problem for him to go anywhere in God-Burying Ridge, as long as he was a bit more cautious. "We really went in. Ah, you're crazy," Xiao Maxian said to Lin Ming in Primordius' heavenly palace. The moment that Primordius' heavenly palace was sucked into Tragic Death Valley, Xiao Maxian had held her breath, unable to remain calm. This was a true life-or-death gamble. Although Lin Ming said he was confident he could come out from God-Burying Ridge again, it was hard to say what he thought his chances were. They say to place yourself into a field of death and then fight your way to life. This is our disaster, but that doesn't mean this can't be our lucky chance. Lin Ming lightly said. He discovered that the power of space and time in Tragic Death Valley was extremely strange. Still deep within Primordius' heavenly palace, he cautiously branched out his sense and realized that space and time here was completely twisted. This Tragic Death Valley is like a black hole, Lin Ming immediately thought. Tragic Death Valley indeed had some similarities to a black hole. For instance, it was also a path of no return, a place that sealed away all of existence and distorted both time and space. In a black hole, space was infinitely compressed and time also became infinitely long. But in this Tragic Death Valley, time seemed to be pulled longer. Chapter 1484 Bones. Chapter 1484 Bones. Primordius' heavenly palace peacefully flew through Tragic Death Valley, no longer consuming a great deal of energy. This proved that there were nearly no dangers currently in Tragic Death Valley. I never thought that the legendary Tragic Death Valley, the most dangerous land of all, would actually be uneventful. Lin Ming repeatedly explored his surroundings with his sense. After determining that there weren't any evil beings, he turned to Xiao Maxian and said, "Let's go out and take a look. It seems Tianmingzi really didn't follow us." One of the reasons Lin Ming entered Tragic Death Valley was to look for the great desolate god trove. He couldn't stay in Primordius' heavenly palace forever, otherwise he was doomed to not find anything at all. Okay. Xiao Maxian nodded. Facing this legendary death trap, even her complexion was solemn. Tragic Death Valley was filled with absolute darkness. This pitch-black darkness swallowed up all light, and even martial artists with extremely high cultivations would find it difficult to see anything. They could only use their sense to probe their surroundings. Lin Ming confirmed that there weren't any more dangers around him, and then lit a wisp of flame. The weak light radiated outwards, illuminating their surroundings. Then, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian saw a devastated and grim world. Tragic Death Valley was surprisingly broad. From the outside, Tragic Death Valley only seemed 100,000 feet wide, but after entering the valley, they discovered that the size expanded to dozens of miles. This several dozen mile wide cave was marked with many different kinds of barren and ancient traces of the past. Shattered weapons, broken armor, mottled rocks, and even scattered bones. Tragic Death Valley could be called a graveyard of bones. Many bones had been weathered by time. If one accidentally bumped into them, they would dissolve into a thick bone dust. Some places had far too much bone dust. Just taking a step would leave behind a deep footprint. What a poignant sight! Billions of years is simply far too long a time period. These bones cannot withstand the weathering of years, and even an Empyrean can only live for 100 million years. Another 100 million years later, their body will eventually decay. Xiao Maxian sighed. At this time, Lin Ming squatted down and picked up a broken spear. This spear was jet black and broken in half. The spear shaft was brittle, but as he traced the spear edge, he could still feel its terrifying killing intent. This is a spear made from divine wood and infused with all sorts of supernatural powers. Even so, it has rotted away. You said it was billions of years, but perhaps it was even longer than that. Lin Ming's voice was quiet, but Xiao Maxian felt a chill crawl up her back. More than billions of years. Haven't you discovered that the space and time here is different from in the outside world? Lin Ming said. Xiao Maxian thought back to what happened. Thinking about it, what Lin Ming said was correct. This Tragic Death Valley had a bizarre gravitational force that sucked in even space and time. The flow of time and scale of space here were different from in the outside world. The several tens of thousands of feet wide valley was actually dozens of miles wide within. The time that passed outside was also much slower. It is indeed different. The flow of time here should be increased to a rate of 10:1. Xiao Maxian judged after closing her eyes for a moment. In truth, when discussing attainments in the space and time laws, although Lin Ming was already extraordinary in these aspects, he was still inferior when compared to Xiao Maxian, a monstrous genius when it came to comprehending laws. But the reason Lin Ming was the first to notice these differences in space and time was because the situation in Tragic Death Valley was similar to a black hole, which allowed him to quickly associate the two. The Divine Seal Art's black hole seed, because of its powerful gravitational force, could compress space and time to an infinite degree and become a permanent seal. A 10:1 flow of time, then, these skeletons must have experienced tens of billions of years? Xiao Maxian was shocked as she reached this conclusion. In fact, it was hard to trace back the history of the Azura Road. The Azura Road could be billions of years old or even 10 billion years old. If it were 10 billion years old, then these bones would have already been lying here for 100 billion years. Just what sort of concept was 100 billion years? Xiao Maxian had a hard time imagining this. Let alone these skeletons, even a boundless dimension could collapse in on itself and celestial bodies would fade away. What a horrifying place! Xiao Maxian mumbled to herself. She could feel that Tragic Death Valley was like a book that recorded the history of the Azura Road, and these bones were the writings within it. As Xiao Maxian was astonished, Lin Ming had closed his eyes, seeming to sense something. After some time he had finally determined something. Siener, have you discovered that although the flow of time here is quickened, the laws aren't twisted at all? Normally in a time enchantment, the speed of time could be freely changed. If an Empyrean were to take action, they could even arrange a 1000:1 time enchantment. But, the more one changed the flow of time in a time enchantment, the more the laws would be twisted, making it nearly impossible to cultivate within. But in Tragic Death Valley, this situation didn't exist. If one cultivated and meditated on the laws here, it was nearly the same as doing so outside. If one trained here for 10 years, only 1 year would pass outside. Really? Yes. Unfortunately, the origin energy here is far too thin, so training would require a massive number of 9 Sun Jade. The Azura Road Mater truly had methods capable of capturing the good fortune of the world. To think that when he constructed Tragic Death Valley, he could produce such heaven-defying results. Lin Ming sighed with emotion. Xiao Maxian herself was extremely excited by this discovery. She said, "Then, should we start cultivating now? There's no need to hurry. We should investigate the situation of Tragic Death Valley first. Otherwise, no matter how strong we become, it will all be wasted if we cannot leave." Lin Ming's words were a tub of cold water poured all over Xiao Maxian. Her originally excited mood was suddenly doused by half. Lin Ming wasn't wrong. If they couldn't leave this place, then anything they did would be useless. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian continued forwards. Then, on a high-rising rock they saw lines of ancient characters. Empyrean Extreme Violet. My life shall soon come to an end. Before my final days, I venture into the Valley of the Red Dragon, seeking relics of the God of Creation, to peek upon the limit of martial arts and uncover the riddles of history. As Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian saw these characters, they both glanced at each other, both able to see the shock and awe in each other's eyes. In the Azura Road, Tragic Death Valley was known as a land from which even Empyreans couldn't emerge after entering. However, many people questioned the validity of these claims and wondered whether they were exaggerated. Now, they could see the words on this rock were proof that those rumors hadn't been exaggerated at all. Empyrean Extreme Violet, I wonder just what type of person he was and what cultivation he reached? The reason he entered Tragic Death Valley at the end of his lifespan was likely because he didn't have any confidence that he could emerge once he entered. Before he died, he made his last journey into Tragic Death Valley in hopes of catching a glimpse of what lay beyond his vision. As Xiao Maxian spoke, there was a trace of fear in her voice. If even an Empyrean didn't have confidence in being able to leave Tragic Death Valley and only came here at the point before his death, then what about 2 divine transformation martial artists like themselves? At this time, even though Xiao Maxian believed in Lin Ming, she couldn't help but feel her heart shaking. Valley of the Red Dragon, that should be the true name of Tragic Death Valley. Because this valley has existed for far too long and countless people died here, it was eventually named Tragic Death Valley by the people of the current era. As for the God of Creation, that should be referring to the Azura Road Master. Come, let's continue onwards. Lin Ming ventured deeper forwards with Xiao Maxian. The deeper they went into the valley, the fewer skeletons they saw. These skeletons had a very great difference from those farther outside. These skeletons glittered with a crystalline light as if they were carved from white jade. It was obvious that these people hadn't died too long ago. Maybe there's something valuable here. Thinking this, Lin Ming waved his hand and picked up several spatial rings. These spatial rings could still be used. After opening the space within them, he let everything tumble onto the floor. Looking at these treasures, Lin Ming was slightly disappointed. The majority of the treasures had lost their divine glow and weren't much of use anymore. Xiao Maxian said, "That's strange. Even if the flow of time here is at a 10-to-1 ratio, the magic tools shouldn't be decayed like this. In the last couple thousand years there have definitely been many people that died here, and the weapons and pills of these people should have only experienced several tens of thousands of years. They should still be preserved well. Xiao Maxian's question was also what Lin Ming was thinking. Lin Ming carefully investigated his surroundings and shook his head. They really have decayed far too quickly, at a rate that surpasses common sense. Perhaps it's not something as simple as the decay of time, but that their origin energy was sucked in by Tragic Death Valley's array formation. Tragic Death Valley also had an array formation, and all array formations required energy to activate. Besides absorbing origin energy from the outside, absorbing origin energy from the magic weapons and pills of these powerhouses was a very good source. You're right. Some unknown force is pulling out all the origin energy in this area. This has also caused the heaven and earth origin energy here to be thin, Xiao Maxian said after carefully feeling all around herself. Chapter 1485, God-Beast Tomb. Chapter 1485, God-Beast Tomb. The heaven and earth origin energy here was too thin. It would be difficult for Lin Ming or Xiao Maxian to cultivate, unless they used a prodigious amount of 9 sun jades. Let's continue forwards. Maybe we'll find something ahead. Lin Ming said. He could faintly feel that deep within the Valley of the Red Dragon, there was some terrifying power transmitting outwards, as if it were some demonic magic. The dark gray rocks were endless. As Lin Ming continued forwards, there were less and less skeletons. Instead, the faint existence of that powerful demonic force was growing increasingly strong. It was not until Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian turned another corner that they were startled by what they saw. Up in front of them was a massive cliff. It was unknown how deep this cliff went, but beneath the cliff was an endless wasteland covered with glistening ghostly green bones. It resembled a giant graveyard. These bones were thousands of feet long or even 10,000 feet long. They were mostly buried beneath the ground, and what was showing was only a tiny part, the tip of the glacier. The bones beneath were far larger. Some were bigger than mountains, piercing through the void and exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. It had to be known that these bones were only a small part of the entire skeleton. If these broken bones were gathered together to form the complete skeleton, then it was hard to imagine how large they were. They might even be 1,000 miles long. These are God-Beast bones. Lin Ming immediately thought. Only a God-Beast could possess such a massive body. This boundless grave had God-Beasts buried within it, and there was definitely more than one. God-Beasts were an extremely rare existence in the divine realm, and yet so many of them were buried here. Seeing these God-Beast bones, Xiao Maxian happily clapped her hands. God-Beasts. There are so many God-Beasts, heavens! Xiao Maxian was a half-God-Beast herself. She certainly wouldn't be wrong about the aura of a God-Beast. If these God-Beast bones were all fresh, then their value would be inestimable. Unfortunately, they have experienced far too long a time, and all their blood marrow and origin energy has been sucked away. Xiao Maxian excitedly flew down to the God-Beast bones, wanting to take a look through them to see if there were any newer ones. In truth, even if 100 million years had passed and the origin energy and blood marrow of these God-Beast bones had been sucked dry, they were still immensely valuable. Not only could they be used to refine all sorts of magic tools, but just absorbing their aura alone would be beneficial to the body. These God-Beasts all died a long time ago, Xiao Maxian judged once she probed her surroundings. These God-Beast bones didn't have the least bit of blood left within them. Moreover, in this endless deep grave there seemed to be some terrifying demonic power that caused her to feel restless. What's deeper past this grave? Xiao Maxian immediately thought. She couldn't help but want to explore further in. And at this time, a faint voice suddenly passed into Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's ears. Do not walk further in, otherwise you will not return. As soon as Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian heard this voice, they shook. There was someone there. Who? Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian raised their guard, immediately probing their surroundings with their sense. However, they couldn't discover anyone alive near them. The voice didn't come again. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian looked at each other and were able to see the shock in the other's eyes. There was actually someone living in Tragic Death Valley. Senior. Junior Lin Ming comes from another universe to adventure through the Azura Road. I was forced by someone into Tragic Death Valley. I humbly ask who Senior is. Lin Ming guessed that this other person must have also strayed into Tragic Death Valley. Although Lin Ming didn't know what dangers existed here, he knew without a doubt that it wasn't easy to survive here for a long time, because the origin energy of the spirit artifacts and magic tools had long been sucked dry. As for this person, they had managed to live for such a long time, and listening to their tone, they might have even gone into the depths of this god-beast tomb. If this were true, then this person must be some extraordinary character. The voice was silent for a moment before saying, "Divine Mist." These two simple words had no title, so it was hard for Lin Ming to estimate this other person's cultivation. But at this time, from Lin Ming's extreme violet ring, Soul White cried out, "Empyrean Divine Mist, a legendary character of the Azura Road. To think it is actually him." "Oh!" Lin Ming was startled. In the Azura Road, not everyone could be called legendary. If this person could reign supreme amongst the Empyreans, then he was undoubtedly unrivaled even amongst peerless individuals. Empyrean Divine Mist, he is a spiritus. He went missing millions of years ago, but I never imagined he would actually be here. This is truly stunning. Soul White said. If what Soul White said was true, and if 10 years within Tragic Death Valley was 1 year outside, then Empyrean Divine Mist had already lived here for many, many years. An Empyrean's lifespan was also only 100 million years long. Even an Empyrean was trapped in here for tens of millions of years. Tragic Death Valley lives up to its reputation. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he held his hands together in respect and said, "Senior, may I ask what strangeness is in this Valley of the Red Dragon? It seems as if everyone here besides Senior has died?" From what Lin Ming knew, there should have been people entering Tragic Death Valley in these last several thousand years. Those that entered Tragic Death Valley during that time should only have experienced tens of thousands of years in here, and yet none of them had been able to survive. The only living being here was Empyrean Divine Mist. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed. He didn't directly reply to Lin Ming's question but said, "You two are both outstanding martial artists, but it is such a pity that you were chased down to this dangerous land." Empyrean Divine Mist's voice clearly had a tone of pity in it. In his opinion, he didn't have any belief that Lin Ming or Xiao Maxian would be able to live. "Hey, Gramps, can't you say some lucky words for us? Maybe we have some chance of leaving." Xiao Maxian didn't want to hear such words. It seemed as if this Divine Mist was saying they would die here without a doubt. "Leave?" Divine Mist bitterly sighed. "If I could leave, I would have left long ago. Why would I sit here suffering in boredom for so many years? In these years, I have witnessed countless elites stumbling into this land, and all of them began like you two. They were first frightened, then shocked, and then excited, doing everything they could to find some method to leave. Many of them cultivated in Tragic Death Valley, becoming increasingly strong, however. No matter how confident they were that they could leave, their final fate was to die here and watch as time slowly withered them away. Facing eternal loneliness and despair, all of them were slowly driven mad by their pain and suffering. They became crazy, demented, their thoughts twisting into chaos until they even killed each other. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke, Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. He could imagine the despair and desperation of those people who were trapped in Tragic Death Valley, with no other fate but to wait for their impending death even as they suffered in the lonely darkness. Even those with nerves of steel wouldn't be able to withstand this. Empyrean Divine Mist continued to say, "The people I mentioned were those who had a cultivation nearing or at the World King realm. Only they have the qualifications to live for a long period of time in Tragic Death Valley. As for the weaker ones, they can only live for several months at most. This is because in Tragic Death Valley there will be occasional eruptions of demonic energy that spill forth like tsunamis. This power will destroy all life, destroy magic tools, pills, and charms. The skeletons that you saw on your way here are those who died beneath the waves of this demonic power. Lin Ming felt a chill crawl up his spine. No wonder there were more skeletons the closer to the entrance of Tragic Death Valley he was and fewer the deeper he went. It was likely that these people had been forced to the perimeter by the waves of demonic power. Whether they were divine lords or holy lords, they had all died. What is this demonic power? Does it erupt from deep within the God-beast tomb? Yes. What is happening within the God-beast tomb? I am unsure. In the past, when I entered Tragic Death Valley, the God-beast tomb was already here. I have stayed here for tens of millions of years and used this time to study the God-beast tomb, but all I concluded was that it is a massive array formation. Some ancient existence had used the bones of 100 god-beasts to form a terrifying array formation, but as for what this array formation does, I have no idea. The bones of 100 god-beasts to lay down an array formation. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were shocked speechless upon hearing Empyrean Divine Mist say this. This really was a heaven-shaking and earth-sundering ability. If there was someone who arranged this array formation, it was an absolute certainty that it would be the Azura Road Master. Only the Azura Road Master would have the daring and ability to do this. But the question was, just what was the reason for it? Chapter 1486, Lin Ming's Ambitions. Chapter 1486, Lin Ming's Ambitions. Gramps, you told us not to enter the God-beast tomb. Will we not be able to return if we do? Xiao Maxian asked as she recalled Empyrean Divine Mist's first words. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed and said, For these last tens of millions of years, out of the innumerable individuals I have seen enter the God-beast tomb, none of them have emerged alive. Only when the eruption of demonic power happens from deep within will their bones be blown out. In the past, I also once attempted to venture deep into the God-beast tomb and possibly find some method to leave the Valley of the Red Dragon, but after passing 100 miles deep I felt the call of a formidable demonic power that nearly made me lose my sense of self. In the end, I failed. The call of a formidable demonic power? One that could even make an Empyrean lose their sense of self. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could confirm that Tragic Death Valley shouldn't be a land of absolute death. There had to be a way to leave. The Azura Road Master wouldn't create such a land to joke around with his incomparably weaker juniors. If Tragic Death Valley did have an exit, then it was highly likely that it was deep within the God-beast tomb, because out of everyone that had ever entered, no one had emerged. Senior, you sound very weakened, Lin Ming pondered. From Empyrean Divine Mist's sound transmission, he could feel that his soul aura was like a flickering candle in the wind. Empyrean Divine Mist was of the Spiritas race, who took the soul as the source of their existence. Now that his soul aura appeared to be so weak, this proved that he likely couldn't live for much longer. Empyrean Divine Mist chuckled self-deprecatingly. Well said. In these years I have experienced countless demonic tides. The origin energy in this cave is far too meager, and the soul crystals and origin energy runes I brought here have long been used up. I can now only depend on absorbing the thin origin energy here to resist the corrosion of the demonic tide. At the same time, I must meditate to maintain my condition, sealing away my life activities in order to barely linger onwards. Empyrean Divine Mist's words contained a depth of sadness to them. A proud son of heaven like himself had ended up in such a state, having to spend tens of millions of years silently suffering in the Valley of the Red Dragon. Such a fate truly moved the heart. Senior, Junior has a question. I wonder if it is improper to ask or not. Lin Ming asked after hesitating for a moment. You and I are nothing but people who will soon die. There is nothing that cannot be said. Empyrean Divine Mist confidently responded. That is, I want to ask, why did Senior enter Tragic Death Valley in the past? That is, the Valley of the Red Dragon that Senior referred to. With Senior's status and strength, you can already overawe the Azura Road. Why would you enter such a perilous land like Tragic Death Valley, where the chances of survival are so slim? Although other Empyreans have come here, they likely came at the moments before their death. If they had to choose between entering Tragic Death Valley or dying in repose outside, they chose to come here and attempt to peek at the secrets of the source of the Azura Road and also to find out how to walk down the path of true divinity. Lin Ming had been wondering this the entire time. He could understand if divine lords and holy lords were accidentally sucked into Tragic Death Valley, but it was impossible for an Empyrean to be accidentally sucked in with their level of cultivation. If they entered Tragic Death Valley, it was a completely voluntary action. If an Empyrean were to enter Tragic Death Valley at the end of their life, then that would be understandable, but Empyrean Divine Mist had clearly arrived here at the height of his power. Why would he take such a risk? Because of enmity. Empyrean Divine Mist said these 3 words and then fell silent, clearly unwilling to say anything more. Lin Ming also tactfully didn't ask further. A single word of enmity. Perhaps Empyrean Divine Mist's life hadn't been as vivid and illustrious as others had imagined. Miss G, let us go back and see if we can find out what the situation at the entrance is like. Lin Ming turned to ask Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian threw back a smile in return, infinitely enchanting. You're quite a dullard, calling me Miss G. Stop being so polite about everything, it's fine if you just call me Siener. Well, alright then, let's go back and take a look. Lin Ming was well aware that after entering Tragic Death Valley, there was no way to leave from the entrance. If there was, then all the previous people who had come here would have discovered that method. If there was a method, then those people would never have waited until they died here. Even so, he wanted to return to investigate the situation and carefully examine the area so he could remember every nook and cranny of Tragic Death Valley. Then he could familiarize himself with the structures and profound principles that govern this land and also prepare contingencies for any emergencies. Xiao Maxian patted Lin Ming's shoulder, casually saying, I already handed over my life and all my property to you. I'm still young and don't want to pass away here, so please lead the way. She was a naturally optimistic person. Even after entering such a danger zone, she still didn't go crazy with despair, even when she had no idea what Lin Ming was relying on. As they walked towards the entrance, Lin Ming was able to confirm his suspicions. The entrance was blocked by a force field. This was a terrifying force field, similar to the surface of a black hole. One could only enter, not leave. Moreover, as long as one passed that force field, then they would enter a completely different world from which even light couldn't escape. This was a true separate world. If even Empyreans cannot break through that enchantment, then there's definitely nothing I can do. Lin Ming shook his head, no longer thinking of leaving from the entrance. He retraced his steps and returned to the God Beast tomb, and then went from the God Beast tomb back to the entrance, taking this path several dozens of times. Every time Lin Ming walked this distance, he would spend 2 to 4 hours doing so. As he walked this route again and again, he remembered the positions of all the shattered bones, where the bones were crowded, sparse, where there were more bones of powerhouses. Every detail that he could memorize, he did. What use is there in remembering all of this? Xiao Maxian asked Lin Ming. They had already walked back and forth several dozen times, taking several days and nights to do so. She wasn't bothered or impatient at all with this, but continued walking with Lin Ming and also remembering her surroundings. Although Xiao Maxian appeared unreliable most of the time, at needed moments she could shine with her own dependability and earnestness. It might be useful. Lin Ming had some faint speculations in his mind and wanted to confirm them one at a time. On the 5th day, Lin Ming had fully remembered the complete details of the area outside of the God-Beast tomb. Then, he arrived at the cliff where the God-Beast tomb lay. With a light jump, Lin Ming flew down to the depths of the God-Beast tomb. His speed wasn't fast. As he flew down, he felt the demonic power that Empyrean divine mist spoke of. As he thought, the further he went, the more that demonic power would increase in strength, as if it were enticing his body and soul, trying to draw him closer. Lin Ming's mind chilled. He immediately stopped flying and returned using his old route. For the next several days, Lin Ming continued to explore the edge of the God-Beast tomb. He went in and out but never went deeper than 10 miles. As for Empyrean divine mist, he had no words to say about Lin Ming's actions. He had already given sufficient warning. If Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian insisted on venturing into the God-Beast tomb to die, then he wouldn't stop them. On the 10th day, Lin Ming returned to the edge of the tomb's cliff and then meditated atop a raised rock. Without any questions, Xiao Maxian accompanied Lin Ming to meditate atop that rock. Placed beside them was the 9-sun jade base, slowly glowing with a gentle light. Xiao Maxian was cultivating. As for Lin Ming, he was perceiving the Tao patterns in the Emperor Jade, verifying everything he knew with the God-Beast tomb. Lin Ming's guess was that regardless of the great desolate God Trove or the exit of tragic Death Valley, it was all located deep within the God-Beast tomb. If he wanted to obtain these things, he would need to journey deep down into that graveyard. And according to Empyrean divine mist, even an Empyrean would lose their mind upon entering the God-Beast tomb. If Lin Ming wanted to accomplish what they couldn't, then he would need to completely understand the profound and mysterious processes of the Great Array formation. Time slowly passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Lin Ming meditated like a stone statue. The Tao patterns within the Emperor Jade were enigmatic and difficult to understand. Even when he was verifying them with what he gleaned from the God-Beast tomb, it was still arduous and straining. In the 4th month, Lin Ming flew off from the rock and continued to investigate the God-Beast tomb. This time, Lin Ming extended his investigative range to 20 miles. Every time, Lin Ming would remember as many placements of God-Beast bones as he could, as well as their auras and law characteristics. All of this information was completely taken in by Lin Ming, being analyzed and summarized by his extraordinary perception. After 2 weeks of analyzing, Lin Ming returned to meditate on the rock once more. In a flash, half a year had passed. During this half-year, Empyrean divine mist had watched everything happening. You are quite persistent with your age. Perhaps having such achievements isn't a coincidence at all, but what a pity! This is an array formation personally arranged by the Azura Road Master, and it contains infinite mysteries. Let alone you, I once spent a full 10,000 years perceiving the God-Beast tomb, but failed to find out anything in the end. And before and even after me, there were countless peerless geniuses who also tried to understand the God-Beast tomb, to seek flaws in the array formation, but in the end all of them were defeated. Empyrean divine mist shook his head. He didn't expect Lin Ming to have perceived anything at all in this last half-year. In this case, Lin Ming was able to focus his mind and calmly meditate each day with no despair in his eyes and no feeling that he would give up soon. Disregarding whether or not all of this was meaningless, just his character and disposition to go through all this was admirable. Senior's words are sensible, but if Junior doesn't try it once, how will I know that all my efforts will be in vain? Lin Ming spoke without opening his eyes, nor did he pause his meditation. He was grasping every minute and second to calmly and assiduously enlighten himself. In perceiving the God-Beast tomb's array formation, there was a great difference between how he did it and how those who came before had tried. Those ancient seniors all attempted to find a flaw in the God-Beast tomb's great array so that they could use this flaw to enter deeper within. But Lin Ming was different. He was studying the entire array formation because he wanted to grasp this array formation together with the inheritance within the Emperor Jade. This seemed like a fantastical fairy tale, but with the ability to reference the Emperor Jade, Lin Ming's own unusually high perception, his solid martial arts foundation, as well as the general outline of the Asura Sutra, this gave him a slim chance of accomplishing it. Lin Ming discovered more and more of the mysteries within the Emperor Jade. The Tao field and Tao patterns inscribed within were the essence of the Asura Road Master's inheritance. It was just that without any notes and without any master to teach him, Lin Ming only had the God-Beast tomb to refer to, making it extremely difficult to understand the inheritance within the Emperor Jade. But this process of enlightenment was actually a way of honing Lin Ming and allowing him to gain even deeper comprehensions. Only perceiving things on his own would be the most suitable process for him. At this time, Empyrean Divine Miss said, "If you don't try it once, then you won't know if your efforts will be in vain, and you aren't willing to give up like that? That's well said of you, but after several more hours the tide of demonic power will erupt. Can you survive that?" Chapter 1487 or Demonic Tide. Chapter 1487 or Demonic Tide. While Lin Ming stayed in Tragic Death Valley for half a year, only half a month passed outside. In terms of exploring God-Burying Ridge, half a month wasn't anything at all. What? Lin Ming entered Tragic Death Valley? Outside of Tragic Death Valley's entrance, Imperial Prince Naki and the others were gathered together. They had following Tianmingzi according to his tracking mark and learned from him that Lin Ming had entered Tragic Death Valley. Tragic Death Valley, that is a place where even Empyreans die. Did that brat just die like this? Naki commented, amazed. He found it a bit unbelievable that Lin Ming died like this. With sage Tianmingzi hunting him down, under the pressure of a great world king powerhouse, Lin Ming came to a dead end and had no choice but to desperately enter Tragic Death Valley. No matter how it happened, Lin Ming is finished, and now my race has one less future obstacle in its way, haha. Mr. Zhou said from beside Naki, stroking his beard the entire time. He was in a very good mood. He didn't believe that Lin Ming had even the tiniest chance of surviving after entering Tragic Death Valley. Could Tianmingzi be lying to us? Naki asked with a sound transmission. He simply found it unbelievable that Lin Ming would die like this. It should be true. Our tracking mark already proves that Tianmingzi flew towards Tragic Death Valley, and he has no reason to hide anything about Lin Ming from us. Tianmingzi also desired to kill Lin Ming. Mr. Zhou said. Then, he flicked a finger with a spatial ring and 4 figures came tumbling out onto the ground in a jumbled mess. Since Lin Ming has been forced into Tragic Death Valley, there is no way that he won't die. Now, our mission can already be considered completed, and keeping these people is no longer meaningful. These 4 people were Fatty Zhou, the dragon siblings Dragon Cloud and Dragon Moon, as well as Monster Prince Du. They had yet to die, but their injuries were heavy and their appearances were miserable. Their true essence and aura had already been sealed away by God runes. They were nothing more than fishes on the chopping block right now. Should we kill them? Mr. Zhou asked. These few words caused the complexions of the 4 to pale. In the face of death, no one could remain calm and confident. In particular, Monster Prince Du's lips trembled. He didn't want to die here. Keep them around for the moment. I still don't believe that Lin Ming would die so easily. If he really entered Tragic Death Valley, then it should be impossible for him to emerge again. However, what I am afraid of is that he has some special method he used to not enter Tragic Death Valley. Rather, he is hiding somewhere in that Red Dragon mountain range. We will stand guard here and keep watch for a year. If we still can't find him during this time period, then that will confirm he has died. Imperial Prince Naki's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said this. Although he was proud and arrogant, he was also cautious in his actions, especially when it came to someone like Lin Ming, who had caused him to suffer a great loss in the past. He knew that Lin Ming had a great destiny upon his body, and dying like this was simply too ridiculous a way to perish. Your Highness is right. Then, let us arrange some ambushing array formations and sit back and wait for him. Mr. Zhou and Naki soon came up with a plan. But at this time, the earth began to faintly shake. What's going on? It's Tragic Death Valley. Naki could clearly see that the red dragon-like divine mountain range was shaking all over. Behind Mr. Zhou and Naki, the Spider Brothers appeared nervous. There is a terrifying energy outbreak occurring in Tragic Death Valley. We must hurry and retreat. The Spider Brothers were God-bearing ridge guides and thus naturally had an extremely deep understanding into Tragic Death Valley. Normally, staying near Tragic Death Valley wasn't too dangerous, but if there was an energy outbreak occurring then that would cause all of the evil beings around Tragic Death Valley to be stirred up into a frenzy as they joyfully welcomed this grand feast of energy. And among these evil beings there were even ghost emperors that could compare with great world kings. Energy outbreak? Then, anyone that is in Tragic Death Valley will die? Nakis asked, his thoughts turning. It should be, we aren't too sure. If there is anyone in there, then I estimate they should die until they can't die anymore. As the Spider Brothers spoke, they had already grabbed Fatty Zhou and the others to fly backwards. Naki and his group soon followed. The only one remaining was Tianmingzi. He looked towards that shaking Tragic Death Valley and dark shadows crossed his face like gloomy clouds. This is a demonic tide. Within Tragic Death Valley, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had stood up. The cliff was shaking beneath them, as if it were about to break apart at any moment. A deep and horrifying strength was percolating, gathering deep within the god-beast tomb. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. He immediately grabbed Xiao Maxian's hand. As Xiao Maxian felt her hand grabbed by Lin Ming, she was startled. You don't randomly run, you must follow me, Lin Ming ordered without explanation. His tone was strong and blunt, allowing no refusal. He had already heard half a year ago from Empyrean Divine Mist that the demonic tide would erupt periodically. Martial artists who entered Tragic Death Valley didn't pass away but were instead swallowed up by the demonic tides. This was the greatest test he would face here. He didn't know whether or not he could survive this disaster, but he had to bring Xiao Maxian with him, otherwise she would surely die here. Xiao Maxian was stunned and then nodded in response. Although she was known as a beautiful enchantress, she was still a young and naive girl. Facing such a terrifying disaster, she couldn't help but have a faint feeling of wanting to depend on someone. Junior, this demonic tide is like a volcanic eruption in the mortal worlds. However, what gushes out is not lava but demonic energy. If this energy catches you, then your cultivation and even your flesh will be completely melted away. I know that you think you might be able to rely on your extraordinary talent, but it is impossible for you to resist this demonic energy with your cultivation. In these tens of millions of years, I have even seen ordinary world kings be carelessly caught by the demonic tide and have their bodies burst apart. As Empyrean Divine Mist said this, Xiao Maxian's complexion changed. This demonic tide could kill even world kings. She also knew of the demonic tide, but as for how dangerous it was, she had no idea. But now she learned that even world kings could die in it. With her and Lin Ming's strength, it would be extremely difficult to survive this catastrophe. Could it be that before we find a way to leave we will die in this demonic tide? Xiao Maxian subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Ming's hand. From her angle, she could see Lin Ming's dashing profile. Lin Ming had long since undone his appearance-concealing technique. His facial features were strong and sharp, as if they had been carved by a saber. His eyebrows were straight and slanted up at an angle and his hair was blowing in the wind. At this time, all of Lin Ming's concentration was focused on the depths of the god-beast tomb. His eyes were like stars in the deep night, bright and calm, giving one an inexplicable sense of safety. He doesn't seem anxious at all, Xiao Maxian thought. Lin Ming was too calm to the point that it startled her. Xiao Maxian had no choice but to admit that in the face of this dreadful strength that far surpassed the limits of her cultivation and could easily kill her, she could not remain as calm as Lin Ming was right now. This was something that couldn't be faked, and there was no reason to stay calm if one wasn't, because if they died then they died. Chapter 1488, Perfect Harmony. Chapter 1488, A Perfect Harmony. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, a dreadful column of black energy erupted from deep within the god-beast tomb, impacting into the skies. The demonic tide had begun. Lin Ming grabbed onto Xiao Maxian's hand with even more strength. He didn't expect Empyrean Divine Mist to lend him a helping hand. Empyrean Divine Mist was weakened to an extreme degree, and the fires of his soul were greatly diminished. Although he could still use sound transmissions, he likely lacked the ability to help them resist the demonic tide. Moreover, he didn't have any obligation to help them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like an angry roaring sea, the entire god-beast tomb began trembling. A terrifying flow of energy began gushing out from deep within the tomb, washing towards the cliff with endless momentum. Facing this dreadful storm of energy, Lin Ming didn't immediately escape. Instead, his concentration was completely focused on that tumbling sea of black energy, as if he were thinking of something. Lin Ming was indeed pondering something. On one hand, he had to observe the flow of demonic energy to see whether it conformed to the rules within the Emperor Jade's Tao field. On the other hand, he needed to see just what variations would occur when the demonic tide spewed forth from the god-beast tomb. Lin Ming. In this critical moment, Xiao Maxian's complexion completely changed. Her hand was pulled tightly by Lin Ming, but he didn't seem as if he was planning to run away at all. Instead, he stood there as if he were in a daze. If they continued to stay here, then both of them would die miserable deaths. Go! Grasping Xiao Maxian's hand, Lin Ming turned and fled. Lin Ming flew in front and Xiao Maxian behind him. She followed his exact footsteps, her body fluttering forwards like a piece of cotton as she was pulled forwards by Lin Ming as if she didn't weigh anything at all. Just as they took several steps away, a brilliant black beam of energy shot up 30 feet in front of them, piercing through space like a sharp sword. To even pierce through the void, the degree of sharpness that this energy beam had was unimaginable. Seeing this beam of energy in front of her, Xiao Maxian paled. It seemed that the eruption of demonic energy would come not just from deep within the god-beast tomb, but also from underground. If they had walked just a few dozen feet further forwards, then they would have been struck by this demonic energy, and their fates could be imagined. Lin Ming held on to Xiao Maxian's hand as before, seeming as if he didn't even see this column of energy. He continued wildly dashing forwards. This was a race with his life on the line. He can actually remain so calm. His disposition and foundation are impeccable. If such a good seedling could have been my disciple, then my life's work wouldn't perish with my death. But what a pity! The demonic tide is heartless. No matter how calm a martial artist is, that alone cannot save them. He and I will both die, and it is only a matter of time. A bitter and bereft voice echoed through the god-beast tomb. If it were a world king with a deep foundation, they could rely on their protective true essence to resist the demonic tide. But a divine transformation realm martial artist simply didn't possess this ability. Bang! Another beam of black divine light broke through the ground in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, piercing through the void. This black divine light was more than fierce enough to take both their lives. To flee in such an environment, this could barely be described as frantically dancing upon a knife's edge. Xiao Maxian didn't even doubt that they would both die in the next moment. Each time they seemed to encounter a stroke of good luck and avoid being struck by these energy beams, but they would be struck sooner or later. She following Lin Ming without knowing what direction she was going. In this apocalyptic scene, Xiao Maxian felt the world fall far away from her, with only this hand grabbing her own seeming to exist. This powerful hand was true to the touch, even causing a bit of pain with how tightly it held onto her. Lin Ming's strong feet pumped across the mottled rock. Energy surged within him, and his divine sense radiated outwards, rapidly sensing all of his surroundings. However, wanting to use his sense to discover where the next explosions of energy would occur was useless, even for someone like Lin Ming who cultivated the divine dream law. It was impossible for his sense to penetrate the ground of God-burying ridge that was covered by a massive Tao field. Bang! Another beam of divine light shot upwards. This time, it came from right beneath Xiao Maxian's feet. In that moment, Xiao Maxian felt herself lighten as if she would turn into ashes at any moment. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The feeling of being on the verge of death was like an electric current that shot through her body. At this moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. But then, Xiao Maxian felt a great strength cover her body, wrapping her up and forcefully ripping her away from her position. The black divine light rubbed against Xiao Maxian's right half, disintegrating her clothes. Lin Ming? Xiao Maxian could barely collect her scattered wit. The one who pulled her away just now was Lin Ming. He had already switched direction ahead of time, thus he didn't step onto that beam of energy and was able to pull her away in time. As if he knew where that energy was going to erupt from to begin with. He avoided it? Was that a coincidence? It wasn't just Xiao Maxian, but even Empyrean Divine Mist was startled. He also thought of this idea. Even that eruption of energy had been avoided by Lin Ming. Could this still be described as a coincidence? Empyrean Divine Mist couldn't believe that. The ground rock of Tragic Death Valley was extremely bizarre, and no sense was able to pierce through it. Even a great world king wouldn't be able to determine where the next eruption of energy would appear, so how could a human youth accomplish that? Empyrean Divine Mist didn't have any time to think about this. Lin Ming had pulled Xiao Maxian upwards and flew towards the precipice of Tragic Death Valley. Beneath the distortion of the space laws, Lin Ming easily climbed up the several dozen-mile cliff. He was able to borrow leverage from the cliff, jumping hundreds of feet each time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Crazy flows of energy shot out from the cliff face without end, but Lin Ming seemed to have some incredible ability to predict where they would emerge and manage to avoid them the moment they shot out. This was true whether the energy flows were in his immediate vicinity or not. Underneath this horrifying tide of energy, the ground and mountains were torn asunder. The earth cracked apart and black serpents of fire continued to jet outwards. The demonic tide became increasingly fierce, increasingly violent. Xiao Maxian felt that what she was breathing was no longer air, but the chaotic flow of energy. Pung! Another energy flux shot out. Lin Ming rolled over on the cliff, perfectly avoiding this beam that seemed as if it would absolutely hit him. And at this time, Xiao Maxian, who was being pulled forwards by Lin Ming, was left completely speechless. This clear pattern of evasion absolutely could not be explained by coincidence. It was clear that Lin Ming could foresee where the dangers would erupt. How was he doing this? Xiao Maxian couldn't imagine how it was possible. In terms of sense and soul force, with the support of her own god-beast soul, she wasn't necessarily any worse than Lin Ming, who studied the divine dream law. But she was completely unable to feel where the energy tide would erupt from. This junior, just how is he doing this? In the god-beast tomb, Empyrean Divine Mist was surprised. All of this was completely unexpected, and it surpassed his scope of understanding. It was obvious that Lin Ming possessed some ability that allowed him to accomplish this. The eruption of energy continued. Compared to the black sea of energy that swelled up from the god-beast tomb, the true dangers lay in the energy beams that shot out from the ground and walls. They were virtually unavoidable. If one could avoid these, then there was no need to fear the demonic tide. And Lin Ming seemed to have the ability to foresee where the energy would erupt. Lin Ming's concentration was completely focused on dodging. He zigzagged around, holding on to Xiao Maxian's hand the entire time. With her hand held by Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian felt as if she were holding onto the entire world. Even when the world seemed to be ending, this hand was her safe haven, making her feel as if she could rely on it. Dreadful black waves crashed against the rocks, splashing up tens of thousands of feet. These waves were also dodged by Lin Ming. The rocks were torn apart by energy. The ground underneath Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's feet had nearly turned into a black sea. Such a scene continued for a quarter-hour of time. Then, the energy tide began to weaken and no more chaotic energy erupted. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian came to a stop atop a rock on the precipice of the cliff. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was drenched with sweat. Because he had used up too much strength, and because of how tense everything was just now, his forehead had blue veins sticking out and his fingers were softly trembling. "It's over." As the black waves fell away, Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He felt weak with exhaustion. Beside Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian hesitated for a moment and then stretched out a hand, wiping away Lin Ming's sweat. Her other hand was still being held by Lin Ming. With their two hands grasped together, there was an inexplicable feeling of the two being in perfect harmony. As they fled all the way here, Lin Ming's mind was too tense and concentrated, so he never noticed how it felt to hold on to Xiao Maxian's hand. In fact, this was the first time Lin Ming had held Xiao Maxian's hand. Although he had grabbed her arm before, he was separated by the cloth of her sleeves. But now, he was truly holding her palm in his. Xiao Maxian's hand was soft to an unimaginable degree, and calling it warm and fragrant wasn't enough to describe it. As he held on to her hand, he felt his entire body be refreshed, like a parched traveler taking a taste of clear spring water at an oasis, making his entire body feel comfortable. Lin Ming wasn't a virgin who had never been intimate with a woman before, but this was the first time he felt something so marvelous when holding on to someone's hand. How could this? Lin Ming was startled, and yet he wasn't willing to release Xiao Maxian's hand for some time. Because of the special circumstances just then, he had no choice but to grab her hand and fly, but now that the danger had abated, with Lin Ming's personality, he wouldn't continue taking advantage of her. However, as he released her hand, he felt an unexpected feeling of dismay. This wasn't because of the emotions between men and women, but because his bloodline and soul blended together well with hers. Lin Ming had absorbed a 1,000-foot azure dragon bone, and he had the azure dragon bloodline within him. As for Xiao Maxian, she was the descendant of a phoenix, a true blood child of a phoenix. Dragon and phoenix, rejoicing together. It wasn't just Lin Ming who was feeling this, but Xiao Maxian was the same. She had a strange lingering sadness at releasing Lin Ming's hand. Although Lin Ming's azure dragon bloodline could hardly be considered rich when compared to her own, his foundation was solid and his body was tempered to an amazing degree, even touching upon the boundary of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. In terms of bodily toughness, Lin Ming didn't lose out to Xiao Maxian. From Lin Ming's body, his blazing astral essence and yang attribute azure dragon blood subtly vitalized her bloodline, making her feel satisfied. Chapter 1489, Empyrean Divine Mist. Chapter 1489, Empyrean Divine Mist. Xiao Maxian never imagined that just this strange touch would make her feel so peculiar, enough to cause her mind to shake. She subconsciously drew back her hand, and Lin Ming also took this chance to release his grip. Like this, the two of them separated. Lin Ming recalled the aftertaste of that feeling just now. He couldn't help but admit that Xiao Maxian's bloodline held an extremely strong appeal to him. Now, between Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, besides the attraction between their bloodlines, there was even a faint resonance in their life force. In that period of intense action just now, Lin Ming felt as if all the pores throughout his body had opened, greedily absorbing the pure and gentle Yin Phoenix energy that Xiao Moxian was quietly exuding. This sort of Yin energy fused together with Lin Ming's own blood, complementing each other in a balance of yin and yang, and causing slightly crackling sounds to pop throughout his body. The azure dragon blood stirred restlessly within him, nearly spontaneously forming an azure dragon phantom behind him. This feeling was as if he had just completed a breakthrough. However, they had held hands for far too short a time, and the yin-yang energy hadn't been able to fully equalize with each other. Lin Ming had no idea what effect could be achieved if he really did cultivate with Xiao Moxian. Yin-yang equalization. I never thought that there would be such wondrous result. The body transformation technique cultivates astral yang energy, but the body transformation technique doesn't necessarily utilize the most extreme positive yang energy. If yin and yang can complement each other, then perhaps I can even reach the 9 stars of the Dao Palace faster. In the brief moment when his bloodline was vitalized just now, Lin Ming suddenly had a realization. The higher one ascended in the boundaries of martial arts, the more it required a well-rounded development. An extreme Empyrean could not have a weakness in any aspect. If someone wanted to break through the true divinity realm, relying on just a single cultivation system was far too difficult. On a similar level of reasoning, when one cultivated body transformation to the highest degree, relying on just the limit of positive yang energy was not enough. It would instead become brittle, easy to break. "Thank you for just then," Xiao Moxian softly whispered. Her cheeks flushed with a beautiful red, like the color of spring apples. "You saved my life another time. It seems I owe you more and more." "There is nothing you owe me. You were forced into tragic Death Valley because of me to begin with." Lin Ming sobered up and began to sit in meditation again. When he was fleeing, although it didn't seem as if he were using up a lot of energy, the truth was that it required an abnormally high level of concentration, as he was constantly deducing and calculating the demonic tide with the array formation. This placed a tremendous burden of consumption on Lin Ming's soul force, and it was even more tiring than undergoing a protracted battle. As Lin Ming was meditating, Xiao Moxian also sat down on the ground. She grasped her legs, holding her chin down on her knees. She looked into the distance, her eyes lost in thought. 2 hours passed. Lin Ming nearly restored himself to his top condition. As he opened his eyes, he discovered that Xiao Moxian was staring at him, her wide and clear eyes gazing into his own. Being stared at like this by such a beautiful young woman, even Lin Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable. He coughed. "What are you looking at?" "I'm examining whether you have any pimples on your face," Xiao Moxian sternly said before giggling. As she laughed, she threw back her head, her long black hair slipped behind her ears, gently brushing against her pure and white skin and charming blushed cheeks. In this moment, the gently laughing Xiao Moxian seemed to be basked in sunlight, infinitely beautiful. Lin Ming was startled. He coughed once and then turned around. "Your clothes are torn." When they were fleeing, Xiao Moxian's clothing had been struck by the energy fluctuations and torn apart. Although it didn't reveal anything embarrassing, it still revealed her snow-white arms and silky shoulders. In addition to the enchanting smile on her face, even Lin Ming felt a bit dazed by all this imagery. After being reminded by Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian stuck out her tongue and immediately formed new clothes of origin energy around her body. As for her torn vestments, she placed them back in her spatial ring. After finishing all of this, Xiao Moxian continued looking at Lin Ming, seeming as if her pitch-black eyes could speak on their own. "What are you looking at me for?" Lin Ming asked a second time. "Just curious. You seem to have many secrets on your body. I'm interested." Xiao Moxian had followed behind Lin Ming and watched as Lin Ming dodged all the eruptions of demonic energy as if he could foresee where the demonic tide would shoot out from. And back in God-burying Ridge, Lin Ming's understanding of the landscape also far surpassed her imagination. None of this seemed rational or possible, but Xiao Maxian never asked for the reason why. She liked to maintain this sort of mystery and slowly unravel it on her own, only then would it be interesting to her. It was similar to when she had guessed that Lin Lanjian was Lin Ming, but had never voiced this speculation out loud. In Xiao Maxian's eyes, Lin Ming was like a fantastically wondrous novel. There was no way to know what would be written on the next page, and as she was full of expectations she would be urgently ready to read the next page because she would still be surprised even then. At this time, Empyrean Divine Mist's sound transmission sounded out in Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's ears. "You two come here, I want to see you." Lin Ming stood up upon hearing this sound transmission. Before this, he had only heard Empyrean Divine Mist's sound transmission and had never seen him in person. Towards this senior who had been stranded in tragic Death Valley for tens of millions of years, Lin Ming always felt a certain respect. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian passed through the valley paths that were destroyed by the black tide of demonic power. As they did, they were surprised to discover that the mountains and stones that were torn asunder by the demonic energy actually began to bond back together, as if these rocks were alive, made from flesh and blood, and were able to naturally regenerate. He knew that this was a function of the Tao field. When the Azura Road Master had laid down the Tao field, this tragic Death Valley had become an indestructible magic tool that not even an Empyrean could destroy. After a period of time, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian arrived at the cliff of the God-Beast tomb. According to the guidance of Empyrean Divine Mist's divine sense, they passed through another valley glen and came to a large, depressed hollow 20 miles deep. This area was located between two giant bones and the location was extremely secretive. Force field. Lin Ming stopped. He discovered that there was a force field between these two bones, as if a cave dwelling were hidden here. Lin Ming cleared his mind and calmly waited. After 10 breaths of time, the force field automatically opened and Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian both saw what lay within. The cave dwelling between the two bones was extremely narrow and small. In fact, calling it a cave dwelling wasn't appropriate at all, because this space was only large enough to accommodate a single person. Within this tiny space was a massive purple crystal, and sealed within this purple crystal was a person. This person's eyes were tightly shut and his arms were crossed against his chest. His body was shrouded in ragged white robes and was withered and dried like firewood, making him seem no different from a mummy. Only a faint glimmer shining out from this person's body proved that he was a spiritus from the soul race and also proved that his body still faintly possessed the fires of life. Although his fires of life were like a precarious candle in the wind, the dignity and aura emanating from this person proved his status as an unrivaled powerhouse. He was without a doubt Empyrean Divine Mist. Senior Divine Mist. Looking at Empyrean Divine Mist's current condition, Lin Ming could only sigh with emotion. Time was truly the most terrifying weapon in all of creation. Even an extraordinary Empyrean of his generation had been reduced to such a state. "You have truly startled me." A low and deep sound transmission echoed near Lin Ming's ears. Empyrean Divine Mist's eyes were still closed. His body was completely sealed away in that purple crystal, unable to move at all. "I originally thought that you would not be able to escape this catastrophe, but you actually managed to survive. That demonic tide will even exterminate world kings, and yet you live before me. That is incredible. You are far more outstanding than my wildest dreams. Moreover, that demonic tide can be considered quite strong. Since you escaped that catastrophe, you should have no problem surviving the next one. If so, then you shouldn't have any problems living here." Empyrean Divine Mist's tone was very slow. Lin Ming simply listened to him, not even expressing any opinion of Divine Mist's praise, instead remaining calm. In this sort of deathland, you can free your heart from arrogance and impatience, focusing your heart to perceive the Azura Road Master's array formation. Your intentions are good, but what a pity your cultivation is too weak. If you were able to become an Empyrean, then perhaps you truly would have the chance to break your way out of this land. Well, I have nothing to do now, so I shall lend you a helping hand and rapidly increase your strength in a short period of time. I believe you are probably someone who cultivates essence, energy, and divine? Empyrean Divine Mist saw through Lin Ming's cultivation method. Lin Ming nodded, yes. What deep ambitions! You humans, whether it is soul forging or body transformation, neither path comes easily to you. Yet you dare to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. In the aspect of essence gathering I have nothing I can provide you, but in terms of the soul forging laws, I dare say that within the entire Azura Road, there is no one who can claim to be above me. Empyrean Divine Mist was highly confident in his words. He was from the soul race, and was an extreme Spiritas Empyrean. If he said this, he naturally wasn't boasting in the least. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke to hear, before hearing Lin Ming's opinion, a powerful mind force broke out from the purple crystal and thrust towards the point between Lin Ming's eyebrows like a divine sword. Seeing this sword of will fly towards him, Lin Ming was startled. However, he didn't resist at all, instead allowing this sword of will to penetrate deep into his own spiritual sea. In fact, he couldn't resist even if he tried. Just what sort of character was Empyrean Divine Mist? As a peak Empyrean of the soul race, his attainments in soul and will were unrivaled. Good. Good. Very good. Blue Soul Battle Spirit. As a human at the mere divine transformation realm, you have actually formed a blue soul battle spirit. You have surprised me yet again. Even in the ancient era of 3.6 billion years ago, there still might not have been a genius like you who could appear. In that instant, sealed deep within the purple crystal, Empyrean Divine Mist's eyes suddenly shot open. Because of the discovery of the blue soul battle spirit, he was especially excited, and his fires of life became that much more vibrant. You cultivate essence, energy, and divine, but compared to your body transformation and essence gathering, your soul forging system attainments are far too low. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke, his eyes were like two ghostly blue flames burning in the dark, emitting an enigmatic and breathtakingly fearful light. Today, I lend you a hand and help you fulfill your goal. If you really have even a 1 in a million chance of escaping from this land of death, then that will be completing one of my wishes. Chapter 1490 Grinding the Soul. Chapter 1490 A Grinding the Soul. A tall ancient sword floated within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This was Empyrean Divine Mist's sword of will. This sword emitted a deep blue aura, vivid and primal. The sword blade aimed at Lin Ming's spiritual sea and suddenly thrust outwards. Whoosh! The sword directly submerged into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. At this moment, Lin Ming's entire body shook, his face whitened, his lips trembled, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Empyrean Divine Mist had actually used this soul sword to attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This crude and barbaric method was more than enough to damage to Lin Ming's soul. However, Lin Ming believed in his intuition that Empyrean Divine Mist wouldn't harm him. At this time, there was no meaning in Divine Mist harming him if he couldn't leave. Moreover, the fires of his soul were already so weak, so what would he covet from Lin Ming? And if Empyrean Divine Mist wanted to truly harm him, he would have suffered from far more than some soul pain. Even if Empyrean Divine Mist was weakened to an unbelievable degree, he still had more than enough strength to exterminate Lin Ming. The proof of this was that Empyrean Divine Mist was able to use some secret technique to forcefully withstand the demonic tide, whereas Lin Ming couldn't. Your soul is already extremely powerful and you have even cultivated a soul technique, but your soul and your will lack killing intent. This is similar to a squad of strong soldiers having no military tactics or discipline at all. If they went to war, they would dash about and move independently of each other, and no matter how strong these soldiers were individually, the strength they would be able to display would inevitably be limited. Your soul is in the same situation. Although you have a powerful soul force, you still cannot kill others. Your soul is only used to explore and sense the world around you. At the highest level, you only use it to support your battle spirit in an attack. This is far from being sufficient. You must fuse your soul into your body and have it become a part of your true power. Have my soul fuse into my body and become a part of my power. Empyrean Divine Mist's words caused a brilliant beam of light to flash through Lin Ming's mind. Thinking about it, what Empyrean Divine Mist said was true. On the occasions he used his soul force, he nearly only used soul force. But in combat, Lin Ming relied on his body transformation and essence gathering systems to succeed. In terms of the soul, besides his battle spirit, Lin Ming didn't use it in combat at all. This was because Lin Ming's soul forging system was far weaker than his other two cultivation systems. In true combat, Lin Ming only used the soul forging system in 3 essences as one. But that was only using spirit essence, not truly using his soul. What should I do? Lin Ming asked. First, I shall temper your soul. Your soul is a mine rich with ore. Although it is powerful, there are far too many impurities. I shall help you temper it. As Empyrean Divine Mist spoke, his sword of will that was within Lin Ming's spiritual sea suddenly chopped down. This strike was several times more terrifying than the previous one. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was nearly brutally torn in half. Lin Ming's entire body shook and he kneeled down on the floor. Blood began flowing out from his ears and nose. Lin Ming! Xiao Moxian's heart tightened. She quickly went to support him. He's fine. I used a secret technique to temper his soul. You come as well. Consider this as good fortune I bestow upon you. Another sword shot out from between Empyrean Divine Mist's eyebrows and sank into Xiao Moxian's spiritual sea. Xiao Moxian's complexion paled, and she tightly clenched her fists. The god-beast blood within her was pushing back against Empyrean Divine Mist's soul force. Do not resist me. My strength is limited and cannot continue for too long. This is an arcane ability unique to my Divine Mist lineage. Using the most savage method possible, I will hammer your soul and grind down your spiritual sea. Then, I shall restore it and the cycle will begin anew. Bearing the pain of your soul being torn will not be easy. But if you can withstand it, then it will be a great advantage to you. But, if you cannot withstand it, then it may harm your soul forever. In my Divine Mist lineage, there are few people capable of using this arcane technique. Moreover, when they do so, they will often have to perform many preparations, readying all sorts of soul medicines to prevent others from being harmed by this technique. But we do not have the luxury of these conditions. Even so, I believe you two are the most extraordinary of the outstanding heroes that exist, and I also believe you will surpass this. When Empyrean Divine Mist spoke of the Divine Mist lineage, he was naturally referring to the extreme Empyrean Holy Land he once helmed. Those that were able to withstand such a technique were inevitably peak Empyrean descendants. Even so, when those Empyrean descendants had to withstand such a barbaric method of tempering their soul, they had to be cautious and slowly adapt to it. But now, Empyrean Divine Mist had immediately forced them to bear the brunt of the pain. This was because the current situation was far too special. The pain of a disintegrating spiritual sea was beyond any description. 70% of Empyrean Divine Mist's strength was focused on Lin Ming, and the other 30% was branched off to Xiao Moxian. This was mainly because Xiao Moxian didn't have any attainments in the soul forging system. Like this, the tribulation that Xiao Moxian withstood was far less agonizing than Lin Ming. Even so, she grit her teeth together, finding this almost impossible to withstand. She clenched her teeth and silently endured the pain. Currently, she wasn't the young teenager she was in the past. Back then, her natural disposition was to play around all the time, and she hated cultivating. Having her withstand such pain was certainly impossible. But now, the great calamity of humanity had arrived and could erupt at any moment. As for her monster race and demon-dawn bloodline, they had fallen into a dizzying choice that would decide the future fate of their people. Not just that, but she had fallen into this dangerous land, and she had no idea whether she would survive and make it out. There was no longer any path to escape the choices she would have to make in the future. She could only strengthen herself as much as she could. Only like this could she stand ready and tall in the tumultuous waves of the great calamity. Purring. With a crunching sound, Lin Ming felt his own soul crack apart like glass. The sword of will that floated above his spiritual sea morphed into a sledgehammer and heavily smashed his soul. This torment was simply unbearable. Lin Ming felt as if his soul would break apart and he would die at any moment. He bit his lips until they bled and his nails dug so deep into his palms that they were red. He tried everything he could to maintain the last hint of clarity in his mind, all in order to avoid being washed away by the severe pain and suffering the permanent soul damage that Empyrean divine mist spoke of. This was far too painful. It wasn't just pain, but a tribulation of his soul that was impossible to resist. Although Lin Ming's talent had already far surpassed that of extreme Empyrean descendants, and had even reached the standards of being the top genius of an entire race, this grinding tribulation still caused him to nearly collapse. After all, he was not a Spiritas. When it came to how tough his soul was when compared to the peak Spiritas' Empyrean descendants, Lin Ming didn't necessarily have any advantage over them. More and more cracks appeared in Lin Ming's soul. Then, with a faint popping sound, his soul completely disintegrated, turning into endless motes of sparkling light. The disintegration of the soul. To a normal martial artist, this would have been death beyond death. This was even true for Lin Ming. When one's soul disintegrated, their life would end. But underneath the effect of Empyrean Divine Mist's arcane technique, no matter how much Lin Ming's soul disintegrated, it still maintained its form beneath the urging of some mysterious power, guaranteeing that his spirit mark remained intact and the fires of his life were inextinguishable. This was like a common mortal having their stomach torn open or their head cut apart. In normal times they would die, but there were some doctors of superb skill who defied this, even cutting open a mortal's chest and stomach to remove some infection and still guaranteeing that the person would live. This was a truth similar to when a martial artist crossed life destruction and had their body reduced to the tiniest of particles. Then, Lin Ming felt himself isolated from the world, as if he had arrived in some unknown space. Everything seemed impossibly far away and his sense nearly vanished. He had almost reached his limits. He forcefully protected the last bit of pure brightness in his mind, clenching his teeth to stay awake. However, the terrifying power of pain rushed over him a wave, ready to devour him. He would soon not be able to withstand it any longer. At this time, Lin Ming heard a vague summons, seeming to come from the distant horizon. The sounds were beautiful, like the enchanting call of nature. After that, he felt a warm and soft hand take hold of his own. Then, an incomparably pure primordial yin energy flowed up from this hand, spreading up Lin Ming's arm and throughout the rest of his body, revitalizing his dried-up spiritual sea like a gentle spring. Is that Xiao Maxian? Lin Ming immediately thought. This power that flowed up his arm was intoxicating. Although his body was racked with pain, he still felt extremely comfortable, like a mortal with a scalding burn having cool medicinal cream spread over his wounds. This revitalizing power boosted Lin Ming's strength, allowing his will to resist being destroyed. And at his side, Xiao Maxian was also feeling the same way. Her soul force and battle spirit were far from being as powerful as Lin Ming's. Although she only withstood 30% of this tempering, she still rapidly reached her limit and found it hard to continue. In the moment before she failed, Xiao Maxian suddenly remembered something. She recalled the time when she held Lin Ming's hand and their yin and yang fused together, perfectly complementing each other in harmony. Like this, she took the initiative and grasped Lin Ming's hand in her own. Their blood vitality supported and resonated with each other, allowing them both to survive this perilous storm. This state continued for an unknown period of time. Slowly, Lin Ming felt himself gradually adapting to the agonizing pain of having his soul torn apart. Then, a beam of divine light shot out from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. The shattered pieces of his spiritual sea and the fragmented motes of his soul followed this beam of divine light, gathering together and condensing. A moment later, Lin Ming's soul form was restored to its true shape and his spirit mark also returned. He had truly withstood this tempering of his soul. Lin Ming opened his eyes and felt his entire body void of any energy. He was soaked in sweat. He turned his head to see Xiao Maxian in the same state. Her clothes were moist with her sweat and stuck tight to her body, accentuating her perfectly shaped curve. Crystal-clear drops of sweat also rolled down her face, illuminating her soft and blushing skin. For a time, Xiao Maxian's clear face was so beautiful that it was blinding. Lin Ming couldn't help but look at Xiao Maxian and whisper, "Thank you." He was well aware that if she was able to reach out and grab his hand just now, then it proved her situation was far better. As for himself, he was a dried-up lamp on the verge of collapse. "I'm just helping myself here." Xiao Maxian revealed a tired and relaxed smile. Her chest heaved up and down. She had really exhausted herself just now. Chapter 1491 To Shake a Tree with a Gust of Wind. Chapter 1491 To Shake a Tree with a Gust of Wind. Although Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were exhausted, they could clearly feel that their soul force had increased. This sort of savage method of tempering the soul caused nearly unimaginable pain, but the effects were wondrous. There was no soul medicine that could compare to these advantages. Moreover, the key was that soul medicines could only be taken once and would be greatly weakened every time after. But as for this type of soul-grinding cultivation, it could be repeated however many times it was needed. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Ming held his fists together, giving thanks from his heart. As he looked at Empyrean divine mist in that purple crystal, Lin Ming was actually startled. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he could feel that after Empyrean divine mist used that arcane technique just now, he had become even weaker than before. This sort of arcane technique, could it have consumed Empyrean divine mist's soul force? Lin Ming immediately thought to himself, "Senior, I'm fine." Empyrean divine mist closed his eyes. After a moment of silence he reopened them, saying, "Since I have decided to guide you, there is no need for you to express any sense of gratitude towards me, nor do I need you to worry for me. The reason I've done what I did is because I didn't wish for the secret legacy techniques of my soul race to be lost under my hand. Although I do not believe you have any chance of escaping from tragic Death Valley, at the very least, with your outstanding talent you will be able to survive the demonic tides. Without a doubt, you will die after I die, and when I die, the legacy of my inheritance will not be broken. I can rest peacefully with that knowledge." Empyrean divine mist deeply sighed. Even if Lin Ming could survive the demonic tides, he didn't believe at all that Lin Ming could escape tragic Death Valley because his cultivation was simply far too low. "You may leave now. I must rest. 10 days later, seek me out once more. I shall guide your soul forging technique," Empyrean divine mist said, before falling into silence. For the next 10 days, Lin Ming went back to the cliff above the god-beast tomb once more. He sat in meditation, perceiving the array formation and Tao patterns that the Azura Road Master had left behind in the Emperor Jade again. As he constantly meditated on these Tao patterns, Lin Ming discovered that after undergoing that tribulation of soul tempering, not only had his soul force increased, but the speed at which he was able to perceive the array formation had become even faster. He could deduce more and more in his mind. In these 10 days, Lin Ming perceived what would have taken him 15 to 16 days in the past. This was an astonishing increase. It had to be known that Lin Ming would also cultivate his soul in the future and also study soul forging art. In the future, the speed at which he perceived the array formation would be much faster than it was now. Lin Ming didn't think that wetting his soul would give him such pleasant surprises. Otherwise, who knew how long it would have taken him to see through this god-beast tomb? It wouldn't have been a surprise if he had to spend 20-some years here. To Lin Ming, that was far too long a time. 10 days later, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian returned to Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling as promised. This time, they didn't grind their souls. Rather, under Empyrean Divine Mist's direction, they began to study the soul-forging laws. Empyrean Divine Mist had extremely high attainments in the aspect of soul force. In this, he even surpassed Divine Dream. If Lin Ming had a question, Empyrean Divine Mist would answer it with the complete breadth of his knowledge, fully sharing everything he knew. Empyrean Divine Mist's words could be described as utter truths with profound meanings behind them, always directed to the essence of the matter. In the past, Lin Ming had never experienced such guidance before. Let alone Lin Ming, not even Xiao Maxian had been accompanied by an Empyrean-level character and tutored for every hour of the day with all questions answered. After all, whether it was the Monster Emperor or Empyrean Demon Dawn, they both had their own matters to attend to, such as creating pills, cultivating, refining tools, or perfecting their individual inheritances. It was naturally impossible for them to follow Xiao Maxian in particular. Before, Lin Ming had once studied the Divine Dream Law in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace for a year. But in this year, although Lin Ming had perceived things on his own, he hadn't even seen Empyrean Divine Dream at all. It wasn't because Empyrean Divine Dream was purposefully ignoring Lin Ming, but because she simply had far too many matters to attend to. With the great calamity of humanity arriving, Empyrean Divine Dream had to fully invest herself in breaking through to the true divinity realm, so how could she continuously worry about Lin Ming? Learning on his own was completely different from having the guidance of a top master. This was especially true for Lin Ming, who was profoundly inexperienced about the soul-forging system. He needed a good teacher to guide his road. Like this, Lin Ming continued to study and cultivate. Empyrean Divine Mist did nothing but spend all his time wholeheartedly directing Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. As for Empyrean Divine Mist himself, he indeed had nothing beyond this that he could do. Thus 2 months of time passed. Besides cultivating, Lin Ming spent the rest of his time perceiving the array formation. As time passed, he gained an increasingly deep understanding of the God-Beast tomb that the Azura Road Master had arranged. As his soul force continued to rise, Lin Ming would gain new insights each time. On this day, Empyrean Divine Mist had finally saved up enough energy in preparation to help Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian wet their souls once more. This time, before the grinding process even began, Xiao Maxian simply held onto Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming felt a bit embarrassed. He looked at Xiao Maxian, not sure what to say. As Xiao Maxian caught Lin Ming's glance, she blushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward. But soon enough she gave a snort and deliberately used an indifferent tone to haughtily say, "What are you looking at anyways? It's just holding hands a few times, there's no need to be so affected by how strange you think it is." Lin Ming nodded and embarrassedly traced his nose before turning back. In truth, when he held hands with Xiao Maxian, he was the one who obtained more benefits. Then, the soul-wedding training began. With the previous time's experience, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian found it a bit easier to withstand the agonizing pain. Even so, Empyrean Divine Mist seemed to purposefully increase the intensity of this grinding. After the process was finished, the two were still completely exhausted and near the point of fainting. Lin Ming rested for a full hour before he was able to catch his breath. As he looked at Empyrean Divine Mist, he discovered that his complexion was even paler than before and his soul aura had greatly weakened. Senior, your body, Lin Ming was able to confirm that every time this arcane technique was used, it would place a massive burden on Empyrean Divine Mist's soul force. You leave now. Seek me out again 10 days later. There is no need for you to worry about me. To me, living an extra year or dying a year early doesn't mean anything at all. Lin Ming fell into silence as he heard Empyrean Divine Mist's words. He simply had no idea what to say. He quietly returned to the nearby cliff and began to perceive the god-beast tomb once more. Days passed like this, one after another. Cultivating, wedding, perceiving. Although these days seemed boring and dull, Lin Ming was actually completely investing his heart and mind into it. There was no separation of night or day in tragic Death Valley. If Lin Ming carefully kept a record, then he could remember the time and date, but if he invested himself thoroughly in training, then it was easy to lose track of time. Lin Ming was in a trance. Without feeling the passing of years, his hair grew increasingly long, nearly reaching his waist. As for Xiao Maxian's hair, it flowed down like a luxurious and incomparably beautiful black waterfall, nearly touching the ground. As he and Xiao Maxian trained, their cultivations nearly reached the peak of the late divine transformation realm. They were only a single step away from breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. Divine transformation to Divine Lord was a large step. Many martial artists of the divine realm had to use hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to break through it. Even Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were unable to accomplish this overnight, but needed a massive amount of accumulations. Shimmering silver-white blood spewed forth from Empyrean Divine Mist's mouth, spraying onto the purple crystal and dyeing it in shards of broken silver. Many spiritas had silver blood that shined like liquid mercury. Senior! Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian cried out in alarm. After finishing the soul grinding just now, Empyrean Divine Mist had spat out a mouthful of blood. He had clearly consumed far too much energy and had even damaged his life source. With a series of sharp sounds, cracks began to spread all over the purple crystal that held Empyrean Divine Mist. These cracks had been there already, but now they had widened, making it seem as if the purple crystal would shatter at any moment. I'm fine. I understand my own body well enough. Empyrean Divine Mist's voice was weak and faint. The purple crystal he sealed himself in was in truth a top-grade soul crystal, similar to humanity's 9 sun jades. This soul crystal was used to maintain Empyrean Divine Mist's vitality. Once it completely shattered, it would be difficult for Empyrean Divine Mist to continue going on. Even if he barely managed to survive, he wouldn't be able to withstand another eruption of the demonic tide. In terms of strength, the current Empyrean Divine Mist wasn't necessarily a match for even an ordinary world king. Senior, you have reached your limit. You cannot help us with the soul wedding training any longer. Upon seeing such an extreme character of his generation end up in this situation, Lin Ming didn't feel any better. You do not need to manage me. All you need to do is practice the inheritance I have passed down to you with best of your ability. In Divine Mist's life, I do not wish to leave behind any regrets before I die. Empyrean Divine Mist's voice was insisting. Seek me out again 10 days from now. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian looked at each other, able to see the helplessness in the other's eyes. Empyrean Divine Mist simply wouldn't listen to them. Lin Ming turned and silently left, and at this time Empyrean Divine Mist called out to him once more. Junior, are you going to perceive the God-Beast tomb once more? Yes. Lin Ming nodded. You are quite persevering, Empyrean Divine Mist chuckled. Since the purple crystal began to crack apart once more, the expression on his face became much livelier. "Junior, do you know how long you have been in Tragic Death Valley for already?" Lin Ming shook his head. "I don't know the exact time, but it should have been several years." "It is 7 years." Lin Ming was startled. To those ancient characters that lived for millions of years, this was only a fleeting moment. But to the 50-some-year-old Lin Ming, this was an extremely long period of time. 7 years, and during this time you never ceased to meditate upon the God-beast tomb. That is truly praiseworthy persistence. Empyrean Divine Mist praised. But as Lin Ming heard this he responded, "Senior says that Junior has praiseworthy persistence, but I feel that this might not be a compliment at all, but a word of caution that this Junior is wasting his time in trying to shake the leaves from a tree with a gust of wind and simply overreaching his bounds." Lin Ming was able to discern the meaning hidden behind Empyrean Divine Mist's words. In fact, no matter who saw this situation, they would never think that a divine transformation realm martial artist would be able to see through the massive array formation that the Azura Road Master had laid down with innumerable god-beast skeletons. No matter how one phrased it, this was simply a fantastical tale. Even if Lin Ming were to trade positions and hear about this, he still wouldn't believe that he could accomplish it. Climbing the road of martial arts is originally trying to shake the leaves from a tree with a simple gust of wind. At the least, you have the courage to try. Empyrean Divine Mist's tones suddenly filled with deep emotions, as if Lin Ming's words had made him recall a distant memory. In the end, he too had once been someone who had tried to shake that tree with nothing but a little bit of wind, and as he was climbing to the peak of that martial arts mountain, he stumbled into Tragic Death Valley midway. Thus, Empyrean Divine Mist didn't approve or disapprove of Lin Ming's thoughts. Even if he believed that Lin Ming wouldn't perceive anything useful from the God-beast tomb, he still appreciated Lin Ming's heart and will to do so. "Senior's words are reasonable, but I believe that in as long as 1 year or as little as 3 months, I will be able to completely understand the God-beast tomb and break through." As Lin Ming said these words, Empyrean Divine Mist was suddenly startled. His eyes popped open, looking at Lin Ming, the beating soul fires within the depths of his eyes dancing without end. Chapter 1492. I Will Follow You. Chapter 1492. I Will Follow You. Lin Ming suddenly saying that he could break through the array formation in 3 months to a year left not just Empyrean Divine Mist shocked, but even Xiao Maxian felt her jaw drop down. "Lin Ming, are you saying you want to break through the array formation? Are you joking with me?" "I believe I have a 60 to 70% chance of doing it." Lin Ming couldn't confirm this with absolute confidence because there were many things he had yet to understand. "Are you playing with me? I already prepared myself to spend several hundred years or even 1,000 years here, but you're saying you can leave so soon?" Even though Xiao Maxian had confidence in Lin Ming, she always felt that it would be a bit ridiculous for him to see through the array formation that the Azura Road Master had laid down. If this were the past Xiao Maxian, then her mind would have long collapsed upon discovering that she would have to stay in this pitch-black and unchanging hell for several hundred years. But now with Lin Ming accompanying her, Xiao Maxian didn't feel that the days were too boring. "Do you even know what you are saying? This God-beast tomb is likely an ancient great array left behind by the Azura Road Master. The Azura Road Master is a character that existed 10 billion years ago, and even now no one knows whether he is alive or dead. There are several hundred god-beast corpses laid down in the god-beast tomb, and yet this impossibly grand method is only a single piece in the Azura Road Master's chess game. As for what his final goal is, not even I can guess. But, just from what I've gleaned in these years, it is nearly impossible to break through that array formation. Moreover, in the past I also tried thoroughly researching the array formation, and didn't discover any clues in 10,000 years." Empyrean Divine Mist immediately said all these words in one breath, his voice hoarse as if he had consumed a great deal of strength to do so. "Senior, are you afraid that I comprehended something incorrectly?" Lin Ming asked Empyrean Divine Mist, seeing the caution behind his words. "Yes. I have consumed too much soul force today, so it is difficult for me to continue using sound transmissions. I want you to know that the Azure Road Master should have possessed at the very least an extreme true divinity cultivation, and perhaps he likely even stepped beyond that to an unknown boundary. For you to use just 7 years to break through his array formation is simply too unbelievable. I worry that you made some mistake at the very start and continued along this error as you perceived the array formation. If you enter the God-Beast tomb because you incorrectly comprehended something due to a mistake, then you'll have wasted your life in vain." As Empyrean Divine Mist finished speaking, he fell silent. The purple crystal surrounding him was already dyed a dazzling silver by his blood, streaks of it flowing around like rivers of mercury. As Lin Ming saw this silver blood, he sighed. He held his fists together and said, "Senior, please rest well and don't use sound transmissions any longer. This junior understands to handle affairs cautiously." Empyrean Divine Mist faintly shook his head as he heard Lin Ming's reply. He knew that Lin Ming didn't take heed of his warning. No matter how talented a martial artist was, they could still find themselves taking grueling detours in their cultivation. No matter how smart a student was, even they could make mistakes on a test. Similarly speaking, a talented array master could also make mistakes when breaking through an array formation. If they comprehended something wrong from the start, the results they would deduce at the end would also be wrong. After all, the mind was not the heavenly Tao rules. No one could guarantee they would be correct 100% of the time. Looking at Lin Ming's fading back, Empyrean Divine Mist let out a bitter sigh. He didn't hope that Lin Ming would die like this, causing all of his previous efforts to be for naught. As Lin Ming returned to his stone atop the cliff, he didn't waste a single second and immediately began meditating as he sat down, perceiving the lines within the Emperor Jade. During these years, Lin Ming's soul force became increasingly powerful and his deductions became increasingly sharp. He wasn't too far away from thoroughly comprehending the God-Beast tomb. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. During this time, Lin Ming didn't return to Empyrean Divine Mist to study the soul-forging laws. Instead, he sat motionlessly atop the rock in a completely entranced state. The 33 heavens, the boundless great Tao. My resolve is to seek the peak of all martial arts. I spent 3 billion years to travel through the 33 heavens, cultivating 33 lives. 1 life, 1 Empyrean, 1 life, 1 divinity. What I seek is the highest truth of the heavenly Tao. The words of the Azura Sutra's general outline repeated themselves within Lin Ming's mind. The general outline only had a mere several hundred words, but they actually contained the Azura Road Master's understanding of the Great Tao as well as the path he chose to cultivate. Moreover, it hinted towards the highest truths of the God-Beast tomb. With the Azura Sutra general outline and the Emperor Jade pendant added together, Lin Ming used a total of 7 years to fully understand the essence of the God-Beast tomb. 33 heavens, 33 lives. Lin Ming murmured this number again and again. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind as the entire array diagram of the God-Beast tomb appeared in his mind, overlapping with the Emperor Jade's lines as they verified each other. The God-Beast tomb's great array formation is divided into 33 parts, each part containing profound and mystical principles consistent with the Tao of the 33 layered heavens. And in the center of the tomb there are 3 blank spots. Could the Azura Road Master have laid down this array formation so that the future generations could fill in these 3 gaps? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He felt as if he had seized upon new insights yet again. Even though he thought comprehending 80 to 90% of the God-Beast tomb's array formation was his limit, he was actually able to go another step further. 3 months might not be enough, Lin Ming thought to himself. Unwittingly and unknowingly, he had already entered an ethereal state. His mind was completely focused on the god-beast tomb's array formation. Besides that, everything else in this world seemed to fade away. This was similar to a state of enlightenment. For most martial artists, this was a state that could only be discovered and not sought, but with Lin Ming's unusual perception and powerful soul force, in addition to his ethereal martial intent having fused with his other martial intents, he actually regularly entered this enlightened state. This was the state of comprehending without a thought that Buddhist martial artists often spoke about. 4th month. 5th month. Lin Ming was as still as a statue above the cliff rock, not moving at all. There was even a thin layer of bone dust that had gathered over his body. Thus half a year passed. It was already 3 months past the shortest deadline that Lin Ming had thought of. For this last half-year, Empyrean Divine Mist hadn't sent out a single word, but had remained in a deep slumber within the purple crystal. Empyrean Divine Mist could only sigh inwardly. Lin Ming was simply too stubborn. A martial artist needed a heart of persistence, but it was rare to see someone as persistent as Lin Ming. 6 months and 10 days later, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes from meditation. In the pitch-black darkness of the god-beast tomb, his eyes shined like stars in the sky, brilliant and dazzling. Lin Ming. Xiao Maxian was startled from beside Lin Ming. As she turned and saw that he had opened his eyes, she happily said, "It took you long enough to wake up. You've been meditating for such a long time that I thought you went crazy." Xiao Maxian could see that Lin Ming's eyes were filled with a glorious light. Besides being a bit exhausted, he didn't seem to have overdone anything at all. She finally relaxed herself. "I'm glad that you're fine. Don't push yourself too far. This is an array formation likely left behind by the Azura Road Master. It's already extremely brave of you to try and perceive it. Even I attempted it, but I couldn't understand anything at all." Xiao Maxian had been watching over Lin Ming for the last 5 months already. As she watched him perceive the god-beast tomb, she was a little distressed upon thinking that he might have overdrawn his mentality in doing so. Without noticing it, Lin Ming had already managed to occupy a little spot in her heart. She continued to say, "Rest up. We'll restore ourselves and tomorrow we'll go back to Senior Divine Mist to continue training." Seeing Lin Ming not say a single word in response, Xiao Maxian's eyes twitched. "Hey, I spoke so much and yet you don't seem to have heard me." Just as Xiao Maxian's voice fell, Lin Ming suddenly reached out a hand and held Xiao Maxian's wrist. "Lin Ming, you..." Xiao Maxian was stunned. She didn't know just what Lin Ming was doing. Although they had often held hands in these past 7 years, there was always a reason behind it, with no other meaning. In an idle time, the two of them had never touched skin. "Do you trust me?" Lin Ming suddenly asked, his voice deep and solemn. "Of course I trust you," Xiao Maxian blurted out in response, not sure why Lin Ming would ask such a silly question. "I am going to go into the god-beast tomb until I reach the deepest depths. Are you willing to follow me?" As Lin Ming spoke, he earnestly looked into Xiao Maxian's eyes. His voice was slow and steady as he spoke one syllable at a time. Xiao Maxian was bewildered. "Go into the god-beast tomb? You have comprehended it." "I am 90% sure of it," Lin Ming confidently replied. When he said 90%, that was in case an unexpected situation occurred, like another demonic tide. Xiao Maxian covered her mouth. She knew that with Lin Ming's personality, there was no way he would say something so irresponsible. But, the question now was that even if Lin Ming perceived something, was it right? She felt that the current Lin Ming was slightly delirious. As she looked into his bright eyes, the sight was a bit blinding. As she and Lin Ming looked into each other's eyes, she took a deep breath and nodded. "I will follow you." Chapter 1493 Entering the Tomb. Chapter 1493 Entering the Tomb. From Xiao Maxian's eyes, Lin Ming could see how heavy her trust in him was. He had prepared for this journey into the God-Beast tomb for over 7 years. Moreover, he had to consider Xiao Maxian, who followed him into tragic Death Valley. He had to succeed no matter what. Lin Ming didn't go there immediately. Instead, he and Xiao Maxian flew towards Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling. After 7 years of being together constantly, Lin Ming had developed a deep respect towards Empyrean Divine Mist. Before he left, he naturally wanted to bid his farewells to Empyrean Divine Mist. "Are you sure?" Empyrean Divine Mist asked, his voice quiet and deep. "Yes," Lin Ming calmly and firmly said. He knew why Empyrean Divine Mist had such a heavy expression. In these 7 years, Empyrean Divine Mist had placed a tremendous level of care and effort into Xiao Maxian and himself. If they were to die in the depths of the God-Beast tomb, then these last 7 years would have been lost in vain. Towards Empyrean Divine Mist, who had limited time left on this earth, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had become his spiritual sustenance. After being trapped in this land for tens of millions of years, it was hard to imagine how lonely and desolate Empyrean Divine Mist's life had been. Moreover, the most terrifying thought was that he would die alone in this dreadful place. Before he died, he hoped that he would have peace of mind, and he also hoped that there would be someone to inherit his legacy. Even if that person were to die in tragic Death Valley in the future, at least at the moment of his death, his legacy wouldn't be ended. That would be his final wish. But now, Lin Ming actually wanted to enter the God-Beast tomb. If he failed, his final wish would be no more, and he wouldn't be able to pass in peace. "You will also go." Empyrean Divine Mist looked towards Xiao Maxian. If Xiao Maxian didn't go, then, even if Lin Ming died, there would still be someone remaining. Xiao Maxian grit her teeth. She looked towards Lin Ming, and then turned back to Empyrean Divine Mist and nodded. She was completely in the dark as to what degree Lin Ming had perceived the God-Beast tomb, but she still decided to bet her life on him and follow him into it. "You can wait here. If there is a chance that Lin Ming returns safely, you can always go later." Empyrean Divine Mist tried to persuade her. But Xiao Maxian shook her head, simply saying, "I don't want to." Her courage came from her deep trust in Lin Ming. Moreover, in this dark and desolate land that hadn't changed for billions of years, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had become each other's spiritual light. If Lin Ming were to die, then Xiao Maxian would lose all courage to face the lonely and forsaken future by herself. To live the rest of her life in this sort of hell, even martial artists with formidable wills would fall into insanity from the despair. "Yes, since you have decided to go, then I will no longer try to persuade you. I only hope that when you discover that you have miscalculated, you do not try to show off and can retreat safely without being swayed by your feelings. I also hope that at that time, if it's not too late, that I can have someone bury me when I die." As Empyrean Divine Mist said these words, he instantly looked older. After spending 7 years with Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian and teaching them everything he could, it was like he had poured his very life into them. If Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian left, it was the same as taking away his backbone. In that moment, a strange feeling came over Lin Ming's mind. He wasn't related to Empyrean Divine Mist by blood, and in fact they weren't even part of the same race. Between them, there wasn't the slightest bit of relation, but in the end he had become the continuation of this poor old man's life. When a martial artist stepped onto the road of martial arts, it was impossible for them to know where their path would end. They might perish in a mystic realm, they might be murdered out in the wilds and have their belongings stolen, they might die without their corpse left behind, they might even disintegrate into ash without leaving anything behind. Empyrean Divine Mist was now in this situation. If he perished in tragic Death Valley, the only things accompanying him would be the skeletons all around him. And now, Empyrean Divine Mist only had a simple desire, and it was that someone could arrange a grave for him, and that at the point of his death, after spending tens of millions of years alone, he could pass on with someone beside him. Lin Ming's heart was touched by Empyrean Divine Mist's words. He lifted his robe and deeply bowed towards Empyrean Divine Mist. "Senior, please rest assured that this junior will return and will not allow Senior's care and graciousness to ebb away." Lin Ming didn't immediately leave. Instead, he waited for another demonic tide to pass. Only then did he and Xiao Maxian venture deep into the god-beast tomb. The demonic tide wouldn't erupt twice in a row. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian chose to depart after a demonic tide erupted in order to prevent the possibility that there would be another one anytime soon. Massive bones were scattered all over in the endless god-beast tomb. Some bones were as high as mountain peaks, stabbing into the sky like divine swords, vanishing into the darkness as if they disappeared into some unknown space and time. There was no wind in the tomb, but there were still flows of energy that resembled wind. This sort of energy seemed to be similar to the previous eruptions of energy. As this wind blew past the bones, scratching sounds echoed in the dark, resonating with the bleakness all around and making one feel an inexplicable sense of dread and sorrow. This sense of sorrow became increasingly rich, nearly drowning one in sadness. As they reached 50 miles deep into the god-beast tomb, Xiao Maxian could feel her heart filled with a deep anguish, as if a demonic power was summoning her soul, making her feel as if she had to follow it. This was the demonic summons that Empyrean Divine Mist spoke of. There were many martial artists who, after entering the god-beast tomb, were enraptured by this demonic power and didn't return. The demonic power grew increasingly strong. Xiao Maxian used her powerful soul force to guard her mind and keep the bright clarity shining in her heart. However, this power was far too strange to the point that even a world king wasn't able to withstand it. Although Xiao Maxian's soul force was strong, it wouldn't surpass that of a world king. She soon felt as if she was about to cave in. Although she knew that this demonic power that was pulling at her soul was fatal, she still couldn't help but feel like she was succumbing to it, like she was losing control of her mind. Xiao Maxian wanted to shout out at Lin Ming, but at this time her complete focus was being used to resist the corrosion of this demonic power on her soul. She wasn't able to divert even a single speck of her attention, otherwise she suspected she would immediately lose herself in illusion. In a daze, Xiao Maxian felt a mental strength shoot into her mind, forming a simple rune. This rune was shaped like a sword and pierced through the chaos before diving into Xiao Maxian's spiritual sea. At this time, a voice sounded out near Xiao Maxian's ears. "Guard your mind, meditate upon the Ajura Sutra and use the sutra's laws to revolve your energy." Ajura Sutra. These two words were like bells of heavens ringing in her mind. Immediately, a flash of brilliance cut through her mind. 33 heavens, the boundless great Tao. Without waiting for Xiao Maxian to begin meditating, a strong, vibrant voice resounded in Xiao Maxian's ears. The sound contained intense thoughts that formed golden characters in Xiao Maxian's spiritual sea. Every character was bright and illustrious, containing concepts that were hard to put into words. These characters were the general outline of the Ajura Sutra. As the general outline of the Ajura Sutra flashed in her mind, the pressure on Xiao Maxian's soul rapidly reduced and her mind was restored to pure brightness. The world around her became clear once more. Xiao Maxian discovered that she had been holding onto Lin Ming's hand. A strong yang energy steadily streamed up into her body from his hand. The general outline of the Ajura Sutra she had heard just now had been Lin Ming's thoughts. As Xiao Maxian recalled the moment where she nearly lost herself, she felt her entire body soaked with sweat. Without making the necessary preparations to enter the god-beast tomb, no matter how talented one was, no matter what cultivation they possessed, everyone would perish here. Even though Xiao Maxian was supremely talented, it was impossible for her to ignore the horrifying power within the god-beast tomb. The Ajura Sutra we saw before actually has such an effect. Xiao Maxian was startled. These mere several hundred words of the Ajura Sutra general outline contained far too mystical and profound principles. If the God-beast tomb was really created by the Ajura Roadmaster, then it was reasonable that the Ajura Sutra would have such an effect. However, Xiao Maxian was well aware that she and Lin Ming were only on the outermost edge of the God-beast tomb. They were still far from reaching its depths. Thinking about it, a complete God-beast skeleton was thousands of miles long, and the God-beast tomb was composed of several hundred God-beast skeletons. The size of this place was simply unfathomable. This was an independent world opened up by the Ajura Road Master himself. If they wanted to go deeper into the God-beast tomb, they would have to face even more horrifying dangers. To arrive safely at the end was simply far too difficult. Chapter 1494 Ajura Sutra General Outline. Chapter 1494 Ajura Sutra General Outline. When the demonic power was suppressed by the Ajura Sutra, Empyrean divine mist's sound transmission echoed out near Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian's ears. So that's how it is. You both obtained the Ajura Sutra general outline left behind by the Ajura Road Master. It seems that you two have perfectly left behind your names atop the Emperor's Stone. The moment Xiao Maxian and Lin Ming entered the God-beast tomb, Empyrean divine mist's sense had locked onto their bodies, not leaving them just yet. Thus, he naturally witnessed the scene where Lin Ming helped Xiao Maxian use the Ajura Sutra to overcome the summoning attraction of the demonic power. Does Senior also know the Ajura Sutra general outline? Lin Ming thought out loud. Yes, the Ajura Sutra general outline is rare, but in these countless years there have also been people who were able to perfectly leave behind their name on the Emperor's Stone, thus it has spread out from them. I once tried myself to perceive something from it, but my natural talent was lacking and in the end I couldn't perceive anything at all. I never imagined that the Ajura Sutra general outline could have such fantastic effects in the God-beast tomb. Just meditating on it allows you to resist the attack of that demonic power. When Empyrean Divine Mist referred to his own talent as lacking, he was being modest about it. With his extreme Empyrean cultivation, he had made very little harvests upon meditating on the Ajura Sutra general outline. This was because the Ajura Sutra general outline was a mere several hundred words and didn't contain any specific cultivation method. It was only an outline of the heavenly Tao. Although it contained profound and mysterious principles, it wasn't possible for him to perceive anything through it. You have perceived the Ajura Sutra general outline? Empyrean Divine Mist asked Lin Ming. Yes, this junior obtained the Ajura Sutra general outline from the Emperor's Stone 7 years ago, and I have been enlightening myself upon it this entire time. 7 years of meditating upon the Ajura Sutra, and you have also researched the God-beast tomb. Did you recognize that the Ajura Sutra general outline is the key to opening the God-beast tomb? Empyrean Divine Mist guessed that this was the reason Lin Ming dared to venture deeper into the God-beast tomb. Lin Ming was smart and had recognized that the Ajura Sutra was related to the God-beast tomb's array formation. However, Empyrean Divine Mist had also meditated on these two things before and was well aware of just how horrifyingly profound and mystical the principles contained within them were. The God-beast tomb was an array formation spread over several thousand miles and was complex to the extreme. As for the Ajura Sutra general outline, it was only a mere several hundred words, inversely simple to the extreme. Whether it was complex to the extreme or simple to the extreme, wanting to perceive something from either one was as hard as ascending to the heavens. As for connecting the two together, wasn't that easier said than done? 7 years and only several hundred words, how much could you have perceived from the Ajura Sutra general outline? Empyrean Divine Mist faintly said. Junior's comprehension is poor and I also lack the main text of the Ajura Sutra, thus my understanding is actually very shallow. All right. Empyrean Divine Mist heaved a deep sigh. He knew that urging was useless because Lin Ming wouldn't listen to him. My divine sense can continue for 600 to 700 miles, but after that I can go no further. You must take care of yourself. After Empyrean Divine Mist said these words, he fell silent. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian continued going deeper into the god-beast tomb, and the summoning of the demonic power grew increasingly strong. From the start, Xiao Maxian was able to meditate upon the Azura Sutra general outline to easily withstand this strange call, but after they were almost 100 miles in, that terrifying demonic power had nearly turned into essence. Chi chi chi. A ghostly fire began to burn in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. In just several breaths of time, this ghostly fire transformed into a fierce demon. It had gruesome features with fangs and claws. 2 wings stretched out from its back, and it held a trident in its hand, looking like the Azura King from nighttime stories. The demon roared and hurtled towards Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian paled as she saw this demon. Just this casual demon that appeared had an aura comparable to a half-step world king. This was still the outer edge of the god-beast tomb. If they continued deeper in, who knew what they would encounter? No wonder it was said that even an Empyrean would perish here. Chant the Azura Sutra together. Lin Ming hurriedly shouted out as this demon rushed towards them. Xiao Maxian's pupils shrank. At this time she didn't need Lin Ming reminding her to know that her only method was to use the Azura Sutra to battle this enemy. A half-step world king demon was not an existence she could contend with on her own. Xiao Maxian's cherry-red lips opened and moved, the words of the Azura Sutra enunciated clearly. The words condensed into glowing runes in the air, flying towards the Azura demon like a flock of birds and locking it in place. How fierce! After locking down that Azura demon, Xiao Maxian grimaced in surprise. She had poured her complete strength into her words and yet only managed to barely lock down this Azura demon. She hadn't been able to destroy it at all. And at this time, Xiao Maxian heard a series of explosive sounds around her. Not too far away, several black demonic flames burst into existence, condensing into new Azura King phantoms. These Azura Kings were formed from the overwhelmingly rich demonic power here, every Azura phantom stronger than the first. Xiao Maxian was dumbstruck. This was too terrifying. They were 2 divine transformation realm martial artists, but here they had to face several half-step world kings. How could they begin to fight them? She couldn't help but look towards Lin Ming. From the moment they entered the Great Desolate, without noticing it, she had slowly started to depend on Lin Ming. Although he wasn't too much stronger than she was, whenever there was some danger that occurred he would be able to easily resolve it. At this time, Lin Ming focused his energy into his inner world. The heretical god force and 8 inner hidden gates opened together. Because he seemed to breathe in too much, his entire body seemed to inflate, and a strong aura of the power of thunder and fire filled his mouth and nose. In that moment, Lin Ming squatted down a little and opened his mouth to shout out loud and release massive tongues of thunder and flame. The power of thunder and fire was fused into Lin Ming's breath. He began to speak, and as his words echoed out, each syllable was fierce and thrilling, shocking the mind, seeming to crash down like heavenly tribulation, containing a holy and destructive power beyond description. The power of thunder and flame howled out, rolling through the air like thunderclaps, igniting the world with 10,000 flames. What Lin Ming was loudly proclaiming was the Azura Sutra general outline. Compared to Xiao Maxian's version, it was dozens of times more massive. In that instant, an azure dragon phantom appeared behind Lin Ming. It was like a divine dragon was awakening in Lin Ming's body, sending out an earth-shaking roar. With Lin Ming's body as the center, visible sonic waves wantonly spread out, surging from him like a storm. 33 heavens. The boundless great Tao. A horrifying sound echoed within the world. With a loud crash of thunder, The demonic power all around them was destroyed, and those Asura phantoms were torn asunder by these dreadful sounds. Golden runes formed the general outline of the Asura Sutra. Underneath the suppression of these glowing runes, all of the Asura phantoms began to continuously explode. Pung, pung, pung. Like this, over 10 half-step World King Asura demons were ripped into fragments by Lin Ming. The few remaining Asura demons were greatly weakened, their condition extremely poor. They wanted to escape, but Lin Ming clasped his hands together and the golden runes crashed down upon them with a dreadful pressure. With a cracking sound, these final demons were all completely killed off. All the Asura demons turned into demonic power that fluttered all about them. Off to the side, Xiao Maxian was shocked as she saw this. Although they had both chanted the Asura Sutra general outline, how come there was such a great difference between the two of them? Lin Ming, what cultivation method did you use just now? Xiao Maxian thought that Lin Ming should have used some sonic wave-type cultivation method, but before Lin Ming could respond, Empyrean Divine Mist's shocked sound transmission echoed out to her. Lin Ming, when you meditated upon the Asura Sutra general outline, did you become aware of the Asura Road Master's Tao? The reason the Asura Sutra that Lin Ming had shouted out just now was able to have such an effect was not because he had used any secret technique on his voice, but because he had an astoundingly deep comprehension of the Asura Sutra. The Asura Sutra general outline was a mere several hundred words long, and each word stood by itself. There was no concrete cultivation method, nor was there any description about moves or technique. From this, it was simply impossible to utilize it in battle. Yet, under Lin Ming's comprehension, the Asura Sutra general outline had become a deadly life-culling weapon. That mantra of several hundred words was able to eliminate his enemies. Empyrean Divine Mist had never thought this possible. Although he himself had meditated on the Asura Sutra in the past, in the end he didn't obtain any harvests. Senior is far too exaggerated. This junior has merely obtained some superficial insights, and I am still far, far away from becoming aware of the Asura Road Master's Tao. From this Asura Sutra general outline, what I can understand is only 1/10,000th of the truth within it. I can only waste its potential and shout it out loud to destroy my enemies here. But, the true function of the Asura Sutra general outline is to help guide a martial artist towards the peak of martial arts and help them find where the direction of the great Tao lays. This is the summary of the Asura Road Master's 33 lives, and the direction it points to might be to a realm even above that of a true divinity. This junior simply cannot see it clearly. As Lin Ming assiduously meditated for 7 years, he could increasingly feel just how mighty the Asura Road Master truly was. To transform the words of the Asura Sutra into a strength that could be used to kill others is already fantastic. Empyrean Divine Mist sighed with emotion. The heavenly Tao is vast and endless. In its endless cycles, who can see its direction? For you to arrive at this step is already astonishing. Perhaps you are right. If one morning I could gain knowledge of the correct path, then I could die at sunset without regret. I will no longer try to change your mind. Go forth and break through this God-Beast Tomb's great array formation, whether you succeed or fail. Thank you, Senior, for your understanding. I will not disappoint Senior's expectations. Lin Ming respectfully cupped his hands together. As he turned back around, the demonic power had already vanished. All that appeared in front of him was a massive city wall created by the bones of a god-beast. The pale white walls were formed from bones, shocking and alarming. What is this? Xiao Maxian said, bewildered. This city wall seemed to emerge from thin air. Before this moment she had never noticed it at all. 33 Heavens, Asura Bone City. Within these city walls lies the main center of the God-Beast Tomb's great array formation. Chapter 1495, 33 Tao Diagrams. Chapter 1495 33 Tao Diagrams. 33 Heavens Azura Bone City? Xiao Moxian was startled. She never thought that deep within the God-Beast tomb would be a city wall built from God-Beast bones. Let's enter. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian flew towards this massive city wall. 10,000 feet in the air, they were able to see the world behind that wall of white bones. Then, Xiao Moxian saw something she would never forget in her life. After that wall of bones was not endless barren and desolate earth, nor was it some wilderness. Rather, it was more accurate to say that this didn't seem like they were in some valley at all, but the endless starry skies. The infinite starry skies were broad without end. And floating in these starry skies were massive Tao diagrams. Because the distance was too great and these starry skies were too vast, Xiao Moxian found it hard to determine how large these Tao diagrams were. As she probed with her sense, she finally sucked in a deep breath of astonishment. These Tao diagrams were thousands of miles large. They were comparable to a small planet. All of these Tao diagrams floated still in the skies. At the center of each array diagram was the complete skeleton of a god-beast. These god-beast skeletons were clearly different from the god-beast remains near the outer edges of the god-beast tomb. The bones at the edges of the tomb had weathered the passage of billions or even tens of billions of years. Their blood had long since dried up and there was no value to them besides the bones themselves. But the bones in these array diagrams were shining crystalline like jade. These bones were exuding a rich blood vitality, seeming as if they were alive. These beast bones even emitted the aura of a god-beast, forming a god-beast phantom above them. There were phoenixes soaring into the highest heavens, dragons leaping through the misty sea. It was like these god-beast bones would revive at any moment. This place is… Xiao Moxian looked at this vast array formation, shocked. These complete god-beast skeletons were several hundred miles high and thousands of miles long. As they floated in the vast infinite space, their size was bewildering to the senses. As for Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, in this space they were nothing but tiny particles of dust, completely not worthy of mentioning. This is the true god-beast array formation. Without a doubt, the passage to leaving tragic Death Valley should be here. Lin Ming closed his eyes and allowed his sense to recklessly spread outwards as he verified what he knew with this array diagram. There are 36 Tao diagrams here and 33 god-beast skeletons. The central 3 Tao diagrams are empty. Lin Ming murmured to himself. He had already expected this scene after perceiving it from the Emperor Jade. I never imagined that this would be the scene of the array formation within the god-beast tomb. I attached my divine sense to your body, and it seems you've broadened my horizons. Empyrean Divine Mist softly said. If it weren't for Lin Ming, then his sense wouldn't have been able to break through the chains of the demonic power, and he wouldn't have been able to see the true array formation. 36 Tao diagrams. Each Tao diagram has its own guardian god-beast sealed within it. The inherent killing intent is endless and peerless. Such a terrifying aura already completely surpasses any Empyrean, to a point where it is hard to look up to. If an Empyrean were to step into such a Tao diagram, they would immediately perish. Empyrean Divine Mist didn't doubt how terrifyingly deadly these 36 Tao diagrams were. Just the aura alone was fearful enough. How do we pass this? Xiao Moxian asked. She had never seen such a scene before. In particular, after listening to Empyrean Divine Mist's analysis, she deeply understood just how terrifying this array diagram was. If she had to enter this array diagram, then her pathetic cultivation level could basically be ignored. Just any speck of light could turn her to ash without the smallest chance of escaping. Let's go over, Lin Ming succinctly said. These 3 simple words caused Xiao Moxian's heart to skip a beat. Even Empyrean Divine Mist hesitated, but if Lin Ming was so confident in himself, then he should have researched this 33 array diagram beforehand. For 7 years, Lin Ming had been sitting quietly in meditation above the cliff. How had he managed to perceive the Azura Road Master's God-Beast Tomb Array formation? Empyrean divine mist sucked in a light breath. He could feel that there were far too many secrets on Lin Ming's body. With Lin Ming's divine transformation realm cultivation, he wanted to contend with the array formation left behind by the Azura Road Master. This sort of decision was far too shocking. Can he really succeed? Empyrean divine mist couldn't help but produce such an idea. He didn't think that Lin Ming would die now, because Lin Ming arriving at this point was already a miracle, even if this miracle was because of the Azura Sutra general outline. Empyrean divine mist was well aware that if Lin Ming truly managed to break through the God-Beast Great Array formation, there was a high chance he would find the method to leave Tragic Death Valley. And ever since the Azura Road was formed, there had never been a person who had left Tragic Death Valley. Come with me. Lin Ming took hold of Xiao Maxian's hand and together they flew towards one of the 36 Dao diagrams. The Dao diagram that Lin Ming chose shined with a brilliant spectrum of rainbow light. At the center of the Dao diagram was a flame-colored skeleton, shining like heated rubies, brilliantly burning. This was a phoenix. Phoenix! As Xiao Maxian saw this crystalline phoenix skeleton, her body shook. Her bloodline roiled within her, faintly resonating with the phoenix skeleton. This is a royal amongst all phoenixes, and a peak royal at that. Xiao Maxian whispered to herself. The god-beast skeletons within the 33 Dao diagrams were not from common god-beasts, but the most peak existences amongst all god-beasts. If one could absorb the phoenix marrow within this phoenix skeleton, then whether it was Xiao Maxian or Lin Ming, either of them would experience unimaginable benefits. Of course, this was only wishful thought. This phoenix skeleton was locked onto the array formation and impossible to obtain. When Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian stepped onto the Dao diagram erupted with 7 brilliant fountains of light. These 7 fountains of energy were the colors of a rainbow, thrusting into the sky like 7 divine swords. All around these erupting fountains were beams of divine light formed from energy. These divine lights were as sharp as sword lights, recklessly shooting about. Looking at these distant erupting fountains, Xiao Maxian could clearly feel the terrifying strength contained within them. Although they appeared beautiful and enchanting, the truth was that these fountains of energy could easily shatter apart stars. If one's mortal body was sucked into those fountains, then one would absolutely die. Not even an Empyrean could escape. Facing this titanic power that could eliminate the heavens and earth, Xiao Maxian felt that her own strength was far too little. Even those divine lights that flowed out from around them were extremely terrifying. Xiao Maxian hesitated for a moment and then took out a high-grade spirit artifact, carefully tossing it into the cutting path of the divine lights. The moment that the spirit artifact touched those divine lights, there was a slight cracking sound as the high-grade spirit artifact was easily cut in half by the divine light. The halves of the spirit artifact were sucked into the light, and in the next moment that high-grade spirit artifact had been reduced to nothing but dust. Although she had already expected this result, Xiao Maxian still sucked in a cold breath upon seeing for herself how sharp this divine light was. Destroying a spirit artifact was bad enough, but disintegrating a spirit artifact into dust was even more terrifying. And what was even more dreadful was that these divine lights were only tiny beams that leaked out from the main 7 rainbow fountains. They weren't even comparable. Then, just how terrifying should the main body of that divine light be? Xiao Maxian was clear that this Dao diagram was not something that a person could contend with. Even if there were 1,000 copies of her, all of them would die inside. After throwing away that destroyed spirit artifact, Xiao Maxian looked towards Lin Ming. All she could rely on now was Lin Ming. And facing those terrifying fountains of energy, even Xiao Maxian wasn't too confident in his chances right now. At this time, Lin Ming was floating motionlessly. His eyes were like 2 stars that shined with a dazzling light, his sense capturing the entire Tao diagram. This was one of the 33 Tao diagrams, essence gathering 5 elements. The 33 Tao diagrams represented 33 different ways to cultivate the great Tao. There were 11 body transformation kinds, 11 essence gathering kinds, and 11 soul forging kinds. This Tao diagram in front of them was one of the essence gathering paths to cultivating the great Tao. Lin Ming chose this Tao diagram because this essence gathering Tao diagram closely resembled humanity's cultivation system. Lin Ming possessed high attainments in this domain, and the thunder and fire laws he practiced also belonged to the power of the 5 elements. Lin Ming took a step forwards, revolving all the true essence within his body to the limit. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical god tree began to slowly appear. The heretical god force Lin Ming used was extremely overbearing. Within his level, there was no martial artist that could compare with him. If he revolved the heretical god force to the absolute limit and combined it with 3 essences as one, then in terms of true essence intensity alone, even Xiao Maxian's counterforce heaven-absorbing demon art would have a hard time comparing to it. But now, in front of these terrifying fountains of energy that erupted into the skies, Lin Ming's heretical god force was nothing but a little trickling stream flowing next to the raging seas. There was no comparison between them at all. Lin Ming's strength was only that of a person, but that erupting energy fountain seemed to contain the strength of the universe. Just what was Lin Ming planning to do? Xiao Maxian's eyes widened. She found it hard to imagine what would happen. Lin Ming had summoned the heretical god tree, but relying on this weak strength, what could he do to this massive Tao diagram? Lin Ming's mind focused into his inner world. In his inner world, the azure emperor jade began to shine with a dim brilliance. Lin Ming's true essence poured into the emperor jade without end, slowly spinning around the lines within it. This process continued for several breaths of time. The energy that was poured into the emperor jade came gushing out. Then, the energy condensed into great Tao runes, each one containing the charm of the emperor jade. Several hundred great Tao runes spun around, forming a complete Tao diagram. This Tao diagram spun out from Lin Ming's inner world, slowly coming to a rest above his head where it slowly revolved. Then, after a brief period of time, a second Tao diagram shot out from Lin Ming's inner world. Then a third, a fourth. After a quarter-hour passed, 33 Tao diagrams spun around Lin Ming's body, wrapping him within. "Come in," Lin Ming said to Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian immediately walked into the barrier of Tao diagrams. The space within these 33 Tao diagrams was extremely narrow. Xiao Maxian was nearly stuck skin to skin with Lin Ming, and they could even feel each other breathing. Being so close to Xiao Maxian, Lin Ming's nose was filled with her fragrance. He could even feel her soft body beneath her clothes. Although this sort of feeling was infinitely enchanting, at this time, all of Lin Ming's concentration was focused on the task at hand without diverting even the least bit to anything else. This was a moment that concerned his life or death. "Follow me. You must absolutely not walk beyond the range of the Tao diagrams." As Lin Ming spoke, he began to walk towards those 7 erupting fountains of rainbow energy. After understanding what Lin Ming wanted to do, Xiao Maxian was shocked. Her eyes went wide and her face was filled with disbelief. Lin Ming actually planned to enter those erupting fountains of energy like this. Chapter 1496 Glow of the 5 Elements. Chapter 1496 Glow of the 5 Elements. In Xiao Maxian's opinion, the 33 array diagrams that Lin Ming formed were extremely varied and complicated, even containing the profound principles of the Great Tao. But, looking at these array diagrams, she couldn't sense if they were strong because there was far too little origin energy poured into them. She even felt that if she were to attack with all her strength, she could shatter these 33 array diagrams. In comparison, those erupting fountains of energy could blow apart celestial bodies, and even those sparks of divine light were more than enough to instantly kill a great world king. Now, Lin Ming actually wanted to use these 33 array diagrams to resist the terrifying rainbow-colored energy fountains. This was no different from wearing paper armor and trying to resist a hail of arrows. This caused Xiao Maxian to not be able to summon any confidence. "Are you sure we can walk through like this?" "I'm sure." Lin Ming's voice was calm, without any waves at all. At this time, his mind was completely empty as he focused on dealing with this multicolored light. "Oh, okay." Xiao Maxian rubbed her own chest. In the face of this scene, although she was usually brave and courageous, she still felt a bit weak at heart. She stared at these floating array diagrams and grit her teeth, fiercely whispering, "I guess I'll bet my life with you. If I die like this, I'll haunt you in the afterlife." "This really is betting your life," Lin Ming murmured. He had spent 7 years meditating on the Emperor Jade and the God-Beast Tomb's array formation, but all of that had only been theoretical. If he had to truly put forth what he learned into practical application, then he couldn't say he was 100% confident in himself. After all, what Empyrean Divine Mist said was right. A person wasn't the heavenly Tao laws, and it was possible to make a mistake. Even the most talented student could have the wrong answer on a test. "Lin Ming, I hope you're right," Empyrean Divine Mist quietly said. His body was extremely weak right now, and this was the limit to which he could follow Lin Ming. He couldn't follow Lin Ming into that multicolored glow because if his divine sense was struck by those rainbow-hued lights, his main body would suffer a serious backlash. He could only watch from afar as Lin Ming walked into that light and not follow him any further. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian walked forwards together, carefully making their way into the cover of that brilliant light. Whoosh! Just as they stepped into the rainbow-colored light, a beam of divine light shot towards them like an arrow. As Xiao Maxian saw this beam of divine light about to pierce Lin Ming's chest, her pupils contracted and she sucked in a deep breath. At this point it was impossible to dodge. If she tried to do that, she would be separated from the protection of these array diagrams and would have to face the chaotic flow of divine light all around her. That would be an even worse situation than this. All she could depend on were Lin Ming's array diagrams. Pung! The divine light struck the array diagrams. Then, an unbelievable scene occurred. The divine light that could reduce a high-grade spirit artifact to dust actually crashed into the array diagrams and entered into them like a snowflake falling into a lake of water, completely pushing in and vanishing. Then, this energy circulated in lines along the Tao diagrams, going from one end to the other before finally shooting off in the opposite direction into the infinite space. From start to finish, this energy was like a river that bent around Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, not even harming them in the least. How is this possible? Xiao Maxian's eyes were wide. This array diagram that appeared extremely weak didn't directly block the divine light, but had instead guided it around them so they didn't receive any injuries at all. What sort of principles were these? Thinking about it, for an array diagram to forcefully resist the impact of this divine light, it would need to be something that surpassed an Empyrean spirit treasure. But, if it were only easing the strike, then it wouldn't take as much strength to deflect it. How did you do that? Xiao Maxian found it hard to believe that the protective array diagram around them would have such an effect. It was clearly because of the patterns atop the array diagram. Those patterns had redirected the brutal energy away from them. Lin Ming said in a low voice, "The lightning of the mortal world can sunder a towering old tree, but it actually cannot destroy a piece of steel, because steel can induct the lightning to enter the ground." Lin Ming didn't explain further. He was completely focused on the brilliant beams of energy all around him. The array diagram he set up around them originated from the Emperor Jade, and had the same origin as the array diagram in the God-Beast tomb. Thus, neither of them conflicted with each other. Like this, the array diagram that surrounded them was similar to steel. When struck by the brilliant bursts of divine light, it wasn't damaged at all. Like this, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian thoroughly entered into that gushing rainbow-colored energy and submerged into all the colorful light. Not too far away, Empyrean Divine Mist watched this occur with his divine sense, utterly shocked by what he saw. A bolt of thunder can burn down a towering old tree but actually cannot destroy steel. Empyrean Divine Mist repeated what Lin Ming had said just then. This was an extremely simple truth that even mortals knew of, but now Lin Ming had used this truth to break into the God-Beast array formation that the Azura Road Master had created. When Lin Ming first tried to enter the array formation, Empyrean Divine Mist had never imagined he could arrive at this point. With Lin Ming's divine transformation realm cultivation, he faced the array formation created by the Azura Road Master, and had resisted the demonic power and also walked into the central array diagram. Now, Empyrean Divine Mist's sense was no longer able to continue following them through. Lin Ming still had many dangers to face, and this was only the start of his journey. But, just entering into those erupting fountains of energy was enough to shock the mind. If Lin Ming could continue forwards until he reached the center of the entire God-Beast tomb, then he might become the first person in all these endless years to ever emerge from tragic Death Valley. Empyrean Divine Mist took a slow and deep breath as he silently returned his sense. He felt that these 7 years that passed were no different from a dream. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were 2 unrivaled geniuses he encountered near the climax of his life. The 2 of them had low cultivations, but their talent reached the extreme of possibility. In particular, Lin Ming could create the most unexpected of miracles. Perhaps he might be the turning point in my life, Empyrean Divine Mist suddenly thought, a strange feeling swelling in his heart for the first time in all his years. He had quietly lived on in tragic Death Valley for tens of millions of years, and now, at the point before his death, a turning point in his life had finally arrived. At this time, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian had already walked into the main light fountains of the 5 elements array diagram. Vast surges of light raged all around them, recklessly striking Lin Ming's 33 array diagrams. However, each strike was melted away and channeled elsewhere. But the rainbow-hued lights were far too powerful. The array diagrams violently trembled, seeming as if they would shatter at any moment. Watching these array diagrams that seemed as if they would collapse, Xiao Maxian held her breath and carefully moved forwards. Like this, the 2 of them continued through the elements: violent thunder, fierce winds, raging fires, freezing waters. The power of the 5 elements was passed one at a time. They even passed by the center of the array diagram and the phoenix skeleton that stabilized the array formation. From start to end, Lin Ming didn't have the least bit of emotion on his face. His mind remained completely focused on moving forwards. After an unknown period of time, the glowing light around Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian began to dim down. In that moment, Lin Ming let out a light sigh of relief. His back was already soaked wet with sweat. "We finally made it through," Lin Ming said, his voice a bit hoarse. Chapter 1497 Dragon Energy. Chapter 1497 Dragon Energy. Xiao Maxian looked at Lin Ming, a feeling of disbelief filling her features as they finally passed through that array diagram just now. Like this, with their divine transformation realm cultivation, they had passed through the array diagram created by the Azura Road Master. And there were still 35 array diagrams, 3 of which were empty. In other words, there were still 32 of them. "We don't need to pass through all the array diagrams," Lin Ming said. The God-Beast Tomb array formation was divided into 3 levels that surrounded the center position. As long as they could break through 3 levels of array diagrams, they could reach the center of the God-Beast Tomb array formation. And during these last 7 years, Lin Ming had been carefully researching 3 array diagrams in careful detail. He didn't have time to analyze the others. These 3 array diagrams belong to essence, energy, and divine. The second array diagram that Lin Ming chose was body transformation, a 9 stars. This array diagram was the one Lin Ming was most familiar with. It was part of his cultivation system. The dark gray array diagram floated still within the universe. In the center of this array diagram was a massive dragon skeleton. This skeleton was pitch black and shined with a metallic sheen, seeming as if it were made from divine iron. It was thousands of miles long and its 4 dragon claws rose like mountains. 2 wings rose up from its back, seeming as if they could conceal the stars. A single fierce and mighty horn extended high from its head, shooting up like a divine sword. Looking at this dragon skeleton, Lin Ming's mind turned cold. From this skeleton, Lin Ming could feel an aura similar to that of the black dragon sovereign he met within the eternal demon abyss. If he wasn't wrong, then this dragon was the same kind as the dragon sovereign within the eternal demon abyss. In this universe there were all types of god beasts, and even the dragon race themselves were divided into dozens and hundreds of variations. But, although Lin Ming had browsed through numerous ancient texts, he had only ever met this type of dragon in the eternal demon abyss. Now, it was his second time seeing one. "What type of dragon is this?" Lin Ming asked Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian was the descendant of a god beast, and her understanding of god beasts naturally surpassed his own. However, Xiao Maxian shook her head, saying, "I don't know. There are great differences between the god beasts of the 33-layered heavens. I only understand the god beasts of the divine realm, and many god beasts are variation species from ancient times. There are even some that originate from before the last great calamity, so there is no record of them in history book." Before the last great calamity? Lin Ming was startled. How is that possible? The last great calamity occurred billions of years ago. There shouldn't be any life form capable of surviving for such a long time. In this universe, whether it was an Empyrean or god beast, they had a limited lifespan. Even if they entered a time enchantment to slow down time relative to the outside world, the amount they could lengthen their lives by was still limited. For instance, after 300 million years, 3 lives old man was also on death's door. That's right. Xiao Maxian nodded. But amongst the god beasts, there are those that are deeply slumbering within their eggs and have yet to hatch. Or, for some unknown reason, they have been sealed away for a long time, so it wouldn't be strange in that situation if they managed to survive the great calamity too. As Xiao Maxian explained, Lin Ming became aware. So that's how it was. Indeed, he had heard of god-beast eggs being sealed for countless years but still being able to hatch out a god-beast afterwards. As Lin Ming was pondering this, he suddenly felt something move within his inner world. Lin Ming was startled. He carefully probed with his sense and impressively discovered that the overflowing black dragon energy within this array formation was gathering into an invisible current and flowing towards him. Could this be? Lin Ming had a thought about what was happening, and his guess was confirmed in the next moment. This dragon energy was being dragged into his inner world by some strange force, forming a gray spiral. And, at the end of this gray spiral was the dragon egg that the dragon sovereign from the eternal demon abyss had given him. The black dragon egg was covered with strange and mysterious runes that were slowly flickering. The dragon energy was being breathed in by the dragon egg. The dragon egg is absorbing the dragon energy here. Lin Ming was stunned. In this map of 33 array diagrams, each array diagram had a complete god-beast skeleton sealed within. These god-beasts were not ordinary god-beasts, but the most powerful kind of their bloodline. Since they died, numerous billions of years had passed, but beneath the nourishment of the Azura Road Master's array formation, their skeletons had yet to lose their vitality. In fact, beneath this array formation's revitalizing powers, they seemed to become increasingly strong, as if they were going revive at any moment. These god-beast skeletons were top treasures, but because of the array formation, Lin Ming simply didn't want to touch them. However, he didn't think that the dragon egg within his inner world would use some strange and unknown method to swallow the dragon energy here. Was it because they were both from the same race? But, coming from the same race couldn't be the only reason, because Xiao Maxian was a phoenix descendant and yet she hadn't been able to absorb the energy of the god-beast in the last array diagram. From this, Lin Ming could speculate that the eternal demon Abyss Dragon Sovereign might share an extremely close relationship with the Black Dragon in this array diagram. There was even a chance that they were similar ancient variation species. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He didn't hurry forwards, but instead sat down on this array diagram and began to meditate. Slowly, the dragon energy gathering towards Lin Ming began to condense. Most of the dragon energy was absorbed by the dragon egg, but a small portion remained in Lin Ming's inner world where it fused with his body. The traces of dragon energy were compatible with Lin Ming's meridians and blood vitality, joining with him and becoming a permanent part of his flesh and bloodline. The black dragon energy blended together with the azure dragon bone, bringing great benefits to Lin Ming. The azure dragon bone that Lin Ming absorbed before, although it had a rich blood energy within its 1,000-foot length, in truth lacked a trace of life force. After all, it was from a dragon skeleton and it was extremely different from a living azure dragon. And now, the black dragon energy that Lin Ming absorbed was also absorbed from bones. It was no different from the energy of a living true dragon. Lin Ming could hear small popping sounds through his body as his mortal body rapidly strengthened. Beside Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian also noticed this. She saw a massive amount of god-beast energy gathering into a vortex around Lin Ming and then disappearing from sight. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a black dragon appeared, clawing at the air. How could this be? Xiao Maxian was startled. Lin Ming could actually use the god-beast energy here. At the first array diagram, Xiao Maxian had probed the phoenix energy there, but that was the energy of a fire phoenix, whereas Xiao Maxian was a dark phoenix descendant. The fire phoenix energy brought with it an insufferably arrogant aura that simply wouldn't submit to anyone. At the second array diagram, the black dragon energy was also similar to the fire phoenix energy. But for some reason, Lin Ming was actually able to absorb it. Time passed. Lin Ming closed his eyes in meditation, motionless. Xiao Maxian peacefully waited on the side. She was well aware that such a lucky chance could only be encountered through a stroke of fate. The dragon energy within this array diagram was as vast as the endless sea, but the dragon egg within Lin Ming's inner world had yet to hatch, so the amount of energy it could absorb was limited. After 4 hours passed, the dragon egg finally stopped absorbing the black dragon energy. At the same time, Lin Ming's mortal body had reached the saturation point of absorbing too much black dragon energy. As his eyes opened, he clenched his fists, causing popping sounds all over his knuckles. My 8 inner hidden gates has reached the limit of limits. A sharp light flashed through Lin Ming's eyes. He could feel that his body seemed to contain too much strength, as if it wanted to break through the shackles of the 8 inner hidden gates. However, some invisible rule was hindering this breakthrough. This is the heavenly Tao rule that blocks the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming faintly frowned. It was impossible for him to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace from just absorbing this dragon energy. Within his inner world there was still the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence that he had yet to use. During his time in Primordius Heavenly Palace, he had only used a small portion of it. Most of the essence had been saved for later. Once he gained enough accumulations, he would use it to break through the chains of the heavenly Tao in a single try. Lin Ming felt that this time was approaching. If Empyrean Primordius was able to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then he himself shouldn't have a problem. Although the heavenly Tao placed shackles on him, that didn't mean there was no road to take. When Lin Ming stood, the dragon energy on the array diagram seemed to be stirred up by him. The black dragon phantom behind Lin Ming shot into the sky, making several circles before it flew back into Lin Ming's body and submerged into his inner world. In that moment, within Xiao Maxian's eyes, Lin Ming's aura seemed to experience a great change. At the start, Lin Ming's aura was swift and fierce, powerful like a divine spear. But now, while Lin Ming's aura was similar to how it was in the past, it included a faint pressure, the atmosphere of an emperor, making him seem like a king. Not just that, but Lin Ming's body also had a strange yang energy, bringing with it a strange attraction for her. Chapter 1498 Breaking Through the Array Formation. Chapter 1498 Breaking Through the Array Formation. I never thought that before I entered the center of the array formation, I would coincidentally experience such a lucky chance in this 9-star array diagram and obtain such benefits. After inexplicably refining so much dragon energy here, the advantage Lin Ming obtained was far superior to even the azure dragon bone he absorbed in the past. Lin Ming, you aren't from the dragon race, are you? Xiao Maxian asked, her eyes wide. As she looked at Lin Ming, her expression was like she was seeing some ridiculous monster in front of her. She didn't understand just how Lin Ming absorbed the dragon energy in the array diagram. She originally thought that Lin Ming had accomplished this due to his understandings of the array formation, but thinking about it more carefully, even if Lin Ming's comprehension of the God-Beast Tomb array diagram was extremely high, this dragon energy was simply too lawless and tyrannical. Unless one had energy that came from a similar origin, how could this dragon energy resign itself to fuse with a mere human like Lin Ming? Dragon race. Lin Ming froze for a moment, quietly rubbing his nose. That's right. I've always felt a faint dragon aura from your body. Although it usually isn't too intense, I clearly felt it just now. You likely have a dragon bloodline within your body, moreover it is a royal dragon bloodline. Perhaps it might even be some ancient variation dragon species. Xiao Maxian felt more and more that what she was saying made sense. The dragon aura she felt was in truth the aura of the eternal demon, Abyss Dragon Egg. Lin Ming smiled. I'm not related much to the dragon race. I'm merely an ordinary human. Perhaps you're unaware, there are some ancient variation bloodlines that have gone deep into a hidden slumber after spreading down and being diluted for so long. If there isn't some particular circumstance, they won't awaken. Xiao Maxian tilted her head, trying her best to figure out the situation. Lin Ming didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Xiao Maxian's imagination was far too rich. You're thinking about it too much. Let's cross through this 9-star array first. At the start, Lin Ming didn't have full confidence he could pass through the 9-star Tao diagram. But after absorbing the dragon energy just now, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace became increasingly clear to him. At this time, crossing this 9-star Tao diagram shouldn't be a problem at all. Together with Xiao Maxian, he stepped deeper into the array diagram. In the skies above the Tao diagram here, 9 stars floated in the air. The beautiful starlight fell down like a waterfall of mercury threads, forming 9 Tao palaces atop the array diagram. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Ever since he started training in the body transformation technique, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had been his goal. This was an extremely mysterious boundary, but today, atop this Tao diagram, he was able to see the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in their glory. This left him feeling ecstatic, like the clouds parting before the morning sun. The 9 Tao palaces were suspended in the air like divine watchtowers, incomparably mystical. Lin Ming revolved all the astral essence within his body and grabbed onto Xiao Maxian's hand. Xiao Maxian was already expecting this would happen. She silently grasped Lin Ming's hand in return and followed behind him. Like this, the two of them stepped into the first Tao Palace, the Purple Temple Tao Palace. The Purple Temple was in truth a part of a person's dantian. When a martial artist entered the Divine Sea realm, their dantian would be replaced by an inner world, and thus the Purple Temple would also be located within the inner world. The first level of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was to form a Tao Palace in one's inner world to correspond with a star in the sky. The moment that Lin Ming stepped into the Purple Temple Tao Palace, he once more began to form array diagrams around himself. The previous array diagrams Lin Ming formed had belonged to the essence gathering system. But this time they were of the body transformation system. The patterns atop these array diagrams flowed around like blood vessels, emitting a strong blood vitality. Within this Tao Palace, starlight flooded every nook and cranny. This starlight seemed beautiful and majestic, but it was also thick with killing intent. If one took a single wrong step, they would actually suffer a gruesome death. Lin Ming closed his eyes and used his own blood vitality to feel the patterns all around him. Follow me and don't take a single step out. Follow my exact footstep. Lin Ming whispered. Xiao Maxian firmly nodded. The air was thick with killing intent. Every step Lin Ming took followed the 9 star laws. Every time he stepped forwards, a star seemed to glisten beneath his foot before dying out. Faintly, as Lin Ming walked through the corridors of the Tao Palace, he could feel his own inner world heating up to a blazing degree. This was the exact position that corresponded to the Purple Temple Tao Palace. In that moment, starlight gathered in Lin Ming's inner world. This silver light flowed around, seeming as if it would condense into a divine palace. Lin Ming glanced over at Xiao Maxian. She had an expression that was completely focused on following his steps, and clearly wasn't experiencing a similar reaction. The 9 Tao Palaces correspond to places on my body and are stirring up a reaction. This should be because an elementary form of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace has appeared within my body. Lin Ming thought to himself. This wasn't surprising at all. He had already seen the 9 stars of the Tao Palace several times, so his body forming its own elementary version of it should be a normal matter. Lin Ming used 4 hours to smoothly pass through the Purple Temple Tao Palace. Then, he stepped into the second Tao Palace, Heaven's Eye Tao Palace. Heaven's Eye Tao Palace was located between a person's eyebrows and was considered the eye of their mind, able to see through all illusions and deceit. When Lin Ming stepped into this Tao Palace, he felt a similar burning heat between his eyebrows. Lin Ming couldn't help but slow down his pace and focus on perceiving how this Tao Palace corresponded to his own body. After spending 4 hours in this Tao Palace, he finally remembered the feeling of the Heaven's Eye Tao Palace and continued out of it. Like this, Lin Ming spent around 4 hours in each Tao Palace, for a total of 36 hours. In other words, he used up a day and a half of time to pass through the 9 star Tao diagram. This Tao diagram that Lin Ming just crossed was not as much of a test as it was a lucky chance. Disregarding the God-beast energy he absorbed, just being able to faintly experience the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had given him significant benefits. Now, on to the last Tao diagram. At this time, of the 33 Tao diagrams, Lin Ming had passed through the outer circle and the middle circle. Once he passed through the last level of Tao diagrams, he would reach the Eye of the God-Beast Tomb array formation. Let's rest up before continuing. Since they started rushing through the God-Beast Tomb, 6 or 7 days had passed. Xiao Maxian was more or less fine, but Lin Ming had greatly exhausted his mental fortitude. All right. Xiao Maxian intelligently nodded. She had been following Lin Ming through this death zone, so she was already used to following his orders here. 6 hours later, Lin Ming opened his eyes for meditation. The third Tao diagram he chose was Soul Forging Dreamland. Stepping into this array diagram, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian felt as if they stepped into a blood-red world. Here, the skies were deep red and covered with dark red clouds, seeming as if they would bleed at any moment. The ground flowed with flaming lava and the smell of sulfur overwhelmed the senses. "It's quite hot here." After entering this world, Xiao Maxian felt as if she were being roasted alive by the flames around her. Her clothes were hot to the point that they could spontaneously combust, and the air she breathed in and out was like fire. This was extremely strange, because as a descendant of a phoenix, she shouldn't fear any sort of burning heat. Xiao Maxian's heart chilled. Not too far away she could see a red scorpion covered with flames. This scorpion emitted an extremely terrifying aura, even surpassing that of a half-step Empyrean. The moment that Xiao Maxian saw this scorpion, the scorpion also saw Xiao Maxian and Lin Ming. The scorpion cried out loud and then hurtled towards them. Lin Ming. Xiao Maxian's pupils shrank. This fire scorpion was formed from the demonic power all around them. It absolutely wasn't something they could contend with at their current cultivation level. As Lin Ming saw this fire scorpion that possessed strength near an Empyrean come rushing towards them, he remained calm. He only moved to take hold of Xiao Maxian's arm and move her behind him. "Don't move. Hold your breath. In this array diagram, everything we see is a dream. That fire scorpion in front of us is nothing more than a lie, an illusion." Lin Ming's sound transmission echoed in Xiao Maxian's mind, leaving her stunned. Illusion? In her sense, this scorpion couldn't be any more real. It was exactly similar to the Azura phantoms she encountered before, which had been formed from demonic power, and yet this fire scorpion was only an illusion. Although she felt this to be unbelievable in her heart, she couldn't help but trust Lin Ming's words. She held her breath as she saw that suppressive fire scorpion hurtling towards her. Ho! With a gust of wind, that half-step Empyrean fire scorpion suddenly vanished, as if it never existed at all. This is the dream world. Within this dream, everything you believe to be true will be true, and everything you believe to be false will be false. After you awake from this dream, everything will become nothing, but if you cannot awaken, then you will be trapped in this dream forever. Lin Ming said with a sound transmission. In this dreamland Dao diagram, if one were to fall into the dreamland, they would never be able to leave. Follow me and don't take a single wrong step. No matter what you see around you, don't believe in it. Lin Ming said without glancing back. All around him, array diagrams began to form once more. These array diagrams were formed from spirit essence, and there were also 33 of them. In these last 7 years, these array diagrams were the most important things that Lin Ming had perceived from the Emperor Jade. Only with the ability to form these did he dare to rush into the God-Beast tomb. The two of them marched forwards in sync with each other. The route that Lin Ming took was extremely strange. Sometimes he went right, sometimes he went left, sometimes he stepped backwards, and Xiao Maxian would blindly follow him no matter what. During this time, all sorts of strange and fantastical scenes constantly appeared, as if they were stuck in a hell of flames. Soon, they arrived at an eternal paradise. Streams trickled and dappled sunlight shimmered across endless fields. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian stepped over soft and lush grass, their senses filled with the scent of flowers. As they walked through, they would occasionally see fish leaping out from lakes and cranes holding lingji in their beaks, a perfect utopia. But Xiao Maxian had done as Lin Ming said, and had emptied her mind of all needless thoughts. She was a proud daughter of heaven, and for the last 7 years she had trained in the soul-forging arts with Empyrean divine mist. In terms of soul force and sense, she wasn't much different from Lin Ming. Although she didn't know anything about the God-Beast tomb's great array formation, as long as Lin Ming told her to take notice and do something necessary, she would perform the task perfectly. It had to be known that this was a Dao diagram laid down by the Azura Road Master. To guard one's mind here wasn't easy at all. Even if one clearly knew that what they were seeing was an illusion, they still couldn't help but unconsciously be caught within it. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian experienced countless illusions and mirages within this dreamland array diagram. Even so, they remained unmoved, their minds and hearts maintaining their pure brightness. Under Lin Ming's lead, the two of them avoided all the killing intents within the array diagram. It was unknown just how long had passed. Several months, several years, or perhaps only an instant, but at this time Lin Ming suddenly let out a long breath, and a small smile bloomed on his tense face. We've arrived. This is the Eye of the God Beast Tomb Array formation. Chapter 1499, Ancient Bronze Temple. Chapter 1499, Ancient Bronze Temple. After laboring for 7 years and putting in great effort every day, the moment Lin Ming waited for had finally arrived. He had truly walked through the God-Beast Tomb Array formation and had arrived in this place that no one had ever been to. "Where are we?" Xiao Maxian asked, surprised. Even so, when Lin Ming broke through the first Tao diagram, she had a premonition that he would really be able to break past this God-Beast Tomb Array formation and even lead her out of this dangerous land. However, upon actually arriving at the core of the God-Beast Tomb Array formation, Xiao Maxian felt as if she were living a dream. The God-Beast Tomb Array formation's array heart was filled with mysteries. Ever since tragic Death Valley had existed, countless martial artists had perished here, and yet none of them were ever able to step foot into the eye of the God-Beast Tomb Array formation. As the illusions of the Dreamland Array diagram vanished, the final 3 Tao diagrams revealed themselves in front of Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. These 3 Tao diagrams were arranged in a triangle, each one 1,000 miles wide. These Tao diagrams were filled with countless intricate patterns, but none of them had any energy flowing through them. Rather, there was nothing but a deathly silence. There were no god-beast skeletons stabilizing the Tao diagrams. They were, like Lin Ming had thought, empty. And, in the center of these 3 vast Tao diagrams, floating in space was a magnificent ancient bronze temple. This bronze temple was as large as a mountain. As it floated in the endless darkness, it emanated the aura of mystery and the atmosphere of endless years. "Let's go over. There shouldn't be any dangers." Lin Ming grasped Xiao Maxian's hand and the two of them flew towards the bronze temple together. Their speed was extremely slow. The distance of thousands of miles took a full 2 hours to cross. As they approached the bronze temple, they were able to deeply feel just how grand and wondrous it was. Standing before it, Xiao Maxian and Lin Ming could feel a terrifying demonic power originating from the temple. It seemed that all the demonic power from before had surged out from this bronze temple. "How do we enter?" Xiao Maxian looked at the great gate of the bronze temple. This gate was thousands of feet high and appeared extremely heavy, sending out a boundless aura. It was like the most source great Tao of the universe was sealed behind this gate, and after opening it one would experience a baptism of the great Tao. Lin Ming remained silent. As he stood before the gate, he could feel the ancient jade within his inner world grow increasingly hot. With a wave of his hand, the ancient jade appeared in his palm. Then, grasping the ancient jade, he pressed it onto the gate. If he wasn't wrong, then the ancient jade itself was the key to this gate. Like this, the ancient jade that was the size of a baby's palm sank itself into the gate. "What are you doing?" Xiao Maxian asked. "Opening the gate," Lin Ming simply responded. However, he frowned. This ancient bronze door didn't move, nor were there any changes. In that moment he thought he had made a mistake. But, after waiting for several breaths of time, Lin Ming heard a loud rumbling sound like thunder as the thousands of feet high gate, a gate that was as heavy as a planet, began to slowly open. This ancient bronze gate opened at an extremely slow speed, but there wasn't any strength that could prevent it from opening. As the two sides of the gate gradually separated, Xiao Maxian felt as if a world was being created in front of her, and those two sides of the gate were the heavens and earth. As the gate opened, the aura of the boundless great Tao surged outwards. The scene within the mysterious ancient bronze temple also revealed itself to Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian couldn't help but open her mouth in shock. Traces of excitement, awe and fear percolated in her heart. This ancient bronze temple lay at the center of Tragic Death Valley's God-Beast Tomb Array formation. No one had stepped in here for billions upon billions of years. Just what could be inside? Lin Ming held Xiao Maxian's hand, a serious expression on his face as he said, "Follow me." Like this, the two of them stepped past the front gates. The ancient bronze temple was spacious. Everything within was large to the point of shocking others. The columns were thick enough that it would take hundreds of people holding hands to wrap around it. Grandiose murals covered the walls and the tiles were as thick as tomes. Everything here seemed solemn and dignified, exuding the presence of an emperor. The great hall was quiet without the least bit of sound. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian could clearly hear their own beating hearts as well as the echoing of their footsteps. At this time, the whistling sound of beating flames resonated in the hall. Xiao Maxian and Lin Ming were startled. In the next moment, they saw torches light up on both sides all around them, blazing like miniature suns and illuminating the interior of the bronze palace as if it were daytime. Then, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were finally able to clearly see everything within the hall. This hall was broad enough to hold a vast army. All around it were sculptures of different kinds. Some sculptures were fierce, some sculptures were peaceful, some sculptures illustrated martial artists of different races, and some sculptures emulated flowers and trees. However, most of the sculptures were of god-beasts. Just walking down the hall, Lin Ming could see hundreds and thousands of god-beast sculptures surrounding him. These god-beast sculptures were all lifelike, and all of them were ancient variation species, types that even Xiao Maxian had never even heard of before. As they reached the end of this hall, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian crossed through a corridor and entered into a second grand hall. This grand hall was much smaller than the previous one. The most prominent object in this hall was a towering bronze tablet. This bronze tablet was 99 feet tall, 13 feet thick, and appeared extremely heavy. The surface of the tablet was as smooth as glass, without a single character carved into it. And beneath this bronze tablet was an ancient bronze coffin. This ancient bronze coffin was wrapped in thick chains, seeming as if they locked in the coffin. Lin Ming looked closer and could see that the materials used to craft these chains were heavenly materials that could only be encountered through a stroke of fate. If an Empyrean-level refiner were to obtain just a little bit of these materials, they could be happy for the rest of their life. Bronze tablet, ancient coffin, could this be a grave? This was Xiao Maxian's first thought. If it really was a grave, then the person most likely to be within the ancient bronze coffin should be the Azura Road Master. Although the Azura Road Master was powerful beyond comparison, he was a character who existed billions or tens of billions of years ago. The most likely scenario was that he had died. If he were to die and bury himself in this bronze temple, and also establish the God-Beast Tomb Array formation to protect his resting place, then all of that was reasonable. Could it be that Tragic Death Valley is a grave that the Azura Road Master constructed for himself? Xiao Maxian suddenly blurted out loud. She couldn't help but feel faint at heart. No one wished for their grave to be disturbed by others. If a grave was truly the Azura Road Master's goal when he created Tragic Death Valley, then it was natural for everyone who entered to have died. But she and Lin Ming had arrived at this step and had even seen the Azura Road Master's coffin. This was really a disgraceful crime beyond all morals. You're mistaken. Lin Ming shook his head from beside Xiao Maxian. The Azura Road Master had clearly left the Emperor Jade behind as the key to opening the God-Beast Tomb Array formation. Of course, even if one were to obtain the Emperor Jade, wanting to open the God-Beast Tomb Array formation was beyond difficult. The requirements for the person opening the God-Beast tomb array formation were that they needed a solid foundation, bizarrely outstanding perception, and they also needed to cultivate essence, energy, and divine. Lin Ming pointed towards the bronze tablet and said to Xiao Moxian, "This bronze tablet looks like a table, but the truth is that it's a book, an ancient book cast from bronze." Book? Xiao Moxian was dumbfounded. After she probed with her sense, she discovered that it was indeed a thick ancient book. From the front, this ancient bronze book that stood up on the ground was no different from a bronze tablet. So this is a book. I wonder what is written inside, and just what is in that coffin? Lin Ming shook his head. I don't know what is in that coffin, but what I'm sure of is that the Azure Road Master's remains aren't interred within it. Lin Ming had reasons for his speculations. The Azure Road Master was an unfathomable existence. Even if he had already died and was resting forever within that ancient coffin, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian would still feel an impossibly terrifying pressure standing in front of the ancient coffin. There was no way they could stand there with such relaxedness. Moreover, Lin Ming believed that if the Azure Road Master chose to leave behind his inheritance before he died, he wouldn't choose his own grave as the spot and have countless trial challengers come thronging here to disturb his resting place. Can I open it? Xiao Moxian pointed towards the ancient bronze book. Here, she had to be careful with every movement she made. If she accidentally touched something that had some spell on it, she might bring a fatal catastrophe upon herself. Lin Ming closed his eyes and investigated with his sense. In truth, after they broke past the God-Beast tomb array formation, that should have been considered as passing the test. Thus, there shouldn't be any dangers in the bronze temple. You can. Lin Ming replied. That's great. Xiao Moxian excitedly said. She rubbed her hands together, looking somewhat impatient. After coming all this way and being on the verge of seeing the final secrets within tragic Death Valley, of course she was excited. Moreover, she might be the first person in all these years to open the ancient bronze book and see the secrets within. As she thought of this, she had a very high sense of achievement. She cheerfully hopped over to the front of the ancient book. Then, her two hands grasped the cover of the ancient book, and she made an effort to pull it back. However, as she tried to open the cover, she simply couldn't move it at all. It was like this ancient book was a metal statue, not moving no matter how much Xiao Moxian tried. Xiao Moxian didn't believe in superstitions. She pulled up her sleeves, bit down on her lips, and then pulled with all her strength, grunting, "Open up!" Xiao Moxian's shout was loud and clear, but the ancient book simply didn't care how much effort she was using. It remained unmoving as before. Arg! Is this a joke? We've come this far but there's still a spell on this book. How exasperating is that? Xiao Moxian indignantly huffed. In her opinion, the previous tests were more than enough. In the countless years since tragic Death Valley was created, no one besides that freakish fellow Lin Ming was able to pass the trial, so why was there a need to add another unnecessary sealing spell on the book? As Lin Ming saw this, he couldn't hold back a smile. He walked forwards and reached out to release the buckle on the book cover. With an amused expression on his face he said, "There is no spell, it's just that the cover was fastened down. You only needed to undo the metal buckle." Xiao Moxian looked at the buckle on the side of the ancient book, and gulped down like she had swallowed an egg. She blushed red as she was filled with embarrassment. She awkwardly said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chapter 1500 Essence, Spirit Embryo Stone. Chapter 1500 Essence, Spirit Embryo Stone. Seeing Lin Ming continuing to laugh, Xiao Moxian ground her teeth together and fiercely pinched Lin Ming's waist. "If you already saw it, then you should have reminded me. Were you waiting for me to make a joke of myself?" Although Xiao Moxian pinched quite hard, she hadn't used any true essence. Lin Ming's mortal body was extremely durable, so not only did he not feel any pain from her pinching him, but it actually felt quite comfortable. Because they had finally broken past the God-Beast Tomb Array formation, Lin Ming was in an extremely good mood. He smiled and said, "I just thought that you looked quite cute when you puffed your cheeks trying to open the book, so I couldn't help but tease you a little." After hearing Lin Ming's words, Xiao Maxian scoffed and then turned away, her cheeks turning red as she said, "I didn't think you were such a naughty boy before." Alright, I was wrong. Let's not argue, we have important matters to attend to first." Lin Ming moved away Xiao Maxian's hands that were still pinching his waist, his complexion turning serious. Everything in this hall had been left behind by the Azura Road Master and was extremely important. They naturally couldn't treat it lightly. Lin Ming solemnly opened the ancient bronze book. On the title page of the ancient book were large characters that said Azura Sutra, Volume 1. These characters were 10 square feet each. The brush strokes were simple and plain, yet containing a sublime beauty like a painting. "This is the main body of the Azura Sutra." Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. Before now, he had only seen the general outline of the Azura Sutra on the Emperor's Stone. That general outline had no cultivation method, and could only be used to guide one towards the Great Tao. It simply wasn't able to be used to contend with opponents. But now, Lin Ming was staring at the main body of the Azura Sutra. If the Azura Road Master had left behind this ancient bronze book, it was reasonable that he would carve the main text of the Azura Sutra within it. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian looked at each other, each one seeing the shock in the other's eyes. This sort of stunning text might even contain the secrets to becoming a true divinity. Lin Ming flipped the page of the ancient book. On the second page, the first few words were, "If the heavens have a path, then I shall follow the heavenly Tao. If the heavens have no path, then I shall stand for the heavens." These words contained an unyielding strength, as if they were rushing out, howling through the universe. Disregarding these brush strokes that looked like they were floating azure dragons, just the boldness of these words caused one to feel infinite shock. "If the heavens have no path, then I shall stand for the heavens." Although these words seemed to be the babblings of a lunatic, the Azura Road Master had actually managed to accomplish this. The great world of the Azura Road was the heaven created by the Azura Road Master. What is the path that these words are referring to? Lin Ming carefully thought, savoring these words. When mortals said the heavens had no path, the truth was that they meant the heavenly Tao was uncaring and merciless. But, when martial artists referred to the path, they were actually referring to the heavenly Tao. It was possible that the Azura Road Master was referring to the heavenly Tao rules. If the heavenly Tao rules didn't abide his existence, then he would simply break through the heavenly Tao rules and stand in the heavens' place. Below this were more obscure passages. Beneath these passages were traces that seemed to represent the highest truths of the great Tao, making one's mind feel filled with a dusky haze and making the writings difficult to read and understand. It was as if these passages were like demonic curses, whispering to the mind. The text of the Azura Sutra also contains that terrifying demonic power. Xiao Maxian was gifted with an extraordinary perception, but even she felt it was straining her mind to read the main text of the Azura Sutra. Disregarding understanding it, just looking at it required her to consume a massive amount of energy to resist the mental attack of that demonic power. Lin Ming said, "The Azura Road Master likely leaned towards the demonic path to begin with. You can see this with his name being Azura." In Lin Ming's impression, the Azura Road Master was not some kindly and merciful individual. Just the Azura Road he formed was filled with incomparably tragic and cruel rules. In these last 10 billion years, the Azura Road had been filled with slaughter. This was the same for Tragic Death Valley and God-Burying Ridge, where countless martial artists had perished. As Lin Ming looked at the Azura Sutra, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. Only by enduring this feeling could he continue to read. all martial artists of the 9 divine shifts had a near photographic memory. And Lin Ming was far superior in this aspect compared to other martial artists. Not to mention remembering words, he could even remember complex Tao patterns. However, Lin Ming had a great deal of trouble remembering this Ajura Sutra. He had to look through it several times to barely recall what he saw. Beside Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian's speed of memorizing was even slower. After all, Lin Ming had been perceiving the Tao patterns within the Emperor Jade for all this time, but Xiao Maxian had to start from scratch. "Don't worry, we can take our time." Lin Ming took several deep breaths and rubbed his pained eyes. Then, he sat down in front of the Ajura Sutra. He had plenty of time. There was no need to be in a hurry. Like this, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian slowly continued reading. They used a whole 7 days before they roughly read through the Ajura Sutra. After reading through it, Lin Ming was enlightened. At the very least, he understood what type of cultivation method the Ajura Sutra was. The Ajura Sutra that the Ajura Road Master created focused on inner and outer cultivation. Inner cultivation meant to cultivate oneself. Outer cultivation meant to cultivate an avatar. The Ajura Sutra had a total of 3 volumes, divided into essence, energy, and divine. Each volume focused on both inner cultivation of oneself and outer cultivation of an avatar. When the Ajura Sutra was cultivated to the limit, one could fuse one's own essence, energy, and divine as one, and then also fuse in 3 avatars. At that time, one could achieve an unbelievable boundary. But what Lin Ming saw now was only the first volume of the Ajura Sutra, the path of cultivating the mortal body. At the same time as one cultivated their body, they also had to cultivate an essence energy avatar. And this essence energy avatar had to be formed using one's own blood energy or created using some miraculous treasures of the heavens and earth. The disadvantage of the first option was that it would cause one's blood vitality to drop. After refining an avatar, there would be a long time during which one's cultivation and strength wouldn't rise, but fall instead. As for the disadvantage of the second option, it was far too difficult to find some miraculous treasures of the heavens and earth. Those sorts of treasures could only be found through a stroke of fate. Moreover, even if someone managed to obtain one, wanting to refine it into an avatar was beyond difficult. And at the end of the Ajura Sutra, the Ajura Road Master had left behind a postscript that left Lin Ming shocked. When the Ajura Road Master finished creating the Ajura Sutra, he had obtained the perfect material to form an essence energy avatar, an essence spirit embryo stone. This essence spirit embryo stone was a sacred spirit born within a stone. A divine stone, after absorbing heaven and earth origin energy as well as the essence of the sun and moon for countless billions of years, would gather all of this origin energy together, slowly condensing into a human form. Once this sacred spirit shattered through the stone and was born, its talent would be at the highest extreme and its strength would be amazing. Its martial aptitude would even surpass that of a god-beast. In the legends, there was an ancient supreme elder that had leapt forth from this type of stone. Afterwards, they became a true divinity and performed great deeds of good fortune. However, this sort of thing was far too rare. It could only be discovered and not sought. The conditions for forming an essence spirit embryo stone were far too harsh, and the time requirements far too long. First of all, the stone had to be a god stone. Next, the environment had to be one where heaven and earth origin energy gathered at terrifying degrees. In this situation, countless lucky chances had to coincide over a period of billions or even tens of billions of years before it could finally form. It wasn't strange for a single essence spirit embryo stone to experience several great calamities of the universe. No one could raise an essence spirit embryo stone. Not even a true divinity could do so if they spent billions of years of their life. The Ajura Road Master was no exception to this. Moreover, by the time he obtained the essence spirit embryo stone, he had already cultivated his essence, energy, and divine avatars, thus he no longer needed it. However, the Azura Road Master had done something which left Lin Ming shocked. He had arranged a Tao field, and then had placed the essence spirit embryo stone that had taken billions or even tens of billions of years to breed within it. Then, the Azura Road Master had laid down a time enchantment within the Tao field, speeding up the flow of time to a 10-to-1 ratio. Afterwards, the Azura Road Master had used skeletons of some dead god beasts as materials to create an essence energy array formation in order to supply the essence spirit embryo stone with the required energy as well as power the revolution of the Tao field. After tens of billions of years had passed, a true sacred spirit would be bred. As Lin Ming read this, he suddenly became aware. The Tao field that the Azura Road Master laid down was God-Burying Ridge. That 10:1 time enchantment he created was Tragic Death Valley. As for that essence energy array formation, that was the God-Beast Tomb. The existence of Tragic Death Valley was an inheritance left behind by the Azura Road Master. The reason that the Azura Sutra was left here was all in order to nurture the birth of this spirit essence stone. Lin Ming was shocked as he thought of this. Just what sort of heaven-shaking methods were these? The Azura Road Master was far too powerful to put into words. So this is the essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and his eyes shifted to the ancient bronze coffin just 30 feet away. The ancient bronze coffin was wrapped in dark chains. And sealed within this ancient coffin, was it the essence spirit embryo stone? Chapter 1501, Opening the Coffin. Chapter 1501, Opening the Coffin. Lin Ming, you think that the essence spirit embryo stone is sealed within the coffin? Xiao Maxian immediately knew what Lin Ming was thinking from the light in his eyes. It really might be so. Lin Ming walked near to the ancient bronze coffin. This coffin had lain here for countless years, and the surface of it was covered with carved images. These images included fierce Azura demons, ancient vicious beasts, and even martial artists of other races. Thick chains wrapped around this coffin, and every chain buckle was covered with runes. Because too much time had passed, the divine iron that formed the ancient coffin and chains was stained with rust, filled with an atmosphere that seemed to come from the deepest depths of time. Through the crevices in these iron chains, Lin Ming could see the scenes on the ancient coffin. There were Azura demons eating humans, and even humans burning demons as a sacrifice to Azuras. There were also ancient vicious beasts ripping apart people to shreds, as well as people striking vicious beasts and drinking their blood. In short, all of these scenes were filled with a tyrannical, brutal, and cruel feeling. Looking at them caused killing intent to surge in the heart, as if it would erupt at any moment. Lin Ming squatted down near the ancient bronze coffin. The coffin was as wide and tall as the book, appearing extremely heavy. The coffin lid and coffin body seemed cast together, without the slightest gap separating them. This ancient bronze coffin also exudes demonic power. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. The demonic tide that occasionally erupted in Tragic Death Valley was related to the first volume of the Azura Sutra, but a part of it also came from this ancient bronze coffin. If we open it, will something ominous happen? Xiao Maxian weakly said as she saw all the violent carvings atop the coffin. Tragic Death Valley had existed for billions of years, and with the time enchantment here, dozens of billions of years had passed. For such a long time, this ancient bronze coffin had existed within the center of the God-Beast Tomb array formation. It was hard to imagine just how much essence energy was absorbed here and what it could have been breeding. It had to be known that the things in Tragic Death Valley could easily kill a world king. If this essence spirit embryo stone had already taken form, then the terrifying strength it possessed was something neither she nor Lin Ming could deal with. Lin Ming, Do you think that these chains are locking in the embryo stone to prevent it from breaking out of the coffin? Xiao Maxian suddenly asked. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. There was indeed a great risk if they opened up the ancient coffin, especially when he still knew so little about the Ajura Sutra's first volume. Maybe. But no matter what happens if I open the ancient coffin, I will still open it. Still, I must fully perceive the Ajura Sutra first. Lin Ming would certainly open the ancient coffin. In order to arrive here, he had to take numerous risks and complete something that countless ancient heroes had never done before. Now, he would soon obtain the Ajura Road Master's inheritance. If anyone were to tell him to give up here, then that would simply be a joke. All Lin Ming could do now was to thoroughly perceive the Ajura Sutra to reduce the risk to the smallest level possible. Like this, Lin Ming sat in meditation in front of the Ajura Sutra and assiduously enlightened himself upon it. As for Xiao Maxian, she also accompanied Lin Ming in meditating on the Ajura Sutra together. Of course, in terms of comprehending the Ajura Sutra, Lin Ming was naturally faster than she was. Thus, if Xiao Maxian were to run into any questions of spots she found difficult to understand, she was able to consult Lin Ming. Slowly, Xiao Maxian also gained a deep understanding of the Ajura Sutra. Her perception was extraordinary to begin with, and in addition to Lin Ming's guidance, her rate of growth slowly rose. This caused Lin Ming to praise her without end. In terms of perception alone, she indeed surpassed him. Training passed without sense of time. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian sat in meditation within this hall every day. Like this, a full year passed them by. Whether it was Lin Ming or Xiao Maxian, the foundation of their mortal bodies was outstanding, and the Ajura Sutra first volume revolved around cultivating the mortal body. The Ajura Sutra cultivated essence, energy, and divine. The main difference from other cultivation methods was that when the Ajura Sutra was cultivated to the extreme, a martial artist could gather essence, energy, and divine unto themselves and then reach an inconceivable boundary. However, every positive had a negative. Although the Ajura Sutra was a cultivation method that pointed towards the peak of all martial arts, the route it took to get there was extremely time-intensive. It required a massive accumulation of time, on the magnitude of millions of years, in order to show its true strength. The days of seclusion were boring and dry. As Lin Ming meditated, he often exchanged information and insight. At the start, it was him helping Xiao Maxian. But afterwards, Xiao Maxian provided him with many unique thoughts and inspirations. Due to the limit of their cultivation, it was impossible for them to cultivate the Ajura Sutra first volume to the limit. Even so, the two of them fully carved the Ajura Sutra first volume deep into their hearts. Now, even if they lost the ancient bronze book, they could still recall the Ajura Sutra in full detail, including the various concepts and textures and feelings of the runes. Another half-year passed. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian combined everything they understood into one. At this point, they had already spent a total of 9 years in Tragic Death Valley. In these 9 years, Lin Ming's cultivation had made considerable progress, in particular, the last half-year in which he was perceiving the Ajura Sutra first volume. He was only half a step from reaching the Divine Lord realm. I see. So this is the original appearance of the God-Burying Ridge's Tao field. After perceiving the Ajura Sutra first volume, Lin Ming recalled the traces of the Tao field that were carved within the Emperor Jade. Many things he couldn't understand before had suddenly become clear to him. Now, if Lin Ming were to leave Tragic Death Valley and explore God-Burying Ridge, he could rely on his understanding of the Ajura Sutra to wander about with absolute freedom and safety, even with his eyes closed. God-Burying Ridge is divided into Death Roads and Life Road. When Life Roads reach the extreme, mortals can safely enter and exit. When Death Roads reach the extreme, even world kings will perish. And of God-Burying Ridge's extreme Death Roads, there are a total of 7 spots. Lin Ming murmured to himself. The so-called guides of God-burying Ridge were the product of the countless experiences and knowledge accumulated by their seniors. These people had tested the many death roads until they had found the one life road into God-burying Ridge. They simply didn't understand the true principles that lay behind the God-burying Ridge's Tao field, and had simply relied on their own empirical methods of testing to find a way to avoid danger. This was why being a God-burying Ridge guide was such a dangerous occupation, one that always teetered on a knife's edge. Then, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open from his meditation. He stood up and walked towards the ancient bronze coffin. Xiao Maxian's thoughts stirred. Lin Ming, are you planning to open the coffin now? During these past days, she and Lin Ming had reached a bottleneck in their understanding of the Ajura Sutra. This was the limit placed upon them by their cultivation level and broadness of their horizons. Until they became stronger, it would be hard to experience another breakthrough. When a martial artist cultivated the martial path, it was impossible for them to go into seclusion and directly leap up several large boundaries. They had to constantly adventure and gain more experiences, and then realize new things from these experiences. They had to constantly fight in order to temper themselves. If they were to go into seclusion for all their life, not only would that weaken a martial artist's true combat strength, but it would cause their comprehension of laws and cultivation methods to stagnate. Now is as good a time as any. Lin Ming nodded his head. We've been in tragic Death Valley for 9 years now. We've done everything that we can and have reached the limit of what we can accomplish here. It's about time that we think of leaving this valley, but before we go I must open this coffin. Lin Ming took out the Emperor Jade from his inner world. Then, he held the Emperor Jade in his hand as he prepared himself to open the ancient bronze coffin. The risks were unknown, and it was impossible to know just what would come out from the ancient coffin. It might be an unrivaled treasure, but it also might be a life-reaping, killing intent. With the Emperor Jade in hand, Lin Ming felt things would be much safer. Thinking about it, the Ajura Road Master shouldn't have deliberately left a killing trap here for his future inheritors to open. That would simply be too great of a joke. Because too much time had passed, the chains on the ancient coffin had melded together with it. Lin Ming took a deep breath, linking his hands together and forming hundreds of seals, each seal resonating with the runes on the chains. In that instant, the runes on the chains began to shimmer one at a time. The entire hall was illuminated with a dazzling light. With a light popping sound, all of the chains fell apart. Lin Ming pressed his hands on the coffin and glanced at Xiao Maxian. Do you plan on staying here? Lin Ming cautioned her. He was afraid that if some evil being really did emerge, then Xiao Maxian would suffer a gruesome fate like he would. But if she left earlier, then she would be able to survive. Xiao Maxian chuckled, indifferently saying, At this time, do you really think I would change my mind? Hey, if I'm here, maybe I'll be the one saving your life. Xiao Maxian wasn't bragging. In terms of overall strength, although she was inferior to Lin Ming, she wasn't too far off. If Lin Ming encountered some danger, then with Xiao Maxian here, he would have a much higher chance of surviving. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He didn't bother speaking any more. His fingers suddenly grasped down and gripped two corners of the ancient coffin. With a loud shout, crackling sounds emitted from all over his body. The heretical god force erupted, the 8 inner hidden gates opened, and from behind Lin Ming the phantom of a true dragon appeared. At this time, he bent down, focusing his strength into his waist. His spine curved like a taut bow as all his strength passed into his arms. A power equal to nearly 1 billion genes of strength suddenly broke out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ancient bronze coffin that had lain here for 100 billion years was shoved open by Lin Ming. In that moment, it seemed as if what Lin Ming pushed open was not the lid of a coffin but a door leading to another world. Ka 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 ka. The entire bronze temple shook. The ground trembled. With loud rustling sound, a beam of light descended from high above, shining atop the Azura Sutra. Countless runes of the great Tao swirled about, gathering together in a purple kaleidoscope to form a door of light. This is a portal? Xiao Maxian held her breath. For a door of light to suddenly appear, seeming as if another world was behind it, this should be a portal. Did this portal lead to the outside? Xiao Maxian couldn't help but think this, a sense of excitement rising in her mind. She had already stayed in the absolute darkness of tragic Death Valley for several years. Moreover, before she entered the God-Beast tomb with Lin Ming, a wisp of despair had begun growing in her heart. Now that she realized she could soon leave tragic Death Valley, how could she not be excited? However, being pleasantly surprised was only one matter. At this time, Xiao Maxian's concentration was completely focused on what was happening around her. Her right hand touched her spatial ring, ready to deal with any dangers that arose. What was in the ancient coffin? If it were a treasure, then they could naturally take it and everyone would have a happy ending. But if it were an evil being, then both she and Lin Ming would face a life or death crisis. Chapter 1502, Essence, Energy Heaven Pill. Chapter 1502, Essence, Energy Heaven Pill. The moment that the ancient coffin opened, a vast and terrifying tide of demonic power gushed forth. Lin Ming leapt backwards, extracting the phoenix blood spear at the same time even as he revolved his true essence to the limit. The heavy ancient coffin revealed a pitch-black interior without the least bit of sound. Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. He sent out a wisp of his divine sense to probe the ancient coffin. As soon as he did, he felt his heart skip a beat. Within the coffin were hundreds of thousands of god runes, and these god runes were all pasted along a 10-foot-high divine stone, sealing it tightly within. This divine stone calmly lay within the ancient bronze coffin. After 100 billion years of being sealed, it was finally freed from its chains. Probing deeply with his sense, Lin Ming could feel that this divine stone seemed to have some sort of embryo breeding within it. There was a heartbeat and breathing of heaven and earth origin energy, as if it were constantly growing and evolving. The breath that it exuded was like 10,000-year spirit grass, carrying with it an intoxicating aroma. Without a doubt, this divine stone was the essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming carefully investigated the god runes atop the essence spirit embryo stone and discovered that the Tao patterns had a sealing effect. They sealed away the essence spirit embryo stone, allowing it to constantly absorb a large amount of essence energy to grow, but preventing it from forming its own wisdom. As Lin Ming discovered this, he let out a light breath. It seemed that the Azura Road Master was extremely thoughtful in his actions. Otherwise, if the essence spirit embryo stone was bred for too long and absorbed too much power, then its strength might surpass the level of his potential successor. If that were true, then this entire ordeal would be tragic. After determining that there weren't any dangers, only then did Lin Ming carefully approach the coffin. Within the coffin, besides the essence embryo stone, there was also a bronze box. Lin Ming investigated the bronze box for a little before discovering that there was a separate space sealed within it. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then picked up the bronze box. This box didn't seem special at all, but it was heavy to the touch. All sorts of god runes patterned its surface. These god runes had the effect of slowing down time. Lin Ming quickly calculated and came to a surprising conclusion. Within this bronze box, time flowed at a speed over 10,000 times slower, and the method of sealing prevented the outside world from affecting the contents within. What is inside? Lin Ming thought. He formed a seal with his hand to undo the bindings on the bronze box. As Lin Ming opened the box, a rich medicinal fragrance rushed up his nose. Within the bronze box was a deep green pill the size of a longan. This pill glittered as if it were carved from crystal, as beautiful as jade. There was a little mass of origin energy fluttering about within the pill, as if there was some life form within it. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance caused Lin Ming's pores to open all over his body and stretch out to absorb this medicinal fragrance. It was extremely comfortable. This is definitely an immortal pill that surpasses the level of a transcendent divine pill. The benefits of absorbing it are unimaginable. As Lin Ming saw this pill, he realized what the function of the bronze box was. The over 10,000:1 slowing of the time flow was to prevent the pill from undergoing too long a time so that it didn't decay. In addition, the pill was covered in layers of God runes to keep the spiritual energy of the pill overflowing with abundance and prevent any medicinal efficacy from leaking out. Near this pill was also a jade slip. Sinking his sense into this jade slip, Lin Ming saw a few simple lines of words. Essence Energy Heaven Pill. The one who uses it can solidify their own essence energy and be reborn. For those that have not cultivated body transformation, they may smell this medicinal fragrance for 2 hours a day. For those that have reached small success of body transformation, they may take 1/3 of the Essence Energy Heaven Pill every day. As for those that have reached large success of body transformation, they may take the complete pill. Essence Energy Heaven Pill. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. From the name and description of this pill, he could tell that it was mainly focused on essence from the 3 cultivation methods of essence, energy, and divine. This was a miracle medicine used to nourish the mortal body. The first volume of the Ajura Sutra was a set of arcane techniques specially used to cultivate the mortal body. However, if the one who opened the Ajura Sutra had a shaky and sloppy mortal body foundation, then wanting to train in the Ajura Sutra first volume would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In order to prevent this situation from happening, the Ajura Road Master had especially prepared this type of body transformation medicine. It could be said that it was perfectly thorough in his planning. But, even though this pill looked crystalline and beautiful, eating it wouldn't be so easy. According to the brief introduction from the jade slip, a person who had never cultivated body transformation simply didn't possess the qualifications to take this pill. They could only smell the medicinal fragrance daily. For those that had reached small success of body transformation, they could take 1/3 of the pill. Only those who reached large success of body transformation could swallow the entire pill. Lin Ming believed that with the Ajura Road Master's vision, he could only be considered as barely reaching large success of body transformation if he opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Currently, he would only be able to swallow 1/3 of the pill. Lin Ming, you picked up a treasure. Xiao Maxian also recognized how valuable this pill was. If this pill were to wander into the world, then even Empyreans would brutally battle for it. Lin Ming faintly smiled. We found it together. This pill, part of it is yours. I don't want it. Xiao Maxian shook her head. The reason we were able to arrive here is thanks to you. The one who passed the test of the Ajura Road Master, and thus the one who was selected by him, is also you. As for me, I haven't even done anything up until now, but I still managed to learn an unsurpassed sutra. To me, that is far more luck than I deserve. I don't like to owe anyone anything. The reason we can leave this place is all due to your efforts. All of the treasures obtained in this bronze temple will naturally belong to you. I won't take anything at all. Xiao Maxian was someone who would never maliciously covet things that weren't her own. But Lin Ming shook his head and said, I'll take the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, but this pill we will divide equally. No matter how it was said, Xiao Maxian had followed him for 9 full years. Whether it was being hunted down by Tian Mingzi or forced into tragic Death Valley, the main cause of all this was Lin Ming. Xiao Maxian had only been dragged into this mess because of him. In addition, for these last 9 years, Xiao Maxian had always held an attitude of sharing life and death with Lin Ming. To Lin Ming, this was worth giving at least half this pill to Xiao Maxian, otherwise he would always feel regret. Xiao Moxian seemed as if she wanted to argue, but Lin Ming said, "Let's not argue about this. I'll refine the essence spirit embryo stone first, and then we can discuss the matter of leaving. Leaving shouldn't be a problem, but there is likely to be some people waiting in ambush outside." Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had been in tragic Death Valley for 9 years, and around 10 months had passed outside. To long-lived martial artists, waiting for 10 months wasn't anything at all. Moreover, the one hunting them down was Tian Mingzi, someone who had a blood enmity with him. Tian Mingzi was someone who possessed vast ambitions, and his personality was naturally sinister and cruel. Lin Ming would never underestimate how patient Tian Mingzi could be. Let alone 10 months, even if it were several years, Lin Ming would still be extremely careful when leaving and prepare to deal with Tian Mingzi's revenge at any moment. Tian Mingzi, how do you plan on dealing with him? Xiao Moxian's thoughts turned grim. Tian Mingzi was a great world king. Lin Ming said, "I will absorb the essence spirit embryo stone first and then consider it further." Chapter 1503 is Swallowing the Sacred Spirit. Chapter 1503 is Swallowing the Sacred Spirit. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were both at the peak of the divine transformation realm. With their current cultivation levels, it was simply far too difficult to directly confront Tian Mingzi. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint Sun was at the peak of the Saint Lord realm and over an entire large boundary higher than Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Even so, he was unable to fight with a great world king, and could only escape from them. Now, Lin Ming guessed that Tian Mingzi was guarding the outside. Even if Lin Ming were to go into seclusion within tragic Death Valley for 100 to 200 years, he still wouldn't be Tian Mingzi's match. This was because going into seclusion within a comfortable and relaxed environment would cause one's strength progression to be far too slow. Lin Ming arrived in front of the essence spirit embryo stone and gently traced the patterns on the rough rock. Lin Ming had long since imprinted the god runes that the Azura Road Master had used to seal away the essence spirit embryo stone into his heart, and unraveling them should be easy. Lin Ming's fingers sprang froth, creating several hundred array symbols that flew out to undo the seals. Every time a seal was undone, Lin Ming would take a short break and adjust himself. After all, he had no choice but to be careful with this essence spirit embryo stone that had been nourished by god-beast bones for billions of years. As the seals were halfway undone, the life activities within the essence spirit embryo stone became increasingly fierce. From deep within the stone, a deep and resonant roar echoed out, as if hundreds of god-beasts were rushing out from the essence spirit embryo stone. "These are god-beast spirits." Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This essence spirit embryo stone had been nourished by the god-beast array formation, so it was inevitable that god-beast spirits would be fused into it. Not just that, but as Lin Ming undid more and more of the seals, the essence spirit embryo stone emitted an increasingly strong demonic power. A faint howling began to gather between the heavens and earth. Chi chi chi. As the seal was 2/3 undone, the essence spirit embryo stone continued to pour forth black demonic energy into the surrounding space. Xiao Moxian felt her heart gripped as she saw all of this. Even if the essence spirit embryo stone had been sealed away by the Azura Road Master, after all these billions of years it had simply absorbed far too much essence energy. It would not be easy to handle. Lin Ming, do you plan to undo the seal on the essence spirit embryo stone now? I've heard that in ancient times there were martial artists that formed a true avatar, but they were not able to erase the spiritual wisdom of that avatar. As a result, their consciousness was swallowed up by their avatar and their bodies were stolen instead. There were many types of people that cultivated avatars through the times, and this type of avatar was actually divided into 2 types. The first was like Empyrean Divine Dream, who sundered their own primordial spirit using an arcane technique to divide their soul in 2. Like this, the avatar they formed would originate from the same source. The avatar was the true self, and the true self was the avatar. Like this, the two could fuse back together without any backlash. The second kind was what Lin Ming was planning to do, using a spiritual object to form their avatar. This type of spiritual object originally had a wisdom of its own, and if one failed to refine it, the avatar would instead steal the body of the true self, and the true self would become the avatar. I know. Lin Ming simply replied, continuing to undo the seals. Seeing Lin Ming's resolve, Xiao Maxian no longer spoke out. But, by just undoing 2/3 of the seal, the power that the avatar revealed already surpassed Lin Ming. If he failed to control it, all that would await him was annihilation. Heretical God Force. Lin Ming gathered his hands together. The phantom of the heretical god tree appeared behind him. A terrifying power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation recklessly fell onto the essence spirit embryo stone like waterfalls of red and purple. Thunder and flames were extremely good forces for refining embryo stones. In the legends, when the world was being created, a holy goddess had fired up clay figurines to create all the varied creatures of life. As for thunder, there was even less to say about it. The essence spirit embryo stone was first formed by a strike of lightning. As the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation pressed down on the essence spirit embryo stone, the essence spirit embryo stone suddenly popped open its eyes. These dark gray eyes revealed a deep hatred and burning cruelty, making one feel cold upon seeing them. This essence spirit embryo stone already had a wisdom of its own. As more and more demonic power flushed out like a tide, the will of the essence spirit embryo stone became increasingly terrifying. Standing nearby, both Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian paled. Just how would they subdue such a terrifying will? At this time, Xiao Maxian saw Lin Ming continue to undo the seal, as if he wasn't afraid at all. Now, only 1/5 of the Azura Road Master's seal was left. As more and more of the seal unraveled, the essence spirit embryo stone became that much stronger. If the seal was completely undone, even Xiao Maxian found it hard to imagine just how formidable the essence spirit embryo stone would become. Yuwo! The essence spirit embryo stone emitted an ear-piercing roar. It crazily struggled about, causing stone chips to fall down from the surface of the divine stone. The essence spirit embryo stone was soon about to conceive its human form. As it looked at Lin Ming, its eyes revealed nothing but greed and wild cruelty. This sort of feeling was like a wild beast seeing its most delicious prey. To the newborn essence spirit embryo stone, Lin Ming, with his incomparably powerful blood vitality, was a truly wonderful meal. Lin Ming, be careful! As she watched the final seal be undone by Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian's complexion changed, and she nearly lost her voice as she shouted out to him. At this time, the Essene spirit embryo stone's will had reached a terrifyingly powerful degree. Even a great world king might have their body wrested away. Even though Xiao Maxian had great faith in Lin Ming's abilities, she still felt panic surge through her. The current situation had far surpassed their control. The spirit essence embryo stone had been nurtured for countless years. Even with the suppression of the Azura Road Master's array formation, it had reached an incredibly dreadful boundary. Oh! The moment that the seal was fully undone, the essence spirit embryo stone emitted a tearing screech. Its will formed a bloody and ominous sword, crazily lashing out at the thunder and fire emitted by Lin Ming. It wanted to reverse the situation and seize Lin Ming's body, turning Lin Ming into its temporary body and avatar. Puff! Lin Ming stared blankly on as this shimmering red sword of will pierced through the point between his eyebrows. Lin Ming's body suddenly shook and he stepped backwards, his face pale. Lin Ming! Xiao Maxian cried out in alarm. She thought that Lin Ming would use some trump card before the sword of will pierced him, but she never imagined that Lin Ming wouldn't do anything at all. instead allowing the sword of will to thrust into his spiritual sea. It had to be known that the battle of wresting control of his body would occur in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Because of the massive battle within, it might cause damage to Lin Ming's spiritual sea. To hold a decisive battle within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, even if the essence spirit embryo stone was defeated, it could still escape. But if Lin Ming were defeated, he would have his body stolen away. Xiao Moxian felt her heart tighten. She could only watch blankly on as Lin Ming struggled internally just 100 feet away from her. There was nothing she could do at this moment as Lin Ming's will battled that of the essence spirit embryo stone. She didn't even dare to move his body. Just what is Lin Ming planning? Xiao Moxian felt her palms become wet with sweat. No matter how strong Lin Ming's soul force was, how could he defeat the will of the essence spirit embryo stone that not even a world king could contend with? Time seemed to come to a standstill. Lin Ming had turned into a statue, completely motionless as if he were frozen. Xiao Moxian's speculations were correct. After billions of years of being bred over time, the essence spirit embryo stone developed an intelligence of its own, even under the seal of the Azura Road Master. It had now reached a point where it could seize the body of a great world king. At this time, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, his complexion was cold as his transformed body of will floated high in the skies. And in front of him, just several 100 feet away, was a phantom formed from demonic power. Its body took the shape of a god-beast spirit. Its face was fierce and cruel, and its entire being emanated dark energies. This phantom of demonic power looked at Lin Ming and cackled. "I really must thank you. Here. I have been sealed away for countless years today. I am finally born. From now on this great world is mine to roam. I will swallow all martial artists of the world and achieve an unsurpassed true form." The phantom of demonic power chortled. Because it had never spoken before, its voice was extremely scratchy. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. It wasn't strange for the essence spirit embryo stone to have developed its own intelligence, but the words it spoke were strange. It had been locked in this array formation since the moment it was formed and had never experienced the outside world, so there was no reason for it to speak the words it did. The phantom of demonic power saw Lin Ming's confusion and smiled. Through these countless years, innumerable people have died trying to enter the God-Beast Tomb Array formation. They were swallowed up by the array formation, and their essence energy also became my nourishment. As for their minds, all of it became mine. The phantom's voice was filled with cruelty and malice. It seemed as if it were formed from numerous personalities. This phantom of demonic power had no personality of its own, but was instead an amalgamation of all the martial artists that it had swallowed up. "I see, so that's how it is. So you are the spiritual wisdom of the essence spirit embryo stone, a monster formed by swallowing the souls of countless others." Lin Ming sneered as he finally understood. "Hee, you say that I am a monster. I have gathered into myself the minds of innumerable individuals. After billions of years of being formed, I have become a soul-devouring sacred spirit that surpasses the laws. I am ever-changing, ever-evolving. I can swallow the will, soul, and essence energy of unlimited people, until the day I finally become the ruler of the universe. This is a situation that the man who laid down this array so many billions of years ago could never have imagined. He was far too conceited. By relying on his absolute cultivation, he arranged this great array, and even dared to create his own heavenly Tao rules. He tried to arrange a destiny for his future successors, but how could he have calculated what would happen billions of years in the future? There is no foolproof plan in this world. My birth already far exceeds any plans he ever made. Now I have already evolved into a perfect life form, able to swallow the wisdom of any being. I will create my own history, my own era. I will become a terrifying existence that all life in the 33 heavens shall respect and fear." "You sure like to shamelessly boast." A cold smile touched Lin Ming's face. The soul-swallowing sacred spirit chuckled in return. I really don't understand how you can smile even at the point of death. Are all humans as stupid as you are? Such a stupid soul. If your mortal body weren't so formidable, then I wouldn't even bother trying to swallow you. The corner of Lin Ming's lips curved up in a taunting smile. He slowly raised his right hand, and on the top of his hand a black cube appeared, slowly revolving in his palm. This black cube was covered with patterns, filled with an ancient aura. Chapter 1504 of the First Avatar. Chapter 1504 of the First Avatar. Seeing the black cube floating in Lin Ming's hand, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit grinned. Magic tool? How interesting. Do you still plan on resisting me? I have swallowed the souls of countless martial artists, and my will has already reached an inconceivable degree. I can even seize the body of a god beast. You will become a part of me. Your mortal body isn't bad. It can become one of my avatars. The soul-swallowing sacred spirit became increasingly fluent at speaking. Then, it roared out and rushed towards Lin Ming. In the crazy impact, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit transformed into a thick and viscous darkness, fusing into the surrounding space and causing countless swords of will to pierce towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered. Really, the evils that we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. The moment that the phantom of demonic power hurtled towards Lin Ming, a terrifying black vortex erupted forth with the small cube in Lin Ming's hand as the center. This dreadful vortex seemed as if it could swallow the entire universe. All of the sacred spirit's swords of will were twisted apart by this black vortex, like rotten branches in a torrential storm. The sacred spirit cried out in horror. This sudden situation had far surpassed anything it imagined possible. That horrifying cube in Lin Ming's hand emitted a terrifying aura. This aura was even somewhat comparable to the aura of the Azura Road Master from billions of years ago. Just what is that? The sacred spirit screamed. It crazily struggled, wanting to flee from that black vortex, but the suction power of this black vortex even surpassed that of a black hole. There was no way for the sacred spirit to resist. No. Stop, stop. As the sacred spirit saw that it would soon be twisted apart by this vortex, the soul-swallowing sacred spirit howled out, If you kill me, then you will never obtain the essence spirit embryo stone. It has already been contaminated with the countless memories I have swallowed up, and if I do not gather those memories, then at the moment you refine the essence spirit embryo stone, those memories will invade your soul and cause you to lose who you are. The sacred spirit wailed, as it rapidly spoke with a sound transmission. As an abomination, it had no personality to begin with, so it didn't fear losing itself. But a martial artist was different. When a martial artist lost who they were, they would become an entirely different person. No one would wish for that to happen. Facing this sacred spirit's threat, Lin Ming simply sneered. You think too much of yourself. Now die. As Lin Ming spoke, the soul vortex in Lin Ming's hand became increasingly fierce. The spinning black energy was as sharp as a knife, tearing apart the sacred spirit's consciousness. You will regret. The soul-swallowing sacred spirit sent out a final curse. But at this time, it discovered that its own awareness was being drawn out and all of its memories and spirit marks were being erased by an invisible strength, completely purified into pure memories. This sudden occurrence caused the soul-swallowing sacred spirit to feel cold all over. To cancel spirit marks and also purify memories, was this even possible? This was its last thought. In the next moment, its awareness and memories were completely wiped away, leaving behind nothing but endlessly pure soul fragments that were sucked in by the black cube in Lin Ming's hand. After doing all of this, Lin Ming let out a light breath and rubbed his forehead. That struggle just now had consumed an enormous amount of energy. It had been many years, but he finally had the strength to activate the magic cube on his own. Of course, the reason that the magic cube had such a terrifying effect just now was because the soul-swallowing sacred spirit had invaded Lin Ming's spiritual sea and wanted to wrest away his body. This was what he had meant when he said that the sacred spirit was bringing evils upon his own head. If the sacred spirit had withdrawn into the essence spirit embryo stone, then it would have been far more difficult for Lin Ming to deal with it using the magic cube. After diligently training with Empyrean Divine Mist for 7.5 years, my soul force is no longer comparable to how it was in the past. Otherwise, even with my extreme divine transformation cultivation, it would still have been impossible for me to activate the magic cube. The good fortune Saint's son is at the late Saint Lord realm, and he is already able to use the Grand Mist spirit bead. Lin Ming traced the patterns on the black cube, his mood extremely good. According to Lin Ming's own speculations, his ability to use the magic cube was not comparable to how the good fortune Saint's son could use the Grand Mist spirit bead. But as time passed, he would eventually catch up to him. After exterminating the soul-swallowing sacred spirit, there was no longer any obstacle to Lin Ming refining the essence spirit embryo stone. As for those twisted soul fragments, they weren't very useful to Lin Ming. Most of them were soul fragments of Divine Lord, Holy Lords, and at most world kings. It was already rare if they had even an incomplete transcendent divine might. And to the current Lin Ming, only complete and peak transcendent divine mights were worthy of him spending the time to cultivate them. Lin Ming simply had too many peak transcendent divine mights right now. They included the inheritances of Empyrean Divine Dream, Empyrean Primordius, and Empyrean Divine Mist, 3 great Empyreans. Moreover, there was also the heretical god force of unknown origin. All of them were peak transcendent divine mights. In addition, there was also the incomplete inheritance of Empyrean Divine Seal, as well as the first volume of the Azura Sutra. This was already more than enough for Lin Ming to practice for thousands of years. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and his consciousness returned to reality from his spiritual sea. Slowly, pure brightness was restored to his eyes, and he saw Xiao Maxian standing not too far away from him. Xiao Maxian's face was pale and her hands were gripped tightly together. She appeared extremely tense. When Lin Ming's body was invaded by the sacred spirit, Xiao Maxian felt her own heart shrink within her. She feared that something would go wrong, and when Lin Ming's eyes were restored to clarity, they would be flooded with a greedy, cruel, and monstrous light. In this dark and lonely tragic death valley where killing intent was everywhere, she had lived with Lin Ming for 9 years. To her, Lin Ming was already someone she subconsciously relied on. If his body were to be wrested away by others, then she found it hard to imagine what the consequences would be. She would likely be hunted down by that soul-swallowing sacred spirit, and the exit to leaving tragic Death Valley would also be blocked by it. Even if she were to successfully escape the sacred spirit with some great stroke of luck, when she imagined her future of having to live alone in tragic Death Valley, facing the dark and arid days by herself and being the only one to watch over the endless skeletons here until her life faded away, she knew she would go insane. "I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry about me." In the dark and gloomy chamber, Lin Ming suddenly smiled. His smiling face was like the spring wind melting away the cold ice of winter. Xiao Maxian's heart shook and her nose burned as she almost started to cry. In a situation with nearly no hope, anyone would become vulnerable, let alone a young girl like Xiao Maxian. She nearly couldn't help but fly into Lin Ming's arms. However, as she approached him, her pace picked up and she viciously punched him in the chest. "I was such an idiot for worrying about you. You already had a strategy to deal with that thing," Xiao Maxian said, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Her large eyes glistened, seeming as if tears would come tumbling down at any time. The battle within Lin Ming's spiritual sea had concluded extremely quickly, but a quarter-hour had passed in the outside world. To Xiao Moxian, this quarter-hour seemed as long as a year. Facing Xiao Moxian, who was revealing the demeanor of a disgruntled young girl, Lin Ming didn't know what to say. He looked back at her a bit sheepishly for a moment. Luckily, Xiao Moxian had no intention of further pursuing this. She said, "Well, hurry up and refine the essence spirit embryo stone." "Of course." Lin Ming nodded. He glanced back at the essence spirit embryo stone. At this time, the essence spirit embryo stone had been completely unsealed, and its consciousness had been erased. Now, it was a pure flesh and blood body, one containing the essence and strength of several hundred god beasts. The foundation of its mortal body had already reached an unimaginable level. This was the perfect avatar body described in the Ajura Sutra. The so-called perfect avatar body meant a complete body that was perfect, without any loopholes or weaknesses. Ordinarily, when a martial artist was fighting or meditating, the power of blood vitality within themselves would slowly flow out from them. But a perfect body would be completely sealed up, forming an independent world within the body. Inside and outside were two completely separate spaces. Lin Ming quietly revolved the Divine Mist Heart mantra he had learned from Empyrean Divine Mist for 7 years. He branched out a part of his own divine soul and poured it into the essence spirit embryo stone. By separating a part of his own divine soul, this would cause Lin Ming's soul force to weaken by a great deal. But the advantage of this was that the essence spirit embryo stone would be forever under his control. It would become his absolute avatar, never being able to form the self-awareness required to betray him. Lin Ming's soul force poured into the essence spirit embryo stone like a gushing river, flooding into every nook and cranny of it. With a cracking sound, the essence spirit embryo stone became increasingly small as more and more stone chips started to fall off. Lin Ming used the soul fraction he placed in the essence spirit embryo stone to control its flesh and blood. He began to revolve the astral essence contained within the essence spirit embryo stone. In that moment, an incomparably vast and wild torrent of blood vitality rushed out, submerging Lin Ming's divine soul. What a terrifying strength! Lin Ming was shocked. The power of blood vitality within this essence spirit embryo stone was too strong. If his soul wasn't firm then, it would have been dashed into pieces. With a cracking sound, the divine stone completely shattered. Fragments of divine stone shot out all over and the essence spirit embryo stone leapt out from the remains. At this time it was still a mass of moving flesh. Its facial features were blurry, and it was impossible to see its true appearance. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. He discovered that the essence spirit embryo stone had the seals of the Ajura Road Master within it, seals that contained all the horrifying power that the essence spirit embryo stone had absorbed from the God-beast array formation for the last several dozens of billions of years. There were a total of 3 seals, each one more durable than the last. With Lin Ming's current strength, it was impossible for him to unravel them all. However, he had the strength to undo the first 2. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Then, he decided to undo the first seal. With his understanding of the Ajura Sutra, doing this wasn't difficult at all. As the seal was undone, there was a thunderous explosion, as if countless god beasts were roaring from within the spirit essence embryo stone. A rich blood vitality and heaven and earth origin energy erupted like a natural disaster. There was no place for this strength to rush through. Once this strength flooded each and every inch of the Avatar's flesh and blood body, it hurtled towards Lin Ming's true self. The essence spirit embryo stone had now become Lin Ming's avatar. And the Avatar's cultivation also followed that of the true form. The avatar and true form could freely exchange energy between themselves. Chapter 1505 Becoming a Divine Lord. Chapter 1505 Becoming a Divine Lord. Bang! Lin Ming's body shook. In that moment, a terrifying power rushed into his body. This was the power condensed by the God-Beast Array formation, and now it was pouring into his body, breaking into his inner world. Lin Ming had already foreseen this change when he unraveled the seal, but he didn't expect the impact to be so wild and intense. His inner world seemed as if it couldn't withstand this strength and wanted to crack apart. If his inner world cracked open, then his fate could be imagined. In this life-or-death moment, Lin Ming had an obvious choice. He could open his inner world and let this tyrannical strength gallop outwards. In doing so, although it would make things safe for him, it would actually waste away a large amount of essence energy that the God-Beast Array formation had accumulated. A sharp light blew up in Lin Ming's eyes. He didn't open his inner world. Instead, he relied on this ferocious strength to begin rapidly increasing the boundaries of his inner world. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and break into the Divine Lord realm. This was a crazy decision. Underneath the torrents of so much wild energy, if he couldn't withstand the pressure of this energy, then his inner world would develop cracks all over it and it would be nearly impossible to recover from. The reason Lin Ming dared to do this was because he had absolute confidence in his own foundation as well as the intensity of his body. As energy filled him, Lin Ming's body emitted explosive crackling sounds. The blood vessels under his skin ballooned upwards, making it seem as if they would all collapse at any moment. In the 9 divine shifts, the Divine Lord realm was the last boundary. Divine Lord, the meaning of that was to truly become divine. Of course, this divine was relative to common mortals. A Divine Lord martial artist could hold a world within their body and enjoy the worship of mortals. To mortals they would be a god. As for the true divinity boundary in the road of martial arts, this was a divine god of martial artists. A true divinity powerhouse could control an entire universe. To them, the title of true divinity was well deserved. An ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse could already create their own clan or establish their own 8th grade sect. They could create an inheritance that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, become an ancient ancestor, and enjoy the devotion of countless disciples and followers. In the divine realm, a divine transformation martial artist could already wander the world. A Divine Lord realm martial artist was a true character. As for Lin Ming, once he became a Divine Lord, he could instantly kill a Holy Lord. To a certain degree, he could even contend with a world king. In the entire divine realm, besides in Empyrean heavenly palaces, world kings were extremely rare even in a great world. They were figures that countless martial artists respected and revered. There were many peak holy lands that had inheritances of millions of years, and yet they couldn't produce even a single world king. Thus, to Lin Ming, the Divine Lord threshold was extremely significant. However, for Lin Ming to break through the Divine Lord realm in this situation, the pain he had to withstand could be imagined. Underneath the tremendous pressure, Lin Ming's blood vessels ballooned up from beneath his skin, even breaking apart. Blood seeped out from all of his pores. This blood mixed with his sweat, making Lin Ming look as if he were being bathed in blood. And within Lin Ming's inner world, the crazy energy impacted towards him, strong enough to cause mountains and rivers to shake. His inner world was originally filled with spiritual energy, but now it was filled with a terrifying energy storm. Those spiritual plants within his inner world were smashed apart in this storm, turned into innumerable fragments. In his inner world, rivers changed course, lakes evaporated, and mountains collapsed. In his inner world, it seemed as if the end of times had arrived. Heretical God Tree! Lin Ming roared out. Within his inner world, the towering heretical God Tree stretched out its lush branches and vibrant leaves, stabilizing it. The massive root system held the earth of Lin Ming's inner world firmly in place. With this divine tree stabilizing Lin Ming's inner world, everything became much more stable. However, a powerful pressure caused Lin Ming's body to balloon. The blood vitality within him seemed as if it would burst out in the next moment. Lin Ming grit his teeth and opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. With the dual support of his formidable mortal body and the heretical god tree, he forcefully withstood the impact of energy. Then, with a ka-ka-ka sound, the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world began to break open. As the boundaries of Lin Ming's inner world opened, the void outside of the world was constantly fused with pure energy. Lin Ming's inner world was growing, evolving. Once his inner world opened up, there would be an avenue for the energy to drain out of. The pressure on Lin Ming began to rapidly reduce. Slowly, the bulging blood vessels beneath Lin Ming's skin began to shrink back down. Blood also stopped leaking from his pores. Like this, Lin Ming had crossed the most difficult stage. Following this, breaking through the Divine Lord realm was only a matter of time. However, because Lin Ming had withstood the terrifying pressure, nearly all of his blood vessels had burst open, and even his inner world had been wrecked in the baptism of that ruinous energy storm. In addition to him having branched out a proportion of his divine soul into his essence energy avatar, he would be greatly weakened for a long period of time. Lin Ming, you're really too reckless, you always do things to the extreme. Anyone that follows you will have a permanent heart attack. Xiao Maxian had been watching Lin Ming's entire breakthrough process from the side. She was left somewhat speechless by everything. From entering God-burying Ridge, then falling into tragic Death Valley, the two of them had survived demonic tides together and had even rushed into the God-Beast Tomb Array formation. After that, Lin Ming had risked his soul to refine the Essence Energy Avatar. He was always making her heart race without end. Lin Ming's lips twitched and he laughed. I still haven't yet reached 60 years of age. From the time I was 15 years old, I've spent the following 40 years of my life struggling like this. I cannot compare to someone like you who comes from an Empyrean background. From birth you possessed an unachievable talent that mortals could only dream of, as well as the support of endless precious resources. I am simply a martial artist that came from the lower realms. Moreover, I am even a martial artist that originates from the most common stock of mortals. Although I encountered my own lucky chance in the lower realms that changed my fate, relying on that alone would not have been able to make up the difference between us. I had to risk everything I had. I had to risk my life on lucky chances and even risk my life to step further on the road of martial arts. Otherwise it would have been impossible for you to see me standing here. Because of his exhaustion, Lin Ming's words seemed a bit faint, as if they were lacking energy. But as these words fell onto Xiao Maxian's ears, they caused her heart to shake. In truth, she had already heard that Lin Ming came from a common mortal birth. He wasn't someone who was taken in by an Empyrean-level character as a disciple, but he still managed to attain his current incredible achievements. This sounded like a fantastical bedtime story, and even Xiao Maxian had been skeptical of it, half doubting it the entire time. Now, she had confirmed this from Lin Ming himself. Not only was he a common person, but he was even a common person of the lower realms. Within the entire divine realm, as well as the billion-plus worlds of the lower realms, there were countless common mortals, but their lives only lasted for a mere several dozen years. They were truly like ants, continuing generation after generation. For a common mortal of the lower realms to arrive at Lin Ming's current level and have his achievements, this was simply unbelievable. In comparison, Xiao Maxian herself came from Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and was the most beloved daughter of the monster race and demon race. Disregarding her resources and inheritances, she possessed a rare half-phoenix body, something that might not even occur in a billion years. Yet, for all that she had, her present achievements were no better than Lin Ming's. This caused Xiao Maxian to feel a bit ashamed of herself. How could anyone live in the presence of such a freakish genius? Chapter 1506, Leaving the Valley. Chapter 1506, Leaving the Valley. 10 days later, within the god-beast tomb, before Empyrean divine mist's cave dwelling. At this time, Lin Ming was already fully restored. His cultivation had reached large success, and he had learned the Ajura Sutra first volume. For the current him, entering and leaving the god-beast tomb array formation was easy and simple. Senior Divine Mist, Junior has returned. I apologize for having you wait a long time for me, Lin Ming said. Since he left, he had been gone for a year and a half. To the current Empyrean Divine Mist, whose lifespan was near its end, this was an extremely long period of time. In the cave dwelling, Empyrean Divine Mist was left speechless for a long time. Lin Ming could feel a weak divine sense spreading over his body, probing the changes in his body and cultivation that occurred in the last year and a half. This divine sense belonged to Empyrean Divine Mist. Since Empyrean Divine Mist had taught Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian his life's soul arts, his situation became increasingly worse. He weakened by the day, and if this speed were to continue then it wouldn't be too many years before he was like a lamp without oil, drying up and dying. For the current Empyrean Divine Mist, a martial artist at a relatively ordinary boundary could kill him. Praise the young, I really must praise the young, Empyrean Divine Mist deeply sighed with emotion. This god-beast tomb array formation that had been unbroken by others for numerous billions of years was actually solved by Lin Ming. Your cultivation has already reached the Divine Lord realm before. You told me that you have yet to cultivate for 60 full years. For you to break through the Divine Lord realm at this age, and also to have such a solid foundation, your future achievements are hard to imagine. For me to pass on my life's divine mist heart mantra to you before I die, I can at least die peacefully. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He said, Senior is too fatalistic. This Junior has already found the exit and can lead Senior to leave this valley. Senior's life is not yet over. It's only that your soul force and blood vitality is lacking right now, but as long as there are enough soul medicines then it will not be a problem for Senior to continue living for millions of years. Lin Ming held a deep sense of gratitude towards Empyrean Divine Mist. The reason that Empyrean Divine Mist had weakened so much in these 9 years was that he had used a secret skill to temper Lin Ming's divine soul. No matter what the original reason was for Empyrean Divine Mist helping him, this was a great graciousness to Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never forget this graciousness in his life. It's useless. I am well aware of my own situation. I should have around a mere 100 years of life remaining, Empyrean Divine Mist sighed, his voice filled with gloom. Lin Ming said, Senior, as long as you leave the valley then I can help Senior seek out soul-nourishing medicines. As long as there is medicine, then although Senior cannot be restored to your peak strength in the past, with 100 years of training, stepping back into the Great World King boundary shouldn't be a problem at all. Moreover, Senior is an Empyrean and there should be the influence that you established in the past. If Junior leads you to that influence then they can help Senior find soul medicines. There shouldn't be a problem at all. During these years that Lin Ming studied the Divine Mist Heart Mantra, he gained a deep understanding into the cultivation system and physical state of the Spiritas. In his opinion, Empyrean Divine Mist's situation absolutely wasn't as bad as he thought. It was just that he had consumed too much energy and had been stranded in this forsaken land for tens of millions of years, suffering in this suffocating environment and slowly being overwhelmed with despair. Not just that, but at the end he had even passed on his secret techniques to himself and Xiao Maxian, thus the reason why Empyrean Divine Mist was the way he was now. As long as they all left here, then with the tough vitality of an Empyrean Divine Mist could definitely slowly restore himself. Empyrean Divine Mist shook his head and said some words that surprised Lin Ming. I will not leave. Why? Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were both shocked. in this hellish land, facing endless nights of darkness, facing the limitless loneliness and countless skeletons, how could anyone endure that? If Xiao Moxian were to stay in this land for just a year on her own, she would want to go insane, and yet Empyrean Divine Mist didn't want to leave? This was as if Empyrean Divine Mist simply didn't want to continue living on and wanted to cut off his life. In Xiao Moxian's opinion, even if one knew they would die, it was better to die outside in a proper grave than to be buried here. Senior, is your mind all right? Why would you choose a dead end and live out the rest of your life in this lonely place? Xiao Moxian couldn't help but ask, as she thought of a top character of his generation, a peak Empyrean who commanded the winds and seas, passing away in this miserable hell hole filled with countless corpses and without anyone to bury him. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Empyrean Divine Mist faintly smiled. There is no need for you to feel sorry for me. In my life, I once enjoyed limitless glory and killed people as if I were cutting wheat. For me to end up in such a state, that is the plan that fate has for me. Do you remember when told you why I entered Tragic Death Valley? Empyrean Divine Mist's words caused Lin Ming's thoughts to race. Indeed, he had asked Empyrean Divine Mist this question 9 years ago. Senior said that it was because of enmity. Yes, because of enmity. I have enmity with a person and that person has enmity with you. Between the two of us, we can resonate our souls and do not need a tracking mark to find each other. Regardless of how much space or time separates us, he will be able to find me. If I leave Tragic Death Valley, he will discover me. It isn't a problem for me to die, but you will likely be dragged into my mess. Soul resonance? Could it be that he was the one who forced Senior into Tragic Death Valley? Lin Ming asked, bewildered. Xiao Moxian also found this hard to accept. She asked with amazement in her voice. Senior was an extreme Empyrean, just who could force you into Tragic Death Valley? True divinity. Empyrean Divine Mist's voice became thin and ghostly. He sighed. The one hunting me down is a soul emperor of my soul race, as well as my blood brother. Soul Emperor. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. This was a top-level character equivalent to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was an absolutely genuine true divinity. Moreover, he had the ability to command his entire race. If Empyrean Divine Mist were being hunted by this sort of character, being forced into Tragic Death Valley was also reasonable. Empyrean Divine Mist continued to say, because us brothers can sense each other's souls, I was forced onto a road of no return. I desperately thought to enter Tragic Death Valley, setting myself in a death trap and using that to seek a path of survival. Unfortunately, I was not the successor that the Azura Road Master chose, and thus I wasn't able to obtain the inheritance of Tragic Death Valley. Instead, I exhausted my life here. Since he is your blood brother, why would the Soul Emperor wish to kill Senior? Xiao Moxian asked, finding this incomprehensible. However, Empyrean Divine Mist did not answer this question. Empyrean Divine Mist fell into a deep silence. Lin Ming knew that Empyrean Divine Mist didn't want to speak about this subject. This was the pain that forever haunted his heart. In the world of martial artists, there were far too many sad and tragic stories. Because of the Soul Emperor's existence, it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Mist to leave the valley. If he were to leave, he would immediately die, and the fate he would suffer might even be worse than his current situation. As Lin Ming thought of this, he quietly said, Senior, although you cannot leave the valley, I will be sure to return within 10 years. I will bring you back soul-restoring medicines. Senior gave Junior the graciousness of bestowing upon me your inheritance, and I will definitely return this. Only doing that will be the bare minimum to suit my heart of martial arts. As Lin Ming spoke, he examined the array formations around Empyrean Divine Mist's cave dwelling. These array formations were laid down by Empyrean Divine Mist in the past to resist the tides of demonic power. Currently, it appeared that these array formations could still last for some time. Let's go, we're leaving the valley. Lin Ming looked towards Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian glanced back at Empyrean Divine Mist, finding it hard to bear leaving him here. Then, she nodded. Like this, the two of them left Empyrean Divine Mist and entered the God-Beast Tomb array formation once more. Now that Xiao Maxian had cultivated the Azura Sutra first volume, she also had the ability to break through the God-Beast Tomb array formation. The two of them used several hours to return to the ancient bronze temple. There, the portal remained, slowly spinning in place. Let's leave. Lin Ming grabbed Xiao Maxian's hand and decisively stepped into the transmission array. After 9 years, they were about to leave this place. Cha! A light flashed and Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian felt their environment rapidly change. In the next moment, they saw that they had arrived in a green and lush forest. There were fields of flowers with fresh life everywhere. Lingji and spirit herbs were all around, green and beautiful, making it seem as if this was a paradise. In God-Burying Ridge, there were lands of life and lands of death. This was one of the rare areas which lacked fatal dangers. Lin Ming turned around and saw that not too far away was a red mountain range that rose to a terrifyingly high degree. The main body of this red mountain range winded its way through, spanning across the entire God-Burying Ridge like a vast red dragon. The many mountain peaks resembled dragon claws and dragon horns, extremely lifelike. Without a doubt, this was the Red Dragon mountain range, and the entrance to Tragic Death Valley was the maw of this red dragon. They had truly come out. Moreover, they weren't too far away from Tragic Death Valley. After confirming this point, Xiao Maxian didn't know what she was feeling in her heart. She thought that she would have to stay in that dark and dreary Tragic Death Valley for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even for the rest of her life. Now, she had weathered that disaster and had returned to the outside world, so how could she not be excited? She couldn't help but pick up a spirit flower and inhale a deep breath of its scent. This sort of long-lost fragrance moved her heart and caused her eyes to be slightly wet. In Tragic Death Valley, she had to face endless piles of bones that left the scent of decay and rot all over her. Just when had she been able to experience the fragrance of such flowers? Only by experiencing despair could one understand the value of life. At this time, even a green leaf, even a falling flower petal, could fill a person's heart with joy and hope. Wonderful! Xiao Maxian closed her eyes, intoxicated and in love with the abundant and fragrant spring scenery all around her. However, Lin Ming was quiet this entire time, as if he didn't see the beautiful scene around him. He closed his eyes, casting out his sense. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Xiao Maxian felt her heart go cold as she saw Lin Ming. She raised her guard and carefully sensed everything around her. Then, she discovered that an invisible strength had locked onto them. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Did you also feel that? This is one of the few life zones in God-Burying Ridge, so there shouldn't be any dangers here. But, there is actually something monitoring us. If I'm not wrong, then this area already has an array formation placed around it, and the person who arranged it was likely Tian Mingzi. As Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian were speaking, several hundred miles away, in a mountain valley of shattered stone, several people were meditating. At this time, a handsome black-clothed man with a youthful appearance suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like two blood moons, bright and red. They really came out? The young man licked his lips, a devilish smile touched his face. This young man was Tian Mingzi. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.